Section 18 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8 of Pies. To make a very fine sweet lamb or veal pie. Season your lamb with salt and pepper, cloves, mace and nutmeg, all beat fine to your palate. Cut your lamb or veal into little pieces. Make a good puff paste crust. Lay it into your dish, then lay in your meat. Strew on it some stoned raisins and currants, clean washed, and some sugar. Then lay on it some forcemeat balls made sweet, and in the summer some artichoke bottoms boiled, and scalded grapes in the winter. Boil Spanish potatoes cut in pieces, candied citron, candied orange and lemon peel, and 3 or 4 blades of mace. Put butter on the top, close up your pie and bake it. Have ready against it comes out of the oven a caudle made thus. Take a pint of white wine and mix in the yolks of 3 eggs. Stir it well together over the fire, one way all the time, till it is thick. Then take it off, stir in sugar enough to sweeten it, and squeeze in the juice of a lemon. Pour it hot into your pie and close it up again. Send it hot to table. A savoury veal pie. Take a breast of veal, cut it into pieces, season it with pepper and salt. Lay it all into your crust, boil 6 or 8 eggs hard. Take only the yolks, put them into the pie here and there, fill your dish almost full of water, put on the lid and bake it well, or you may put some forcemeat balls in. To make a savoury lamb or veal pie. Make a good puff paste crust, cut your meat into pieces, season it to your palate with pepper, salt, mace, cloves and nutmeg finely beat. Lay it into your crust with a few lambstones and sweetbread seasoned as your meat. Also some oysters and forcemeat balls, hard yolks of eggs, and the tops of asparagus 2 inches long, first boiled green. Put butter all over the pie, put on the lid and set it in a quick oven an hour and a half, and then have ready the liquor, made thus. Take a pint of gravy, the oyster liquor, a gill of red wine, and a little grated nutmeg. Mix all together with the yolks of 2 or 3 eggs beat, and keep it stirring one way all the time. When it boils, pour it into your pie. Put on the lid again. Send it hot to table. You must make liquor according to your pie. To make a calf's foot pie. First set your calf's feet on in a saucepan in 3 quarts of water with 3 or 4 blades of mace. Let them boil softly till there is about 1.5 pints. Then take out your feet, strain the liquor and make a good crust. Cover your dish, then pick off the flesh from the bones, lay half in the dish, strew half a pound of currants clean washed and picked over, and half a pound of raisins stoned. Lay on the rest of the meat, then skim the liquor, sweeten it to the palate, and put in half a pint of white wine. Pour it into the dish, put on your lid, and bake it an hour and a half. To make an olive pie. Make your crust ready, then take the thin collops of the best end of a leg of veal, as many as you think will fill your pie. Hack them with the back of a knife and season them with salt, pepper, cloves and mace. Wash over your collops with a bunch of feathers dipped in eggs, and have in readiness a good handful of sweet herbs shred small. The herbs must be thyme, parsley and spinach, the yolks of 8 hard eggs minced, and a few oysters parboiled and chopped, some beef suet shred very fine. Mix these together and strew them over your collops, then sprinkle a little orange flower water over them, roll the collops up very close, and lay them in your pie, strewing the seasoning over what is left, put butter on the top, and close your pie. When it comes out of the oven, have ready some gravy hot, with 1 anchovy dissolved in the gravy. Pour it in boiling hot. You may put in artichoke bottoms and chestnuts if you please. You may leave out the orange flower water if you do not like it. To season an egg pie. Boil 12 eggs hard, and shred them with 1 pound of beef suet or marrow shred fine. Season them with a little cinnamon and nutmeg beat fine, 1 pound of currants clean washed and picked, 2 or 3 spoonfuls of cream, and a little sack and rose water mixed all together, and fill the pie. When it is baked, stir in ½ pound of fresh butter and the juice of a lemon. To make a mutton pie. Take a loin of mutton, take off the skin and fat of the inside, cut it into steaks, season it well with pepper and salt to your palate. Lay it into your crust, fill it, pour in as much water as will almost fill the dish, then put on the crust and bake it well. A beefsteak pie. Take fine rump steaks, beat them with a rolling pin, then season them with pepper and salt according to your palate. Make a good crust, lay in your steaks, fill your dish, then pour in as much water as will half fill the dish. Put on the crust and bake it well. A ham pie. Take some cold boiled ham and slice it about ½ inch thick. Make a good crust and thick over the dish, and lay a layer of ham, shake a little pepper over it, then take a large young fowl clean picked, gutted, washed and singed. Put a little pepper and salt in the belly, and rub a very little salt on the outside. Lay the fowl on the ham, boil some eggs hard, put in the yolks, and cover all with ham, then shake some pepper on the ham, and put on the top crust. Bake it well. Have ready when it comes out of the oven some very rich beef gravy, enough to fill the pie. Lay on the crust again, and send it to table hot. If you put 2 large fowls in, they will make a fine pie, but that is according to your company, more or less. The larger the pie, the finer the meat eats. The crust must be the same you make for a venison pasty. You should pour a little strong gravy into the pie when you make it, just to bake the meat, and then fill it up when it comes out of the oven. Boil some truffles and morels and put into the pie, which is a great addition, and some fresh mushrooms or dried ones. To make a pigeon pie. Make a puff paste crust, cover your dish, let your pigeons be very nicely picked and cleaned, season them with pepper and salt, and put a good piece of fine fresh butter with pepper and salt in their bellies. Lay them in your pan, the necks, gizzards, livers, pinions and hearts lay between, with the yolk of a hard egg and beefsteak in the middle. Put as much water as will almost fill the dish, lay on the top crust and bake it well. This is the best way to make pigeon pie, but the French fill the pigeons with a very high forcemeat, and lay forcemeat balls round the inside, with asparagus tops, artichoke bottoms, mushrooms, truffles and morels, and season high. But that is according to different palates. To make a giblet pie. Take 2 pairs of giblets nicely cleaned. Put all but the livers into a saucepan with 2 quarts of water, 20 corns of whole pepper, 3 blades of mace, a bundle of sweet herbs, and a large onion. Cover them close and let them stew very softly till they are quite tender. Then have a good crust ready, cover your dish, lay a fine rump steak at the bottom, seasoned with pepper and salt. Then lay in your giblets with the livers and strain the liquor they were stewed in. Season it with salt and pour into your pie. Put on the lid and bake it an hour and a half. To make a duck pie. Make a puff paste crust, take 2 ducks, scald them, and make them very clean. Cut off the feet, the pinions, the neck and head, all clean picked and scalded, with the gizzards, livers, and hearts. Pick out all the fat of the inside. Lay a crust all over the dish. Season the ducks with pepper and salt, inside and out. Lay them in your dish, and the giblets at each end seasoned. Put in as much water as will almost fill the pie. Lay on the crust and bake it, but not too much. To make a chicken pie. Make a puff paste crust, take 2 chickens, cut them to pieces, season them with pepper and salt, a little beaten mace, lay a forcemeat made thus round the side of the dish. Take half a pound of veal, half a pound of suet, beat them quite fine in a marble mortar with as many crumbs of bread. Season it with a very little pepper and salt, an anchovy with the liquor, cut the anchovy to pieces, a little lemon peel cut very fine and shred small, a very little thyme, mix all together with the yolk of an egg. Make some into round balls, about 12, the rest lay round the dish. Lay in 1 chicken over the bottom of the dish, take 2 sweetbreads, cut them into 5 or 6 pieces, lay them all over, season them with pepper and salt, strew over them half an ounce of truffles and morels, 2 or 3 artichoke bottoms cut to pieces, a few cockscombs if you have them, a palate boiled tender and cut to pieces. Then lay on the other part of the chicken, put half a pint of water in and cover the pie. Bake it well, and when it comes out of the oven, fill it with good gravy, lay it on the crust and send it to table. To make a Cheshire pork pie. Take a loin of pork, skin it, cut it into steaks, season it with salt, nutmeg and pepper. Make a good crust, lay a layer of pork, then a large layer of pippins pared and cored, a little sugar, enough to sweeten the pie, then another layer of pork. Put in half a pint of white wine, lay some butter on the top and close your pie. If your pie be large, it will take a pint of white wine. To make a Devonshire squab pie. Make a good crust, cover the dish all over. Put at the bottom a layer of sliced pippins, then a layer of mutton steaks cut from the loin, well seasoned with pepper and salt. Then another layer of pippins. Peel some onions and slice them thin. Lay a layer all over the apples, then a layer of mutton, then pippins and onions. Pour in a pint of water. So close your pie and bake it. To make an ox cheek pie. First bake your ox cheek as at other times, but not too much. Put it in the oven overnight, and then it will be ready the next day. Make a fine puff paste crust, and let your side and top crust be thick. Let your dish be deep to hold a good deal of gravy. Cover your dish with crust, then cut off all the flesh, kernels and fat of the head, with the palate cut in pieces. Cut the meat into little pieces as you do for a hash. Lay in the meat, take an ounce of truffles and morels and throw them over the meat. The yolks of 6 eggs boiled hard, a gill of pickled mushrooms, or fresh ones are better if you have them. Put in a good many forcemeat balls, a few artichoke bottoms and asparagus tops, if you have any. Season your pie with pepper and salt to your palate, and fill the pie with the gravy it was baked in. If the head be rightly seasoned when it comes out of the oven, it will want very little more. Put on the lid and bake it. When the crust is done, your pie will be enough. To make a Shropshire pie. First make a good puff paste crust, then cut 2 rabbits to pieces with 2 pounds of fat pork cut into little pieces. Season both with pepper and salt to your liking, then cover your dish with crust and lay in your rabbits. Mix the pork with them, Take the livers of the rabbits, parboil them, and beat them in a mortar with as much fat bacon, a little sweet herbs, and some oysters if you have them. Season with pepper, salt, and nutmeg. Mix it up with the yolk of an egg, and make it into balls. Lay them here and there in your pie, some artichoke bottoms cut in dice, and cockscombs if you have them. Grate a small nutmeg over the meat, then pour in half a pint of red wine and half a pint of water. Close your pie and bake it an hour and a half in a quick oven, but not too fierce an oven. To make a Yorkshire Christmas pie. First make a good standing crust. Let the wall and bottom be very thick. Bone a turkey, a goose, a fowl, a partridge, and a pigeon. Season them all very well. Take half an ounce of mace, half an ounce of nutmegs, a quarter of an ounce of cloves, and half an ounce of black pepper, all beat fine together, 2 large spoonfuls of salt, and then mix them together. Open the fowls all down the back, and bone them. First the pigeon, then the partridge. Cover them, then the fowl, then the goose, and then the turkey, which must be large. Season them all well first, and lay them in the crust, so as it will look only like a whole turkey. Then have a hare ready cased and wiped with a clean cloth. Cut it to pieces, that is, joint it. Season it, and lay it as close as you can on one side. On the other side, woodcocks, moor game, and what sort of wild fowl you can get. Season them well and lay them close. Put at least 4 pounds of butter into the pie, then lay on your lid, which must be a very thick one, and let it be well baked. It must have a very hot oven, and will take at least 4 hours. This crust will take a bushel of flour. In this chapter you will see how to make it. These pies are often sent to London in a box as presents. Therefore, the walls must be well built. To make a goose pie. Half a peck of flour will make the walls of a goose pie, made as in the receipts for crust. Raise your crust just big enough to hold a large goose. First have a pickled dried tongue boiled tender enough to peel, cut off the root, bone a goose and a large fowl. Take half a quarter of an ounce of mace beat fine, a large teaspoonful of beaten pepper, 3 teaspoonfuls of salt. Mix all together, season your fowl and goose with it, then lay the fowl in the goose, and tongue in the fowl, and the goose in the same form as if whole. Put half a pound of butter on the top, and lay on the lid. This pie is delicious, either hot or cold, and will keep a great while. A slice of this pie cut down across makes a pretty little side dish for supper. To make a venison pasty. Take a neck and breast of venison, bone it, season it with pepper and salt according to your palate. Cut the breast in 2 or 3 pieces, but do not cut the fat off the neck if you can help it. Lay in the breast and neck end first, and the best end of the neck on the top, that the fat may be whole. Make a good rich puff paste crust, and rim your dish. Then lay in your venison, put in half a pound of butter, about a quarter of a pint of water, then put a very thick paste over, and ornament it in any form you please, with leaves, etc., cut in paste, and let it be baked 3 hours in a quick oven. Put a sheet of buttered paper over it to keep it from scorching. In the meantime, set on the bones of the venison in 2 quarts of water, with 2 or 3 blades of mace, an onion, a little piece of crust baked crisp and brown, a little whole pepper. Cover it close, and let it boil softly over a slow fire till above half is wasted, then strain it off. When the pasty comes out of the oven, lift up the lid and pour in the gravy. When your venison is not fat enough, take the fat of a loin of mutton steeped in a little rape vinegar and red wine 24 hours, then lay it on the top of the venison and close your pasty. It is a wrong notion of some people to think venison cannot be baked enough, and will first bake it in a false crust and then bake it in the pasty. By this time the fine flavour of the venison is gone. No, if you want it to be very tender, wash it in warm milk and water, dry it in clean cloths till it is very dry, then rub it all over with vinegar and hang it in the air. Keep it as long as you think proper. It will keep thus a fortnight good. But be sure there be no moistness about it. If there is, you must dry it well and throw ginger over it, and it will keep a long time. When you use it, just dip it in lukewarm water and dry it. Bake it in a quick oven. If it is a large pasty, it will take 3 hours. Then your venison will be tender and have all the fine flavour. The shoulder makes a pretty pasty, boned and made as above with the mutton fat. A loin of mutton makes a fine pasty. Take a large fat loin of mutton, let it hang 4 or 5 days, then bone it, leaving the meat as whole as you can. Lay the meat 24 hours in half a pint of red wine and half a pint of rape vinegar. Then take it out of the pickle and order it as you do a pasty, and boil the bones in the same manner to fill the pasty when it comes out of the oven. To make a calf's head pie. Cleanse your head very well and boil it till it is tender. Then carefully take off the flesh as whole as you can, take out the eyes and slice the tongue. Make a good puff paste crust, cover the dish, lay on your meat, throw over it the tongue, lay the eyes cut in 2 at each corner. Season it with a very little pepper and salt. Pour in half a pint of the liquor it was boiled in. Lay a thin top crust on and bake it an hour in a quick oven. In the meantime, boil the bones of the head in 2 quarts of liquor with 2 or 3 blades of mace, half a quarter of an ounce of whole pepper, a large onion, and a bundle of sweet herbs. Let it boil till there is about a pint, then strain it off, and add 2 spoonfuls of ketchup, 3 of red wine, a piece of butter as big as a walnut rolled in flour, half an ounce of truffles and morels. Season with salt to your palate. Boil it and have half the brains boiled with some sage. Beat them and 12 leaves of sage chopped fine. Stir all together and give it a boil. Take the other part of the brains and beat them with some of the sage chopped fine, a little lemon peel minced fine, and half a small nutmeg grated. Beat it up with an egg and fry it in little cakes of a fine light brown. Boil 6 eggs hard, take only the yolks. When your pie comes out of the oven, take off the lid, lay the eggs and cakes over it, and pour the sauce all over. Send it to table hot without the lid. This is a fine dish. You may put in it as many fine things as you please, but it wants no more addition. To make a tort. First make a fine puff paste, cover your dish with the crust, make a good forcemeat, thus. Take a pound of veal and a pound of beef suet, cut them small and beat them fine in a mortar. Season it with a small nutmeg grated, a little lemon peel shred fine, a few sweet herbs, not too much, a little pepper and salt, just enough to season it, the crumb of a penny loaf, rubbed fine. Mix it up with the yolk of an egg, make 1/3 into balls, and the rest lay round the sides of the dish. Get 2 fine large veal sweetbreads, cut each into 4 pieces, 2 pair of lambstones, each cut in 2, 12 cockscombs, half an ounce of truffles and morels, 4 artichoke bottoms, cut each into 4 pieces, a few asparagus tops, some fresh mushrooms, and some pickled. Put all together in your dish. Lay first your sweetbreads, then the artichoke bottoms, then the cockscombs, then the truffles and morels, then the asparagus, then the mushrooms, and then the forcemeat balls. Season the sweetbreads with pepper and salt. Fill your pie with water and put on the crust. Bake it 2 hours. As to the fruit and fish pies, you have them in the chapter for Lent. To make mince pies the best way. Take 3 pounds of suet shred very fine and chopped as small as possible. 2 pounds of raisins stoned and chopped as fine as possible. 2 pounds of currants nicely picked, washed, rubbed and dried at the fire. 1/2 of fine pippins, pared, cored and chopped small. 1/2 pound of fine sugar pounded fine. 1/4 ounce of mace, 1/4 ounce of cloves, 2 large nutmegs, all beat fine. Put all together into a great pan and mix it well together with 1/2 pint of brandy and 1/2 pint of sack. Put it down close in a stone pot, and it will keep good 4 months. When you make your pies, take a little dish, something bigger than a soup plate, lay a very thin crust all over it, lay a thin layer of meat, and then a thin layer of citron cut very thin, then a layer of mincemeat, and a layer of orange peel cut thin, over that a little meat, squeeze half the juice of a fine Seville orange or lemon, lay on your crust and bake it nicely. These pies eat finely cold. If you make them in little patties, mix your meat and sweetmeats accordingly. If you choose meat in your pies, parboil neat's tongue, peel it, and chop the meat as fine as possible, and mix with the rest. Or 2 pounds of the inside of a sirloin of beef boiled. But you must double the quantity of fruit when you use meat. Tourte de Moy. Make puff paste and lay round your dish, then a layer of biscuit and a layer of butter and marrow, and then a layer of all sorts of sweetmeats, or as many as you have, and so do till your dish is full. Then boil a quart of cream and thicken it with 4 eggs and a spoonful of orange flower water. Sweeten it with sugar to your palate, and pour over the rest. 1/2 an hour will bake it. To make orange or lemon tarts. Take 6 large lemons and rub them very well with salt, and put them in water for 2 days with a handful of salt in it. Then change them into fresh water every day without salt for a fortnight, then boil them for 2 or 3 hours till they are tender. Then cut them into half quarters, and then cut them 3 corner ways as thin as you can. Take 6 pippins pared, cored and quartered, and a pint of fair water. Let them boil till the pippins break. Put the liquor to your orange or lemon, and half the pulp of the pippins well broken, and a pound of sugar. Boil these together 1/4 an hour, then put it in a gallipot, and squeeze an orange in it. If it be a lemon tart, squeeze a lemon. 2 spoonfuls is enough for a tart. Your patty pans must be small and shallow. Put fine puff paste, and very thin. A little while will bake it. Just as your tarts are going into the oven, with a feather or brush, do them over with melted butter, and then sift double refined sugar over them, and this is a pretty icing on them. To make different sorts of tarts. If you bake in tin patties, butter them, and you must put a little crust all over, because of the taking them out. If in china or glass, no crust but the top one. Lay fine sugar at the bottom, then your plums, cherries, or any other sort of fruit, and sugar at top. Then put on your lid and bake them in a slack oven. Mince pies must be baked in tin patties, because taking them out, the puff paste is best for them. For sweet tarts, the beaten crust is best, but as you fancy. You have the receipt for the crust in this chapter. Apple, pear, apricot, etc. make thus. Apples and pears, pare them, cut them into quarters, and core them. Cut the quarters across again. Set them on a saucepan with just as much water as will barely cover them. Let them simmer on a slow fire just till the fruit is tender. Put a good piece of lemon peel in the water with the fruit, then have your patties ready. Lay fine sugar at bottom, then your fruit, and a little sugar at top. That you must put in at your discretion. Pour over each tart a teaspoonful of lemon juice and 3 teaspoonfuls of the liquor they were boiled in. Put on your lid and bake them in a slack oven. Apricots do the same way, only do not use lemon. As to preserved tarts, only lay in your preserved fruit and put a very thin crust at top, and let them be baked as little as possible. But if you would make them very nice, have a large patty, the size you would have for your tart. Make your sugar crust, roll it as thick as a halfpenny, then butter your patties and cover it. Shape your upper crust on a hollow thing on purpose, the size of your patty, and mark it with a marking iron for that purpose, in what shape you please, to be hollow and open to see the fruit through. Then bake your crust in a very slack oven, not to discolour it, but to have it crisp. When the crust is cold, very carefully take it out and fill it with what fruit you please. Lay on the lid, and it is done. Therefore, if the tart is not eat, your sweetmeat is not the worse, and it looks genteel. Paste for tarts. 1 pound of flour, 3/4 of a pound of butter, mix up together and beat well with a rolling pin. Another paste for tarts. 1/2 pound of butter, 1/2 pound of flour, and 1/2 pound of sugar. Mix it well together and beat it with a rolling pin well, then roll it out thin. Puff paste. Take 1/4 of a peck of flour, rub in a pound of butter very fine, make it up in a light paste with cold water, just stiff enough to work it up, then roll it out about as thick as a crown piece. Put a layer of butter all over, sprinkle on a little flour, double it up and roll it out again. Double it and roll it 3 times. Then it is fit for all sorts of pies and tarts that require a puff paste. A good crust for great pies. To a peck of flour, add the yolks of 3 eggs, then boil some water, and put in 1/2 pound of fried suet, and 1.5 pounds of butter. Skim off the butter and suet, and as much of the liquor as will make it a light, good crust. Work it up well, and roll it out. A standing crust for great pies. Take a peck of flour and 6 pounds of butter, boiled in a gallon of water. Skim it off into the flour, and as little of the liquor as you can. Work it well up into a paste, then pull it into pieces till it is cold. Then make it up in what form you will have it. This is fit for the walls of a goose pie. A cold crust. To 3 pounds of flour, rub in 1.5 pounds of butter, break in 2 eggs, and make it up with cold water. A dripping crust. Take 1.5 pounds of beef dripping, boil it in water, strain it, then let it stand to be cold, and take off the hard fat. Scrape it, boil it so 4 or 5 times, then work it well up into 3 pounds of flour, as fine as you can, and make it up into paste with cold water. It makes a very fine crust. A crust for custards. Take 1/2 pound of flour, 6 ounces of butter, the yolks of 2 eggs, 3 spoonfuls of cream. Mix them together and let them stand 1/4 of an hour, then work it up and down and roll it very thin. Paste for a crackling crust. Blanch 4 handfuls of almonds and throw them into water, then dry them in a cloth, and pound them in a mortar very fine with a little orange flower water and the white of an egg. When they are well pounded, Pass them through a coarse hair sieve to clear them from all the lumps or clods. Then spread it on a dish till it is very pliable. Let it stand for a while, then roll out a piece for the undercrust and dry it in the oven on the pie pan, while other pastry works are making, as knots, ciphers, etc., for garnishing your pies. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 1. For Lent, or a Fast Dinner. A number of good dishes, which you may make use of for a table at any other time. A peas soup. Boil a quart of split peas in a gallon of water. When they are quite soft, put in half a red herring or 2 anchovies, a good deal of whole pepper, black and white, 2 or 3 blades of mace, 4 or 5 cloves, a bundle of sweet herbs, a large onion, and the green tops of a bunch of celery, a good bundle of dried mint. Cover them close and let them boil softly till there is about 2 quarts. Then strain it off and have ready the white part of the celery washed clean and cut small, and stewed tender in a quart of water. Some spinach picked and washed clean, put to the celery. Let them stew till the water is quite wasted, and put it to your soup. Take a French roll, take out the crumb, fry the crust brown in a little fresh butter. Take some spinach, stew it in a little butter after it is boiled, and fill the roll. Take the crumb, cut it in pieces, beat it in a mortar with a raw egg, a little spinach, and a little sorrel, a little beaten mace, a little nutmeg, and an anchovy. Then mix it up with your hand and roll them into balls with a little flour, and cut some bread into dice and fry them crisp. Pour your soup into your dish, put in the balls and bread, and the roll in the middle. Garnish your dish with spinach. If it wants salt, you must season it to your palate. Rub in some dried mint. A green peas soup. Take a quart of old green peas, and boil them till they are quite tender as pap, in a quart of water. Then strain them through a sieve, and boil a quart of the young peas in that water. In the meantime, put the old peas into a sieve, pour half a pound of melted butter over them, and strain them through the sieve with the back of a spoon, till you have got all the pulp. When the young peas are boiled enough, add the pulp and butter to the young peas and liquor. Stir them together till they are smooth, and season with pepper and salt. You may fry a French roll and let it swim in the dish. If you like it, boil a bundle of mint in the peas. Another green peas soup. Take a quart of green peas, boil them in a gallon of water, with a bundle of mint and a few sweet herbs, mace, cloves, and whole pepper, till they are tender. Then strain them, liquor and all, through a coarse sieve, till the pulp is strained. Put this liquor into a saucepan, put to it 4 heads of celery clean washed and cut small, a handful of spinach clean washed and cut small, a lettuce cut small, a fine leek cut small, a quart of green peas, a little salt. Cover them and let them boil very softly till there is about 2 quarts, and that the celery is tender. Then send it to table. Just before you send up your soup, put in half a pint of spinach juice into it, but don't let it boil after. Soup meagre. Take half a pound of butter, put it into a deep stew pan, shake it about, and let it stand till it is done making a noise. Then have ready 6 middling onions peeled and cut small. Throw them in and shake them about. Take a bunch of celery clean washed and picked. Cut it in pieces half as long as your finger, a large handful of spinach, clean washed and picked, a good lettuce, clean washed, if you have it, and cut small, a little bundle of parsley, chopped fine. Shake all this well together in the pan for 1/4 of an hour, then shake in a little flour. Stir all together and pour into the stew pan 2 quarts of boiling water. Take a handful of dry hard crust, throw in a teaspoonful of beaten pepper, 3 blades of mace beat fine, stir all together and let it boil softly for half an hour. Then take it off the fire and beat up the yolks of 2 eggs and stir in, and 1 spoonful of vinegar. Pour it into the soup dish and send it to table. If you have any green peas, boil half a pint in the soup for a change. To make an onion soup. Take half a pound of butter, put it into a stew pan on the fire, let it all melt and boil it till it has done making any noise. Then have ready 10 or a dozen middling onions, peeled and cut small. Throw them into the butter and let them fry 1/4 of an hour, then shake in a little flour and stir them round. Shake your pan and let them do a few minutes longer. Then pour in 1 quart or 3 pints of boiling water, stir them round. Take a good piece of upper crust, the stalest bread you have, about as big as the top of a penny loaf cut small, and throw it in. Season with salt to your palate. Let it boil 10 minutes, stirring it often. Then take it off the fire and have ready the yolks of 2 eggs beat fine, with half a spoonful of vinegar. Mix some of the soup with them, then stir it into your soup and mix it well, and pour it into your dish. This is a delicious dish. To make an eel soup. Take eels according to the quantity of soup you would make. A pound of eels will make a pint of good soup. So to every pound of eels put a quart of water, a crust of bread, 2 or 3 blades of mace, a little whole pepper, an onion, and a bundle of sweet herbs. Cover them close and let them boil till half the liquor is wasted. Then strain it and toast some bread, cut it small, lay the bread into the dish, and pour in your soup. If you have a stew hole, set the dish over it for a minute and send it to table. If you find your soup not rich enough, you must let it boil till it is as strong as you would have it. You may make this soup as rich and good as if it was meat. You may add a piece of carrot to brown it. To make a crawfish soup. Take a carp, a large eel, half a thornback, cleanse and wash them clean, put them into a saucepan or little pot, put to them a gallon of water, the crust of a penny loaf. Skim them well, season it with mace, cloves, whole pepper, black and white, an onion, a bundle of sweet herbs, some parsley, a piece of ginger. Let them boil by themselves close covered. Then take the tails of 100 crawfish. Pick out the bag and all the woolly parts that are about them. Put them into a saucepan with 2 quarts of water, a little salt, a bundle of sweet herbs. Let them stew softly, and when they are ready to boil, take out the tails and beat all the other part of the crawfish with the shells, and boil in the liquor the tails you took out with a blade of mace till it comes to about a pint. Strain it through a clean sieve and add it to the fish a-boiling. Let all boil softly till there is about 3 quarts. Then strain it off through a coarse sieve. Put it into your pot again, and if it wants salt, you must put some in, and the tails of the crawfish. Beat the live spawn of a hen lobster very fine, and put in, to give it colour. Take a French roll and fry it crisp, and add to it. Let them stew all together for 1/4 of an hour. You may stew a carp with them. Pour your soup into your dish, the roll swimming in the middle. When you have a carp, there should be a roll on each side. Garnish the dish with crawfish. If your crawfish will not lie on the sides of your dish, make a little paste and lay round the rim, and lay the fish on that all round the dish. Take care that your soup be well seasoned, but not too high. To make a mussel soup. Get 100 of mussels, wash them very clean, put them into a stew pan, cover them close. Let them stew till they open, then pick them out of their shells, strain the liquor through a fine lawn sieve to your mussels, and pick the beard or crab out, if any. Take a dozen crawfish, beat them to mash, with a dozen of almonds blanched and beat fine. Then take a small parsnip and a carrot scraped, and cut in thin slices, fry them brown with a little butter. Then take 2 pounds of any fresh fish, and boil in a gallon of water, with a bundle of sweet herbs, a large onion stuck with cloves, whole pepper, black and white, a little parsley, a little piece of horseradish, and salt the mussel liquor, the crawfish, and almonds. Let them boil till half is wasted, then strain them through a sieve, put the soup into a saucepan. Put in 20 of the mussels, a few mushrooms, and truffles cut small, and a leek washed and cut very small. Take 2 French rolls, take out the crumb, fry it brown, cut it into little pieces, put it into the soup. Let it boil all together for 1/4 of an hour with the fried carrot and parsnip. In the meanwhile, take the crust of the rolls fried crisp, take 1/2 of the mussels, 1/4 of a pound of butter, a spoonful of water, shake in a little flour, set them on the fire, keeping the saucepan shaking all the time till the butter is melted. Season it with pepper and salt, beat the yolks of 3 eggs, put them in, stir them all the time for fear of curdling, grate a little nutmeg. When it is thick and fine, fill the rolls, pour your soup into the dish, put in the rolls, and lay the rest of the mussels round the rim of the dish. To make a skate or thornback soup. Take 2 pounds of skate or thornback, skin it and boil it in 6 quarts of water. When it is enough, take it up, pick off the flesh, and lay it by. Put in the bones again, and about 2 pounds of any fresh fish, a very little piece of lemon peel, a bundle of sweet herbs, whole pepper, 2 or 3 blades of mace, a little piece of horseradish, the crust of a penny loaf, a little parsley. Cover it close, and let it boil till there is about 2 quarts. Then strain it off, and add an ounce of vermicelli. Set it on the fire, and let it boil softly. In the meantime, take a French roll, cut a little hole in the top, take out the crumb, fry the crust brown in butter. Take the flesh off the fish you laid by, cut it into little pieces, put it into a saucepan with 2 or 3 spoonfuls of the soup. Shake in a little flour, put in a piece of butter, a little pepper and salt. Shake them together in the saucepan over the fire till it is quite thick. Then fill the roll with it. Pour your soup into your dish, let the roll swim in the middle, and send it to table. To make an oyster soup. Your stock must be made of any sort of fish the place affords. Let there be about 2 quarts. Take a pint of oysters, beard them, put them into a saucepan, strain the liquor, let them stew 2 or 3 minutes in their own liquor. Then take the hard parts of the oyster, and beat them in a mortar with the yolks of 4 hard eggs. Mix them with some of the soup. Put them with the other part of the oysters and liquor into a saucepan, a little nutmeg, pepper and salt. Stir them well together, and let it boil 1/4 of an hour. Dish it up, and send it to table. To make an almond soup. Take a quart of almonds, Blanch them and beat them in a marble mortar with the yolks of 12 hard eggs till they are a fine paste. Mix them by degrees with 2 quarts of new milk, a quart of cream, a quarter of a pound of double refined sugar beat fine. Stir all well together. When it is well mixed, set it over a slow fire, and keep it stirring quick all the while, till you find it is thick enough. Then pour it into your dish and send it to table. If you be not very careful, it will curdle. To make a rice soup. Take 2 quarts of water, a pound of rice, a little cinnamon, cover it close and let it simmer very softly till the rice is quite tender. Take out the cinnamon, then sweeten it to your palate, grate half a nutmeg and let it stand till it is cold. Then beat up the yolks of 3 eggs with half a pint of white wine, mix them very well, then stir them into the rice, set them on a slow fire, and keep stirring all the time for fear of curdling. When it is of a good thickness and boils, take it up. Keep stirring it till you put it into your dish. To make a barley soup. Take a gallon of water, half a pound of barley, a blade or 2 of mace, a large crust of bread, a little lemon peel. Let it boil till it comes to 2 quarts. Then add half a pint of white wine and sweeten to your palate. To make a turnip soup. Take a gallon of water and a bunch of turnips, pare them, save 3 or 4 out, put the rest into the water with half an ounce of whole pepper, an onion stuck with cloves, a blade of mace, half a nutmeg bruised, a little bundle of sweet herbs, and a large crust of bread. Let these boil an hour pretty fast, then strain it through a sieve, squeezing the turnips through. Wash and cut a bunch of celery very small. Set it on in the liquor over the fire, cover it close, and let it stew. In the meantime, cut the turnips you saved into dice, and 2 or 3 small carrots clean scraped, and cut in little pieces. Put half these turnips and carrots into the pot with the celery, and the other half fry brown in fresh butter. You must flour them first, and 2 or 3 onions peeled, cut in thin slices, and fried brown. Then put them all into the soup, with an ounce of vermicelli. Let your soup boil softly till the celery is quite tender, and your soup is good. Season it with salt to your palate. To make an egg soup. Beat the yolks of 2 eggs in your dish with a piece of butter as big as a hen's egg. Take a tea kettle of boiling water in one hand and a spoon in the other. Pour in about a quart by degrees, then keep stirring it all the time well till the eggs are well mixed and the butter melted. Then pour it into a saucepan and keep stirring it all the time till it begins to simmer. Take it off the fire and pour it between 2 vessels, out of one into the other, till it is quite smooth and has a great froth. Set it on the fire again, keep stirring it till it is quite hot, then pour it into the soup dish and send it to table hot. To make peas porridge. Take a quart of green peas, put to them a quart of water, a bundle of dried mint, and a little salt. Let them boil till the peas are quite tender. Then put in some beaten pepper, a piece of butter as big as a walnut rolled in flour, stir it all together, and let it boil a few minutes. Then add 2 quarts of milk, let it boil a quarter of an hour, take out the mint, and serve it up. To make a white pot. Take 2 quarts of new milk, 8 eggs, and half the whites. Beat up with a little rose water, a nutmeg, a quarter of a pound of sugar. Cut a penny loaf in very thin slices, and pour your milk and eggs over. Put a little bit of sweet butter on the top. Bake it in a slow oven half an hour. To make a rice white pot. Boil a pound of rice in 2 quarts of new milk, till it is tender and thick. Beat it in a mortar with 1/4 pound of sweet almonds blanched. Then boil 2 quarts of cream, with a few crumbs of white bread, and 2 or 3 blades of mace. Mix it all with 8 eggs, a little rose water, and sweeten to your taste. Cut some candied orange and citron peels thin, and lay it in. It must be put into a slow oven. To make rice milk. Take 1/2 pound of rice, boil it in 1 quart of water with a little cinnamon. Let it boil till the water is all wasted. Take great care it does not burn. Then add 3 pints of milk and the yolk of an egg beat up. Keep it stirring, and when it boils, take it up. Sweeten to your palate. To make an orange fool. Take the juice of 6 oranges and 6 eggs well beaten, a pint of cream, 1/4 pound of sugar, a little cinnamon and nutmeg. Mix all together and keep stirring over a slow fire till it is thick. Then put in a little piece of butter and keep stirring till cold, and dish it up. To make a Westminster fool. Take a penny loaf, cut it into thin slices, wet them with sack, lay them in the bottom of a dish. Take 1 quart of cream, beat up 6 eggs, 2 spoonfuls of rose water, a blade of mace, and some grated nutmeg. Sweeten to your taste. Put all this into a saucepan and keep stirring all the time over a slow fire for fear of curdling. When it begins to be thick, pour it into the dish over the bread. Let it stand till it is cold and serve it up. To make a gooseberry fool. Take 2 quarts of gooseberries, set them on the fire in about 1 quart of water. When they begin to simmer, turn yellow, and begin to plump, throw them into a colander to drain the water out. Then, with the back of a spoon, carefully squeeze the pulp, throw the sieve into a dish, make them pretty sweet, and let them stand till they are cold. In the meantime, take 2 quarts of new milk, and the yolks of 4 eggs, beat up with a little grated nutmeg. Stir it softly over a slow fire. When it begins to simmer, take it off, and by degrees stir it into the gooseberries. Let it stand till it is cold, and serve it up. If you make it with cream, you need not put any eggs in, and if it is not thick enough, it is only boiling more gooseberries. But that you must do as you think proper. To make furmity. Take 1 quart of ready boiled wheat, 2 quarts of milk, 1/4 pound of currants, clean picked and washed. Stir these together and boil them. Beat up the yolks of 3 or 4 eggs, a little nutmeg with 2 or 3 spoonfuls of milk, and add to the wheat. Stir them together for a few minutes. Then sweeten to your palate and send it to table. To make plum porridge or barley gruel. Take 1 gallon of water, 1/2 pound of barley, 1/4 pound of raisins clean washed, 1/4 pound of currants clean washed and picked. Boil these till above half the water is wasted, with 2 or 3 blades of mace. Then sweeten it to your palate, and add 1/2 pint of white wine. To make buttered wheat. Put your wheat into a saucepan. When it is hot, stir in a good piece of butter, a little grated nutmeg, and sweeten it to your palate. To make plum gruel. Take 2 quarts of water, 2 large spoonfuls of oatmeal, stir it together, a blade or 2 of mace, a little piece of lemon peel. Boil it for 5 or 6 minutes. Take care it do not boil over. Then strain it off and put it into the saucepan again with 1/2 pound of currants clean washed and picked. Let them boil about 10 minutes. Add a glass of white wine, a little grated nutmeg, and sweeten to your palate. To make a flour hasty pudding. Take a quart of milk and 4 bay leaves, set it on the fire to boil, beat up the yolks of 2 eggs, and stir in a little salt. Take 2 or 3 spoonfuls of milk, and beat up with your eggs, and stir in your milk. Then, with a wooden spoon in one hand and the flour in the other, stir it in till it is of a good thickness, but not too thick. Let it boil and keep it stirring. Then pour it into a dish and stick pieces of butter here and there. You may omit the egg if you do not like it, but it is a great addition to the pudding. And a little piece of butter stirred in the milk makes it eat short and fine. Take out the bay leaves before you put in the flour. To make an oatmeal hasty pudding. Take a quart of water, set it on to boil, put in a piece of butter and some salt. When it boils, stir in the oatmeal as you do the flour, till it is of a good thickness. Let it boil a few minutes, pour it into your dish, and stick pieces of butter in it, or eat with wine and sugar, or ale and sugar, or cream, or new milk. This is best made with Scotch oatmeal. To make an excellent sack posset. Beat 15 eggs, whites and yolks very well, and strain them. Then put 3/4 pound of white sugar into a pint of canary, and mix it with your eggs in a basin. Set it over a chafing dish of coals, and keep continually stirring it till it is scalding hot. In the meantime, grate some nutmeg in a quart of milk and boil it. Then pour it into your eggs and wine, they being scalding hot. Hold your hand very high as you pour it, and somebody stirring it all the time you are pouring in the milk. Then take it off the chafing dish, set it before the fire half an hour, and serve it up. To make another sack posset. Take a quart of new milk, 4 Naples biscuits, crumble them, and when the milk boils, throw them in. Just give it one boil, take it off, grate in some nutmeg, and sweeten to your palate. Then pour in half a pint of sack, stirring it all the time, and serve it up. You may crumble white bread instead of biscuit. Or make it thus. Boil a quart of cream or new milk with the yolks of 2 eggs. First take a French roll and cut it as thin as possibly you can in little pieces. Lay it in the dish you intend for the posset. When the milk boils, which you must keep stirring all the time, pour it over the bread and stir it together. Cover it close, then take a pint of canary, a 1/4 pound of sugar, and grate in some nutmeg. When it boils, pour it into the milk, stirring it all the time, and serve it up. To make a fine hasty pudding. Break an egg into fine flour, and with your hand work up as much as you can into a stiff paste as is possible. Then mince it as small as herbs to the pot, as small as if it were to be sifted. Then set a quart of milk a-boiling, and put it in the paste so cut. Put in a little salt, a little beaten cinnamon and sugar, a piece of butter as big as a walnut, and stirring all one way. When it is as thick as you would have it, stir in such another piece of butter, then pour it into your dish, and stick pieces of butter here and there. Send it to table hot. To make hasty fritters. Take a stew pan, put in some butter, and let it be hot. In the meantime, take half a pint of all ale, not bitter, and stir in some flour by degrees in a little of the ale. Put in a few currants or chopped apples, beat them up quick, and drop a large spoonful at a time all over the pan. Take care they do not stick together. Turn them with an egg slice. And when they are of a fine brown, lay them in a dish, and throw some sugar over them. Garnish with orange cut into quarters. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 2. For Lent or a Fast Dinner. From To Make Fine Fritters. Dry some of the finest flour well before the fire. Mix it with a quart of new milk, not too thick, 6 or 8 eggs, a little nutmeg, a little mace, a little salt, and 1/4 of a pint of sack or ale or a glass of brandy. Beat them well together, then make them pretty thick with pippins and fry them dry. To make apple fritters. Beat the yolks of 8 eggs, the whites of 4 well together, and strain them into a pan. Then take a quart of cream, make it as hot as you can bear your finger in it. Then put to it 1/4 of a pint of sack, 3/4 of a pint of ale, and make a posset of it. When it is cool, put it to your eggs, beating it well together. Then put in nutmeg, ginger, salt, and flour to your liking. Your batter should be pretty thick. Then put in pippins sliced or scraped, and fry them in a good deal of butter quick. To make curd fritters. Having a handful of curds and a handful of flour, and 10 eggs well beaten and strained, some sugar, cloves, mace, and nutmeg beat, a little saffron. Stir all well together, and fry them quick and of a fine light brown. To make fritters royal. Take a quart of new milk, put it into a skillet or saucepan, and as the milk boils up, pour in a pint of sack. Let it boil up, then take it off and let it stand 5 or 6 minutes, then skim off all the curd and put it into a basin. Beat it up well with 6 eggs. Season it with nutmeg. Then beat it with a whisk, add flour to make it as thick as batter usually is, put in some fine sugar, and fry them quick. To make skirret fritters. Take a pint of pulp of skirrets and a spoonful of flour, the yolks of 4 eggs, sugar and spice, make into a thick batter, and fry them quick. To make white fritters. Having some rice, wash it in 5 or 6 several waters, and dry it very well before the fire. Then beat it in a mortar very fine, and sift it through a lawn sieve, that it may be very fine. You must have at least 1 ounce of it. Then put it into a saucepan just wet with milk, and when it is well incorporated with it, add to it another pint of milk. Set the whole over a stove or a very slow fire, and take care to keep it always moving. Put in a little sugar and some candied lemon peel grated. Keep it over the fire till it is almost come to the thickness of a fine paste. Flour a peel, pour it on it, and spread it abroad with a rolling pin. When it is quite cold, cut it into little morsels, taking care they stick not one to the other. Flour your hands and roll up your fritters handsomely, and fry them. When you serve them up, pour a little orange flower water over them and sugar. These make a pretty side dish, or are very pretty to garnish a fine dish with. To make syringed fritters. Take about a pint of water and a bit of butter the bigness of an egg, with some lemon peel, green if you can get it, rasped preserved lemon peel, and crisped orange flowers. Put all together in a stew pan over the fire, and when boiling, throw in some fine flour. Keep it stirring. Put in by degrees more flour till your batter be thick enough. Take it off the fire. Then take 1 ounce of sweet almonds, 4 bitter ones, pound them in a mortar, stir in 2 Naples biscuits crumbled, 2 eggs beat. Stir all together, and more eggs till your batter be thin enough to be syringed. Fill your syringe. Your batter being hot, syringe your fritters in it, to make it of a true lover's knot, and being well coloured, serve them up for a side dish. At another time you may rub a sheet of paper with butter, over which you may syringe your fritters, and make them in what shape you please. Your butter being hot, turn the paper upside down over it, and your fritters will easily drop off. When fried, strew them with sugar and glaze them. To make vine leaf fritters. Take some of the smallest vine leaves you can get, and having cut off the great stalks, put them in a dish with some French brandy, green lemon rasped, and some sugar. Take a good handful of fine flour, mixed with white wine or ale. Let your butter be hot, and with a spoon drop in your batter. Take great care they don't stick one to the other. On each fritter lay a leaf. Fry them quick and strew sugar over them, and glaze them with a red-hot shovel. With all fritters made with milk and eggs, you should have beaten cinnamon and sugar in a saucer, and either squeeze an orange over it or pour a glass of white wine, and so throw sugar all over the dish, and they should be fried in a good deal of fat. Therefore, they are best fried in beef dripping or hog's lard, when it can be done. To make clary fritters. Take your clary leaves, cut off the stalks, dip them one by one in a batter made with milk and flour. Your butter being hot, fry them quick. This is a pretty heartening dish for a sick or weak person, and comfrey leaves do the same way. To make apple freisers. Cut your apples in thick slices and fry them of a fine light brown. Take them up and lay them to drain. Keep them as whole as you can, and either pare them or let it alone. Then make a batter as follows. Take 5 eggs, leaving out 2 whites. Beat them up with cream and flour and a little sack. Make it the thickness of a pancake batter. Pour in a little melted butter, nutmeg, and a little sugar. Let your batter be hot, and drop in your fritters, and on every one lay a slice of apple, and then more batter on them. Fry them of a fine light brown. Take them up and strew some double refined sugar all over them. To make an almond fraise. Get a pound of Jordan almonds, blanched, steep them in a pint of sweet cream, 10 yolks of eggs, and 4 whites. Take out the almonds and pound them in a mortar fine. Then mix them again in the cream and eggs. Put in sugar and grated white bread. Stir them well together. Put some fresh butter into the pan. Let it be hot and pour it in, stirring it in the pan till they are of a good thickness. And when it is enough, turn it into a dish, throw sugar over it, and serve it up. To make pancakes. Take a quart of milk, beat in 6 or 8 eggs, leaving half the whites out. Mix it well till your batter is of a fine thickness. You must observe to mix your flour first with a little milk, then add the rest by degrees. Put in 2 spoonfuls of beaten ginger, a glass of brandy, a little salt. Stir all together, make your stew pan very clean, put in a piece of butter as big as a walnut, then pour in a ladleful of batter, which will make a pancake, moving the pan round that the batter be all over the pan. Shake the pan, and when you think that side is enough, toss it. If you can't, turn it cleverly, and when both sides are done, lay it in a dish before the fire, and so do the rest. You must take care they are dry. When you send them to table, strew a little sugar over them. To make fine pancakes. Take half a pint of cream, half a pint of sack, the yolks of 18 eggs beat fine, a little salt, half a pound of fine sugar, a little beaten cinnamon, mace and nutmeg. Then put in as much flour as will run thin over the pan, and fry them in fresh butter. This sort of pancake will not be crisp, but very good. A second sort of fine pancakes. Take a pint of cream and 8 eggs well beat, a nutmeg grated, a little salt, half a pound of good dish butter melted. Mix all together with as much flour as will make them into thin batter. Fry them nice and turn them on the back of a plate. A third sort. Take 6 new-laid eggs well beat. Mix them with a pint of cream, 1/4 pound of sugar, some grated nutmeg, and as much flour as will make the batter of a proper thickness. Fry these fine pancakes in small pans, and let your pans be hot. You must not put above the bigness of a nutmeg of butter at a time into the pan. A fourth sort, called a quire of paper. Take a pint of cream, 6 eggs, 3 spoonfuls of fine flour, 3 of sack, 1 of orange flower water, a little sugar, and half a nutmeg grated, 1/2 pound of melted butter almost cold. Mingle all well together, and butter the pan for the first pancake. Let them run as thin as possible. When they are just coloured, they are enough, and so do with all the fine pancakes. To make rice pancakes. Take a quart of cream and 3 spoonfuls of flour of rice. Set it on a slow fire and keep it stirring till it is thick as pap. Stir in 1/2 pound of butter, a nutmeg grated. Then pour it out into an earthen pan, and when it is cold, stir in 3 or 4 spoonfuls of flour, a little salt, some sugar, 9 eggs well beaten. Mix all well together and fry them nicely. When you have no cream, use new milk and 1 spoonful more of the flour of rice. To make a pupton of apples. Pare some apples, take out the cores, and put them into a skillet. To a quart mugful heaped, put in 1/4 pound of sugar and 2 spoonfuls of water. Do them over a slow fire, keep them stirring. Add a little cinnamon. When it is quite thick and like marmalade, let it stand till cool. Beat up the yolks of 4 or 5 eggs and stir in a handful of grated bread and 1/4 pound of fresh butter. Then form it into what shape you please, and bake it in a slow oven, and then turn it upside down on a plate for a second course. To make black caps. Cut 12 large apples in halves, and take out the cores. Place them on a thin patty pan or mazarine as close together as they can lie, with the flat side downwards. Squeeze a lemon in 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water and pour over them. Shred some lemon peel fine and throw over them, and grate fine sugar all over. Set them in a quick oven, and 1/2 an hour will do them. When you send them to table, throw fine sugar all over the dish. To bake apples whole. Put your apples into an earthen pan, with a few cloves, a little lemon peel, some coarse sugar, a glass of red wine. Put them into a quick oven, and they will take an hour baking. To stew pears. Pare 6 pears, and either quarter them or do them whole. They make a pretty dish with 1 whole, the rest cut in quarters and the cores taken out. Lay them in a deep earthen pot with a few cloves, a piece of lemon peel, a gill of red wine, and 1/4 pound of fine sugar. If the pears are very large, they will take 1/2 pound of sugar and 1/2 pint of red wine. Cover them close with brown paper, and bake them till they are enough. Serve them hot or cold, just as you like them, and they will be very good with water in the place of wine. To stew pears in a saucepan. Put them into a saucepan with the ingredients as before. Cover them, and do them over a slow fire. When they are enough, take them off, add a pennyworth of cochineal, bruised very fine. To stew pears purple. Pare 4 pears, cut them into quarters, core them, put them into a stew pan with 1/4 pint of water, 1/4 pound of sugar. Cover them with a pewter plate, then cover the pan with the lid, and do them over a slow fire. Look at them often for fear of melting the plate. When they are enough, and the liquor looks of a fine purple, take them off and lay them in your dish with the liquor. When cold, serve them up for a side dish at a second course, or just as you please. To stew pippins whole. Take 12 golden pippins, pare them, put the parings into a saucepan with water enough to cover them, a blade of mace, 2 or 3 cloves, a piece of lemon peel. Let them simmer till there is just enough to stew the pippins in, then strain it and put it into the saucepan again with sugar enough to make it like a syrup. Then put them in a preserving pan or clean stew pan or large saucepan and pour the syrup over them. Let there be enough to stew them in. When they are enough, which you will know by the pippins being soft, take them up, lay them in a little dish with the syrup. When cold, serve them up, or hot if you choose it. A pretty made dish. Take 1/2 pound of almonds blanched and beat fine, with a little rose or orange flower water. Then take a quart of sweet thick cream, and boil it with a piece of cinnamon and mace. Sweeten it with sugar to your palate, and mix it with your almonds. Stir it well together, and strain it through a sieve. Let your cream cool, and thicken it with the yolks of 6 eggs. Then garnish a deep dish, and lay paste at the bottom. Then put in shred artichoke bottoms, being first boiled, upon that a little melted butter, shred citron, and candied orange. So do till your dish is near full, then pour in your cream, and bake it without a lid. When it is baked, scrape sugar over it, and serve it up hot. 1/2 an hour will bake it. To make kickshaws. Make puff paste, roll it thin, and if you have any moulds, work it upon them, make them up with preserved pippins. You may fill some with gooseberries, some with raspberries, or what you please. Then close them up, and either bake or fry them. Throw grated sugar over them, and serve them up. Pan perdu, or cream toasts. Having 2 French rolls, cut them into slices as thick as your finger, crumb and crust together. Lay them on a dish, put to them a pint of cream and 1/2 a pint of milk. Strew them over with beaten cinnamon and sugar. Turn them frequently till they are tender, but take care not to break them. Then take them from the cream with the slice, break 4 or 5 eggs, turn your slices of bread in the eggs, and fry them in clarified butter. Make them of a good brown colour, but not black. Scrape a little sugar over them. They may be served for a second course dish, but are fittest for supper. Salamagundi for a middle dish at supper. In the top plate in the middle, which should stand higher than the rest, take a fine pickled herring, bone it, take off the head, and mince the rest fine. In the other plates round, put the following things. In one, pare a cucumber, and cut it very thin. In another, apples pared and cut small. In another, an onion peeled and cut small. In another, 2 hard eggs chopped small, the whites in one, and the yolks in another. Pickled gherkins in another cut small. In another, celery cut small. In another, pickled red cabbage chopped fine. Take some watercresses clean washed and picked, stick them all about and between every plate or saucer, and throw nasturtium flowers about the cresses. You must have oil and vinegar and lemon to eat with it. If it is prettily set out, it will make a pretty figure in the middle of the table, or you may lay them in heaps in a dish. If you have not all these ingredients, set out your plates or saucers with just what you fancy, and in the room of a pickled herring you may mince anchovies. To make a tansy. Take 10 eggs, break them into a pan, put to them a little salt, beat them very well. Then put to them 8 ounces of loaf sugar beat fine, and a pint of the juice of spinach and a little juice of tansy. Mix them well together and strain it into a quart of cream. Then grate in 8 ounces of Naples biscuit or white bread, a nutmeg grated, a quarter of a pound of Jordan almonds, beat in a mortar with a little juice of tansy to your taste. Mix these all together, put it into a stew pan with a piece of butter as large as a pippin. Set it over a slow charcoal fire, keep it stirring till it is hardened very well, then butter a dish very well, put in your tansy, bake it, and when it is enough, turn it out on a pie plate. Squeeze the juice of an orange over it, and throw sugar all over. Garnish with orange cut into quarters, and sweetmeats cut into long bits, and lay all over its side. Another way. Take a pint of cream, and half a pint of blanched almonds beat fine, with rose and orange flower water, stir them together over a slow fire. When it boils, take it off, and let it stand till cold. Then beat in 10 eggs, grate in a small nutmeg, 4 Naples biscuits, a little grated bread. Sweeten to your taste, and if you think it is too thick, put in some more cream, the juice of spinach, to make it green. Stir it well together, and either fry it or bake it. If you do fry it, do one side first, and then, with a dish, turn the other. To make a hedgehog. Take 2 pounds of sweet almonds blanched, beat them well in a mortar, with a little canary and orange flower water, to keep them from oiling. Make them into a stiff paste, then beat in the yolks of 12 eggs. Leave out 5 of the whites. Put to it a pint of cream. Sweeten it with sugar, put in half a pound of sweet butter melted, set it on a furnace or slow fire, and keep continually stirring till it is stiff enough to be made into the form of a hedgehog. Then stick it full of blanched almonds slit, and stuck up like the bristles of a hedgehog, then put it into a dish. Take a pint of cream and the yolks of 4 eggs beat up, and mix with the cream. Sweeten to your palate, and keep them stirring over a slow fire all the time till it is hot, then pour it into your dish round the hedgehog. Let it stand till it is cold, and serve it up. Or you may make a fine hartshorn jelly, and pour into the dish, which will look very pretty. You may eat wine and sugar with it, or eat it without. Or cold cream sweetened, with a glass of white wine in it, and the juice of a Seville orange, and pour it into the dish. It will be pretty for a change. This is a pretty side dish at a second course, or in the middle for supper, or in a grand dessert. Plump 2 currants for the eyes. Or make it thus for change. Take 2 pounds of sweet almonds blanched, 12 bitter ones, beat them in a marble mortar well together, with canary and orange flower water, 2 spoonfuls of the tincture of saffron, 2 spoonfuls of the juice of sorrel, beat them into a fine paste, put in half a pound of melted butter, mix it up well, a little nutmeg and beaten mace, an ounce of citron, an ounce of orange peel, both cut fine, mix them in the yolks of 12 eggs, and half the whites beat up, and mixed in half a pint of cream, half a pint of double refined sugar, and work it up all together. If it is not stiff enough to make up into the form you would have it, you must have a mould for it. Butter it well, then put in your ingredients and bake it. The mould must be made in such a manner as to have the head peeping out. When it comes out of the oven, have ready some almonds blanched and slit, and boiled up in sugar till brown. Stick it all over with the almonds, and for sauce, have red wine and sugar made hot, and the juice of an orange. Send it hot to table for a first course. You may leave out the saffron and sorrel, and make it up like chickens, or any other shape you please, or alter the sauce to your fancy. Butter, sugar, and white wine is a pretty sauce for either baked or boiled, and you may make the sauce of what colour you please. or put it into a mould with half a pound of currants added to it, and boil it for a pudding. You may use cochineal in the room of saffron. The following liquor you may make to mix with your sauces. Beat an ounce of cochineal very fine, put in a pint of water in a skillet, and a quarter of an ounce of rock alum. Boil it till the goodness is out. Strain it into a phial with an ounce of fine sugar, and it will keep 6 months. To make pretty almond puddings. Take 1.5 pounds of blanched almonds, beat them fine with a little rose water, 1 pound of grated bread, 1.25 pounds of fine sugar, 1/4 of an ounce of cinnamon, and a large nutmeg beat fine, 1/2 pound of melted butter, mixed with the yolks of eggs, and 4 whites beat fine, a pint of sack, 1.5 pints of cream, some rose or orange flower water. Boil the cream, and tie a little bag of saffron, and dip in the cream to colour it. First beat your eggs very well, and mix with your batter. Beat it up, then the spice, then the almonds, then the rose water and wine by degrees, beating it all the time, then the sugar, and then the cream by degrees, keeping it stirring, and 1/4 pound of vermicelli. Stir all together, and have some hog's guts nice and clean, fill them only half full, and as you put in the ingredients, here and there put in a bit of citron. Tie both ends of the gut tight, and boil them about 1/4 of an hour. You may add currants for change. To make fried toasts. Take a penny loaf, cut it into slices 1/4 of an inch thick round ways, toast them, and then take a pint of cream and 3 eggs, half a pint of sack, some nutmeg, and sweeten it to your taste. Steep the toasts in it for 3 or 4 hours. Then have ready some butter hot in a pan. Put in the toasts and fry them brown. Lay them in a dish, melt a little butter, and then mix what is left. If none, put in some wine and sugar, and pour over them. They make a pretty plate or side dish for supper. To stew a brace of carp. Scrape them very clean, then gut them, wash them and the roes in a pint of good stale beer, to preserve all the blood, and boil the carp, with a little salt in the water. In the meantime strain the beer, and put it into a saucepan with a pint of red wine, 2 or 3 blades of mace, some whole pepper black and white, an onion stuck with cloves, half a nutmeg bruised, a bundle of sweet herbs, a piece of lemon peel as big as a sixpence, an anchovy, a little piece of horseradish. Let these boil together softly for 1/4 of an hour, covered close. Then strain it, and add to it half the hard roe beat to pieces, 2 or 3 spoonfuls of ketchup, 1/4 pound of fresh butter, and a spoonful of mushroom pickle. Let it boil, and keep stirring it till the sauce is thick and enough. If it wants any salt, you must put some in. Then take the rest of the roe, and beat it up with the yolk of an egg, some nutmeg, and a little lemon peel cut small. Fry them in fresh butter in little cakes, and some pieces of bread cut 3-corner ways, and fried brown. When the carp are enough, take them up, pour your sauce over them, lay the cakes round the dish, with horseradish scraped fine, and fried parsley. The rest lay on the carp, and stick the bread about them, and lay round them, then sliced lemon notched, and lay round the dish, and 2 or 3 pieces on the carp. Send them to table hot. If you would have your sauce white, put in good fish broth instead of beer, and white wine in the room of red wine. Make your broth with any sort of fresh fish you have, and season it as you do gravy. To fry carp. First scale and gut them, wash them clean, lay them in a cloth to dry, then flour them, and fry them of a fine light brown. Fry some toast cut 3-corner ways, and the roes. When your fish is done, lay them on a coarse cloth to drain. Let your sauce be butter and anchovy, with the juice of lemon. Lay your carp in the dish, the rose on each side, and garnish with the fried toast and lemon. To bake a carp. Scale, wash, and clean a brace of carp very well. Take an earthen pan deep enough to lie cleverly in, butter the pan a little, lay in your carp. Season with mace, cloves, nutmeg, and black and white pepper, a bundle of sweet herbs, an onion, and anchovy. Pour in a bottle of white wine, cover it close, and let them bake an hour in a hot oven, if large. If small, a less time will do them. When they are enough, carefully take them up and lay them in a dish. Set it over hot water to keep it hot, and cover it close. Then pour all the liquor they were baked in into a saucepan. Let it boil a minute or two, then strain it, and add half a pound of butter rolled in flour. Let it boil, keep stirring it, squeeze in the juice of half a lemon, and put in what salt you want. Pour the sauce over the fish, lay the roes round, and garnish with lemon. Observe to skim all the fat off the liquor. To fry tench. Slime your tenchers, slit the skin along the backs, and with the point of your knife raise it up from the bone, then cut the skin across at the head and tail, then strip it off and take out the bone. Then take another tench, or a carp, and mince the flesh small with mushrooms, chives, and parsley. Season them with salt, pepper, beaten mace, nutmeg, and a few savoury herbs minced small. Mingle all these well together, then pound them in a mortar, with crumbs of bread, as much as 2 eggs, soaked in cream, the yolks of 3 or 4 eggs, and a piece of butter. When these have been well pounded, stuff the tenchers with this sauce. Take clarified butter, put it into a pan, set it over the fire, and when it is hot, flour your tenchers and put them into the pan one by one, and fry them brown. Then take them up, lay them in a coarse cloth before the fire to keep hot. In the meantime, pour all the grease and fat out of the pan, put in 1/4 pound of butter, shake some flour all over the pan, keep stirring with a spoon till the butter is a little brown. Then pour in half a pint of white wine, stir it together, pour in half a pint of boiling water, an onion stuck with cloves, a bundle of sweet herbs, and 2 blades of mace. Cover them close and let them stew as softly as you can for 1/4 hour. Then strain off the liquor, put it into the pan again, add 2 spoonfuls of ketchup, have ready an ounce of truffles or morels boiled in half a pint of water tender, pour in truffles, water and all, into the pan, a few mushrooms, and either half a pint of oysters clean washed in their own liquor, and the liquor and all put into the pan, or some crawfish. But then you must put in the tails, and, after clean picking them, boil them in half a pint of water. Then strain the liquor and put into the sauce, or take some fish melts and toss up in your sauce. All this is just as you fancy. When you find your sauce is very good, put your tench into the pan, make them quite hot, then lay them into your dish and pour the sauce over them. Garnish with lemon. Or you may, for a change, put in half a pint of stale beer instead of water. You may dress tench just as you do carp. To roast a cod's head. Wash it very clean and score it with a knife. Strew a little salt on it and lay it in a stew pan before the fire, with something behind it that the fire may roast it. All the water that comes from it, the first half hour, throw away. Then throw on it a little nutmeg, cloves, and mace beat fine, and salt. Flour it and baste it with butter. When that has lain some time, turn and season it, and baste the other side the same. Turn it often, then baste it with butter and crumbs of bread. If it is a large head, it will take 4 or 5 hours baking. Have ready some melted butter with an anchovy, some of the liver of the fish, boiled and bruised fine. Mix it well with the butter, and 2 yolks of eggs beat fine and mixed with the butter. Then strain them through a sieve, and put them into the saucepan again, with a few shrimps or pickled cockles, 2 spoonfuls of red wine, and the juice of a lemon. Pour it into the pan the head was roasted in, and stir it all together. Pour it into the saucepan, keep it stirring, and let it boil. Pour it into a basin, garnish the head with fried fish, lemon, and scraped horseradish. If you have a large tin oven, it will do better. To boil a cod's head. Set a fish kettle on the fire with water enough to boil it, a good handful of salt, a pint of vinegar, a bundle of sweet herbs, and a piece of horseradish. Let it boil a quarter of an hour, then put in the head, and when you are sure it is enough, lift up the fish plate with the fish on it, set it across the kettle to drain, then lay it in your dish and lay the liver on one side. Garnish with lemon and horseradish scraped. Melt some butter with a little of the fish liquor, an anchovy, oysters, or shrimps, or just what you fancy. To stew cod. Cut your cod into slices an inch thick. Lay them in the bottom of a large stew pan. Season them with nutmeg, beaten pepper and salt, a bundle of sweet herbs, and an onion, half a pint of white wine, and a quarter of a pint of water. Cover it close and let it simmer softly for 5 or 6 minutes, then squeeze in the juice of a lemon. Put in a few oysters and the liquor strained, a piece of butter as big as an egg rolled in flour, and a blade or 2 of mace. Cover it close and let it stew softly, shaking the pan often. When it is enough, take out the sweet herbs and onion and dish it up. Pour the sauce over it and garnish with lemon. To fricassee cod. Get the sounds, blanch them, then make them very clean, and cut them into little pieces. If they be dried sounds, you must first boil them tender. Get some of the roes, blanch them, and wash them clean. Cut them into round pieces about an inch thick, with some of the livers, an equal quantity of each, to make a handsome dish, and a piece of cod about 1 pound in the middle. Put them into a stew pan, season them with a little beaten mace, grated nutmeg and salt, a little bundle of sweet herbs, an onion, and a quarter of a pint of fish broth or boiling water. Cover them close and let them stew a few minutes. Then put in half a pint of red wine, a few oysters with the liquor strained, a piece of butter rolled in flour. Shake the pan round and let them stew softly till they are enough. Take out the sweet herbs and onion and dish it up. Garnish with lemon. Or you may do them white thus. Instead of red wine, add white, and a quarter of a pint of cream. To bake a cod's head. Butter the pan you intend to bake it in. Make your head very clean. Lay it in the pan, put in a bundle of sweet herbs, an onion stuck with cloves, 3 or 4 blades of mace, half a large spoonful of black and white pepper, a nutmeg bruised, a quart of water, a little piece of lemon peel, and a little piece of horseradish. Flour your head, grate a little nutmeg over it, stick pieces of butter all over it, and throw raspings all over that. Send it to the oven to bake. When it is enough, take it out of that dish and lay it carefully into the dish you intend to serve it up in. Set the dish over boiling water and cover it with a cover to keep it hot. In the meantime, be quick. Pour all the liquor out of the dish it was baked in into a saucepan. Set it on the fire to boil 3 or 4 minutes, then strain it and put to it a gill of red wine, 2 spoonfuls of ketchup, a pint of shrimps, half a pint of oysters or mussels, liquor and all, but first strain it, a spoonful of mushroom pickle, a quarter of a pound of butter rolled in flour. Stir it all together till it is thick and boils. Then pour it into the dish. Have ready some toast cut 3-corner ways and fried crisp. Stick pieces about the head and mouth and lay the rest round the head. Garnish with lemon notched, scraped horseradish and parsley crisped in a plate before the fire. Lay 1 slice of lemon on the head and serve it up hot. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 3. For Lent or a Fast Dinner. From To Broil Shrimp, Cod, Salmon, Whiting or Haddock. Flour it and have a quick clear fire. Set your gridiron high. Broil it of a fine brown. Lay it in your dish, and for sauce have good melted butter. Take a lobster, bruise the spawn in the butter, cut the meat small, put all together into the melted butter, make it hot and pour it into your dish or into basins. Garnish with horseradish and lemon. Or oyster sauce made thus. Take half a pint of oysters and simmer them till they are plump. Strain the liquor from them through a sieve, wash the oysters very clean and beard them. Put them in a stew pan and pour the liquor over them, but mind you do not pour the sediment with the liquor. Then add a blade of mace, a quarter of a lemon, a spoonful of anchovy liquor, and a little bit of horseradish, a little butter rolled in flour, half a pound of butter nicely melted. Boil it up gently for 10 minutes. Then take out the horseradish, the mace and lemon. Squeeze the juice of the lemon into the sauce, toss it up a little, then put it into your boats or basins. Mussel sauce made thus is very good, only you must put them into a stew pan and cover them close. First open and search that there be no crabs under the tongue. Or a spoonful of walnut pickle in the butter makes the sauce good, or a spoonful of either sort of ketchup or horseradish sauce. Melt your butter, scrape a good deal of horseradish fine, put it into the melted butter, grate half a nutmeg, beat up the yolk of an egg with 1 spoonful of cream, pour it into the butter, keep it stirring till it boils, then pour it directly into your basin. To dress little fish. As to all sorts of little fish, such as smelts, roach, etc., they should be fried dry and of a fine brown, and nothing but plain butter. Garnish with lemon. And with all boiled fish, you should put a good deal of salt and horseradish in the water, except mackerel, with which put salt and mint, parsley and fennel, which you must chop to put into the butter, and some love scalded gooseberries with them. And be sure to boil your fish well, but take great care they do not break. To broil mackerel. Clean them, split them down the back, season them with pepper and salt, some mint, parsley and fennel chopped very fine, and flour them. Broil them of a fine light brown. Put them on a dish and strainer. Garnish with parsley. Let your sauce be fennel and butter in a boat. To broil weavers. Gut them and wash them clean. Dry them in a clean cloth. Flour, then broil them, and have melted butter in a cup. They are fine fish, and cut as firm as a sole, but you must take care not to hurt yourself with the 2 sharp bones in the head. To boil a turbot. Lay it in a good deal of salt and water an hour or 2, and if it is not quite sweet, shift your water 5 or 6 times. First put a good deal of salt in the mouth and belly. In the meantime, set on your fish kettle with clean spring water and salt, a little vinegar, and a piece of horseradish. When the water boils, lay the turbot on a fish plate. Put it into the kettle, let it be well boiled, but take great care it is not too much done. When enough, take off the fish kettle, set it before the fire, then carefully lift up the fish plate and set it across the kettle to drain. In the meantime, melt a good deal of fresh butter and bruise in either the spawn of 1 or 2 lobsters and the meat cut small with a spoonful of anchovy liquor. Then give it a boil and pour it into basins. This is the best sauce, but you may make what you please. Lay the fish in the dish. Garnish with scraped horseradish and lemon. To bake a turbot. Take a dish the size of your turbot, rub butter all over it thick. Throw a little salt, a little beaten pepper, and half a large nutmeg, some parsley minced fine, and throw all over. Pour in a pint of white wine. Cut off the head and tail, lay the turbot in the dish, pour another pint of white wine all over, grate the other half of the nutmeg over it, and a little pepper, some salt, and chopped parsley. Lay a piece of butter here and there all over, and throw a little flour all over, and then a good many crumbs of bread. Bake it, and be sure that it is of a fine brown. Then lay it in your dish, stir the sauce in your dish all together, pour it into a saucepan, shake in a little flour, let it boil, then stir in a piece of butter and 2 spoonfuls of ketchup. Let it boil and pour it into basins. Garnish your dish with lemon, and you may add what you fancy to the sauce, as shrimps, anchovies, mushrooms, etc. If a small turbot, half the wine will do. It eats finely thus. Lay it in a dish, skim off all the fat, and pour the rest over it. Let it stand till cold, and it is good with vinegar and a fine dish to set out a cold table. To dress a jowl of pickled salmon. Lay it in fresh water all night, then lay it in a fish plate. Put it into a large stew pan, season it with a little whole pepper, a blade or 2 of mace tied in a coarse muslin rag, a whole onion, a nutmeg bruised, a bundle of sweet herbs and parsley, a little lemon peel. Put to it 3 large spoonfuls of vinegar, a pint of white wine, and 1/4 pound of fresh butter rolled in flour. Cover it close and let it simmer over a slow fire for 1/4 hour. Then carefully take up your salmon and lay it in your dish. Set it over hot water and cover it. In the meantime, let your sauce boil till it is thick and good. Take out the spice, onion, and sweet herbs, and pour it over the fish. Garnish with lemon. To broil salmon. Cut fresh salmon into thick pieces, flour them, and broil them. Lay them in your dish, and have plain melted butter in a cup, or anchovy and butter. Baked salmon. Take a little piece cut into slices about 1 inch thick. Butter the dish that you would serve it to table on. Lay the slices in the dish, take off the skin, make a forcemeat thus. Take the flesh of an eel, the flesh of a salmon, an equal quantity, beat in a mortar, season it with beaten pepper, salt, nutmeg, 2 or 3 cloves, some parsley, a few mushrooms, a piece of butter, and 10 or a dozen coriander seeds beat fine. Beat all together, boil the crumb of a halfpenny roll in milk, beat up 4 eggs, stir it together till it is thick, let it cool and mix it well together with the rest. Then mix all together with 4 raw eggs. On every slice lay this forcemeat all over. Pour a very little melted butter over them, and a few crumbs of bread. Lay a crust round the edge of the dish, and stick oysters round upon it. Bake it in an oven, and when it is of a very fine brown, serve it up. Pour a little plain butter, with a little red wine in it, into the dish, and the juice of a lemon. Or you may bake it in any dish, and when it is enough, lay the slices into another dish. Pour the butter and wine into the dish it was baked in, give it a boil, and pour it into the dish. Garnish with lemon. This is a fine dish. Squeeze the juice of a lemon in. To broil mackerel whole. Cut off the heads, gut them, wash them clean, pull out the roe at the neck end. Boil it in a little water, then bruise it with a spoon. Beat up the yolk of an egg with a little nutmeg, a little lemon peel cut fine, a little thyme, some parsley boiled and chopped fine, a little pepper and salt, a few crumbs of bread. Mix all well together and fill the mackerel. Flour it well and broil it nicely. Let your sauce be plain butter with a little ketchup or walnut pickle. Mackerel à la maître d'hôtel. Take 3 mackerel and wipe them very dry with a clean cloth. Cut them down the back from head to tail, but not open them. Flour them and broil them nicely. Chop a handful of parsley and a handful of green onions very fine. Mix them up with butter and pepper and salt. Put your mackerel in the dish and put the parsley, etc., into the cut in the back, and put them before the fire till the butter is melted. Squeeze the juice of 2 lemons over them and send them up hot. To broil herrings. Scale them, gut them, cut off their heads, wash them clean, dry them in a cloth, flour them and broil them. Lay the fish in the dish, in a boat, plain melted butter and mustard. To fry herrings. Clean them as above, fry them in butter. Have ready a good many onions peeled and cut thin. Fry them of a light brown with the herrings. Lay the herrings in your dish and the onions round, butter and mustard in a cup. You must do them with a quick fire. To make water soakee. Take some of the smallest plaice or flounders you can get, wash them clean, cut the fins close, put them into a stew pan with just enough water to boil them, a little salt and a bunch of parsley. When they are enough, send them to table in a soup dish with the liquor to keep them hot. Have parsley and butter in a cup. To stew eels. Skin, gut and wash them very clean in 6 or 8 waters to wash away all the sand. Then cut them in pieces about as long as your finger. Put just water enough for sauce. Put in a small onion stuck with cloves, a little bundle of sweet herbs, a blade or 2 of mace, and some whole pepper in a thin muslin rag. Cover it close and let them stew very softly. Look at them now and then. Put in a little piece of butter rolled in flour and a little chopped parsley. When you find they are quite tender and well done, take out the onion, spice and sweet herbs. Put in salt enough to season it. Then dish them up with the sauce. To stew eels with broth. Cleanse your eels as above. Put them into a saucepan with a blade or 2 of mace and a crust of bread. Put just water enough to cover them close and let them stew very softly. When they are enough, dish them up with the broth and have a little plain melted butter and parsley in a cup to eat the eels with. The broth will be very good, and it is fit for weakly and consumptive constitutions. To dress a pike. Scale and gut your pike and wash it very clean. Then make a stuffing in the following manner. Take the crumb of a penny loaf soaked in cream, a quarter of a pound of butter, an anchovy chopped fine, a handful of parsley and a little sweet herbs chopped fine. The liver or roe of the fish bruised, a little lemon peel chopped fine, a little grated nutmeg, some pepper and salt, the yolks of 2 eggs. Mix all together and put it in the belly of your fish. Sew it up and then make it in the form of an S. Rub the yolk of an egg over, grate some nutmeg on it and strew some crumbs of bread on it. Put some butter here and there on it. Put it on an iron plate and bake it or roast it before the fire in a tin oven. For sauce, good anchovies and butter and plain melted butter. Garnish with horseradish and barberries, or you may boil it without the stuffing. To broil haddocks when they are in high season. Scale them, gut and wash them clean. Do not rip open their bellies, but take the guts out with the gills. Dry them in a clean cloth very well. If there be any roe or liver, take it out, but put it in again. Flour them well, and have a clear good fire. Let your gridiron be hot and clean. Lay them on, turn them quick 2 or 3 times for fear of sticking. Then let one side be enough, and turn the other side. When that is done, lay them in a dish, and have plain butter in a cup, or anchovy and butter. They eat finely, salted a day or 2 before you dress them, and hung up to dry, or boiled with egg sauce. Newcastle is a famous place for salted haddocks. They come in barrels and keep a great while. Or you may make a stuffing, the same as for the pike, and broil them. To broil cod sounds. You must first lay them in hot water a few minutes. Take them out and rub them well with salt to take off the skin and black dirt, then they will look quite white. Then put them in water and give them a boil. Take them out and flour them well, pepper and salt them and broil them. When they are enough, lay them in your dish and pour melted butter and mustard into the dish. Broil them whole. To fricassee cod sounds. Clean them very well as above, then cut them into little pretty pieces, boil them tender in milk and water, then throw them into a colander to drain. Pour them into a clean saucepan, season them with a little beaten mace and grated nutmeg, and a very little salt. Pour to them just cream enough for the sauce, and a good piece of butter rolled in flour. Keep shaking your saucepan round all the time, till it is thick enough. Then dish it up and garnish with lemon. To dress salmon or court bouillon. After having washed and made your salmon very clean, score the side pretty deep, that it may take the seasoning. Take 1/4 ounce of mace, 1/4 ounce of cloves, a nutmeg, dry them and beat them fine, 1/4 ounce of black pepper beat fine, and 1 ounce of salt. Lay the salmon in a napkin, season it well with this spice. Cut some lemon peel fine, and parsley, throw all over, and in the notches put about 1 pound of fresh butter rolled in flour. Roll it up tight in the napkin, and bind it about with pack thread. Put it in a fish kettle, just big enough to hold it. Pour in 1 quart of white wine, 1 quart of vinegar, and as much water as will just boil it. Set it over a quick fire, cover it close. When it is enough, which you must judge by the bigness of your salmon, set it over a stove to stew till you are ready. Then have a clean napkin folded in the dish it is to lay in. Turn it out of the napkin it was boiled in on the other napkin. Garnish the dish with a good deal of parsley, crisped before the fire. For sauce, have nothing but plain butter in a cup, or horseradish and vinegar. Serve it up for a first course. To dress salmon à la braise. Take a fine large piece of salmon, or a large salmon trout, make a pudding thus. Take a large eel, make it clean, slit it open, take out the bone, and take all the meat clean from the bone, chop it fine with 2 anchovies, a little lemon peel cut fine, a little pepper, and a grated nutmeg with parsley chopped, and a very little bit of thyme, a few crumbs of bread, the yolk of a hard egg chopped fine. Roll it up in a piece of butter, and put it into the belly of the fish. Sew it up, lay it in an oval stew pan, or a little kettle that will just hold it. Take 1/2 pound of fresh butter, put it into a saucepan. When it is melted, shake in a handful of flour, stir it till it is a little brown, then pour to it a pint of fish broth. Stir it together, pour it to the fish with a bottle of white wine. Season it with salt to your palate. Put some mace, cloves and whole pepper into a coarse muslin rag. Tie it. Put to the fish an onion and a little bundle of sweet herbs. Cover it close and let it stew very softly over a slow fire. Put in some fresh mushrooms or pickled ones cut small, an ounce of truffles and morels cut small. Let them all stew together. When it is enough, take up your salmon carefully, lay it in your dish, and pour the sauce all over. Garnish with scraped horseradish and lemon notched. Serve it up hot. This is a fine dish for a first course. Salmon in cases. Cut your salmon into little pieces, such as will lay rolled in half sheets of paper. Season it with pepper, salt and nutmeg. Butter the inside of the paper well. Fold the paper so as nothing can come out, then lay them on a tin plate to be baked. Pour a little melted butter over the papers, and then crumbs of bread all over them. Do not let your oven be too hot, for fear of burning the paper. A tin oven before the fire does best. When you think they are enough, serve them up just as they are. There will be sauce enough in the papers, or put the salmon in buttered papers only, and broil them. To dress flat fish. In dressing all sorts of flat fish, take great care in the boiling of them. Be sure to have them enough, but do not let them be broke. Mind to put a good deal of salt in, and horseradish in the water. Let your fish be well drained, and mind to cut the fins off. When you fry them, let them be well drained in a cloth and floured, and fry them of a fine light brown, either in oil or butter. If there be any water in your dish with the boiled fish, take it out with a sponge. As to your fried fish, a coarse cloth is the best thing to drain it on. To dress salt fish. Oldling, which is the best sort of salt fish, lay in water 12 hours, then lay it 12 hours on a board, and then 12 more in water. When you boil it, put it into the water cold. If it is good, it will take about 15 minutes boiling softly. Boil parsnips very tender, scrape them, and put them into a saucepan. Put to them some milk, stir them till thick, then stir in a good piece of butter and a little salt. When they are enough, lay them in a plate, the fish by itself dry, and butter and hard eggs chopped in a basin. As to water cod, that need only be boiled and well skimmed. Scotch haddocks you must lay in water all night. You may boil or broil them. If you broil, you must split them in two. You may garnish your dishes with hard eggs and parsnips and potatoes. To dress lampreys. The best of this sort of fish are taken in the River Severn, and, when they are in season, the fishmongers and others in London have them from Gloucester. But if you are where they are to be had fresh, you may dress them as you please. To fry lampreys. Bleed them and save the blood, then wash them in hot water to take off the slime, and cut them into pieces. Fry them in a little fresh butter, not quite enough. Pour out the fat, put in a little white wine, give the pan a shake round, season it with whole pepper, nutmeg, salt, sweet herbs and a bay leaf, put in a few capers, a good piece of butter rolled up in flour, and the blood. Give the pan a shake round often, and cover them close. When you think they are enough, take them out, strain the sauce, then give them a boil quick. Squeeze in a little lemon and pour over the fish. Garnish with lemon and dress them just what way you fancy. To pitchcock eels. Take a large eel and scour it well with salt to clean off all the slime. Then slit it down the back, take out the bone, and cut it in 3 or 4 pieces. Take the yolk of an egg and put over the inside. Sprinkle crumbs of bread with some sweet herbs and parsley chopped very fine, a little nutmeg grated, and some pepper and salt mixed all together. Then put it on a gridiron over a clear fire. Broil it of a fine light brown, dish it up, and garnish with raw parsley and horseradish, or put a boiled eel in the middle and the pitchcocked round. Garnish as above with anchovy sauce and parsley and butter in a boat. To fry eels. Make them very clean, cut them into pieces, season them with pepper and salt, flour them and fry them in butter. Let your sauce be plain butter melted with the juice of lemon. Be sure they be well drained from the fat before you lay them in the dish. To broil eels. Take a large eel, skin it and make it clean. Open the belly, cut it in 4 pieces. Take the tail end, strip off the flesh, beat it in a mortar, season it with a little beaten mace, a little grated nutmeg, pepper and salt, a little parsley and thyme, a little lemon peel, an equal quantity of crumbs of bread, roll it in a little piece of butter. Then mix it again with the yolk of an egg, roll it up again, and fill the 3 pieces of belly with it. Cut the skin of the eel, wrap the pieces in, and sew up the skin. Broil them well, have butter and an anchovy for sauce, with the juice of lemon. Or you may turn them round and run a skewer through them, and broil them whole. To farce eels with white sauce. Skin and clean your eels well. Pick off all the flesh clean from the bone, which you must leave whole to the head. Take the flesh, cut it small, and beat it in a mortar. Then take half the quantity of crumbs of bread, beat it with the fish, season it with nutmeg and beaten pepper, an anchovy, a good deal of parsley chopped fine, a few truffles boiled tender in a very little water, chop them fine, put them into the mortar with the liquor and a few mushrooms. Beat it well together, mix in a little cream, then take it out and mix it well together in your hand. Lay it round the bone in the shape of the eel. Lay it on a buttered pan, drudge it well with fine crumbs of bread, and bake it. When it is done, lay it carefully in your dish. Have ready half a pint of cream, 1/4 pound of fresh butter, stir it one way till it is thick, pour it over your eels, and garnish with lemon. To dress eels with brown sauce. Skin and clean a large eel very well. Cut it in pieces, put it into a saucepan or stew pan, put to it 1/4 pint of water, a bundle of sweet herbs, an onion, some whole pepper, a blade of mace, and a little salt. Cover it close, and when it begins to simmer, put in a gill of red wine, a spoonful of mushroom pickle, a piece of butter as big as a walnut rolled in flour. Cover it close and let it stew till it is enough, which you will know by the eel being very tender. Take up your eel, lay it in a dish, strain your sauce, give it a boil quick, and pour it over your fish. You must make sauce according to the largeness of your eel, more or less. Garnish with lemon. To roast a piece of fresh sturgeon. Get a piece of fresh sturgeon of about 8 or 10 pounds. Let it lay in water and salt 6 or 8 hours, with its scales on. Then fasten it on the spit, and baste it well with butter for 1/4 hour. Then with a little flour, grate a nutmeg all over it, a little mace and pepper beaten fine, and salt thrown over it, and a few sweet herbs dried and powdered fine, and then crumbs of bread. Then keep basting a little and drudging with crumbs of bread, and with what falls from it till it is enough. In the meantime, prepare this sauce. Take a pint of water, an anchovy, a little piece of lemon peel, an onion, a bundle of sweet herbs, mace, cloves, whole pepper, black and white, a little piece of horseradish. Cover it close, let it boil 1/4 hour, then strain it. Put it into the saucepan again, pour in a pint of white wine, about a dozen oysters and the liquor, 2 spoonfuls of ketchup, 2 of walnut pickle, the inside of a crab bruised fine, or lobster, shrimps or prawns, a good piece of butter rolled in flour, a spoonful of mushroom pickle or juice of lemon. Boil it all together. When your fish is enough, lay it in your dish and pour the sauce over it. Garnish with fried toasts and lemon. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 4. For Lent or a Fast Dinner. From To Roast a Fillet or Collar of Sturgeon. Take a piece of fresh sturgeon, scale it, gut it, take out the bones and cut it in lengths of about 7 or 8 inches. Then provide some shrimps and oysters chopped small, an equal quantity of crumbs of bread, and a little lemon peel grated, some nutmeg, a little beaten mace, a little pepper and chopped parsley, a few sweet herbs, an anchovy. Mix it together. When it is done, butter one side of your fish and strew some of your mixture upon it. Then begin to roll it up as close as possible. And when the first piece is rolled up, roll upon that another, prepared in the same manner, and bind it round with a narrow fillet, leaving as much of the fish apparent as may be. But you must mind that the roll is not above 4 inches and a half thick, or else one part will be done before the inside is warm. Therefore, we often parboil the inside roll before we roll it. When it is enough, lay it in your dish and prepare sauce as above. Garnish with lemon. To boil sturgeon. Clean your sturgeon and prepare as much liquor as will just boil it. To 2 quarts of water, a pint of vinegar, a stick of horseradish, 2 or 3 bits of lemon peel, some whole pepper, a bay leaf, add a small handful of salt. Boil your fish in this and serve it with the following sauce. Melt a pound of butter, dissolve an anchovy in it, put in a blade or 2 of mace, bruise the body of a crab in the butter, a few shrimps or crawfish, a little ketchup, and a little lemon juice. Give it a boil, drain your fish well, and lay it in your dish. Garnish with fried oysters, sliced lemon, and scraped horseradish. Pour your sauce into boats or basins. So you may fry it, ragout it, or bake it. To crimp cod the Dutch way. Take a gallon of pump water and a pound of salt. Mix them well together. Take your cod whilst alive, and cut it in slices of 1 inch and a half thick. Throw it into the salt and water for half an hour. Then take it out and dry it well with a clean cloth. Flour it and broil it. Or have a stew pan with some pump water and salt boiling. Put in your fish and boil it quick for 5 minutes. Send oyster sauce, anchovy sauce, shrimp sauce, or what sauce you please. Garnish with horseradish and green parsley. To crimp skate. Cut it into long slips crossways about 1 inch broad, and put it into spring water and salt, as above. Then have spring water and salt boiling. Put it in and boil it 15 minutes. Shrimp sauce or what sauce you like. To fricassee skate or thornback white. Cut the meat clean from the bone, fins, etc., and make it very clean. Cut it into little pieces about 1 inch broad and 2 inches long. Lay it in your stew pan. To a pound of the flesh, put 1/4 of a pint of water, a little beaten mace and grated nutmeg, a little bundle of sweet herbs, and a little salt. Cover it and let it boil 15 minutes. Take out the sweet herbs, put in 1/4 of a pint of good cream, a piece of butter as big as a walnut rolled in flour, a glass of white wine. Keep shaking the pan all the while one way till it is thick and smooth. Then dish it up and garnish with lemon. To fricassee it, brown. Take your fish as above, flour it and fry it of a fine brown in fresh butter. Then take it up, lay it before the fire to keep warm, pour the fat out of the pan, shake in a little flour, and with a spoon stir in a piece of butter as big as an egg. Stir it round till it is well mixed in the pan, then pour in 1/4 pint of water, stir it round, shake in a very little beaten pepper, a little beaten mace. Put in an onion and a little bundle of sweet herbs, an anchovy, shake it round and let it boil. Then pour in 1/4 pint of red wine, a spoonful of ketchup, a little juice of lemon, stir it all together and let it boil. When it is enough, take out the sweet herbs and onion, and put in the fish to heat. Then dish it up and garnish with lemon. To fricassee soles white. Skin, wash, and cut your soles very clean. Cut off their heads, dry them in a cloth, then with your knife very carefully cut the flesh from the bones and fins on both sides. Cut the flesh long ways, and then across, so that each sole will be in 8 pieces. Take the heads and bones, then put them into a saucepan with a pint of water, a bundle of sweet herbs, an onion, a little whole pepper, 2 or 3 blades of mace, a little salt, a very little piece of lemon peel, and a little crust of bread. Cover it close, let it boil till half is wasted, then strain it through a fine sieve. Put it into a stew pan, put in the soles and 1/2 pint of white wine, a little parsley chopped fine, a few mushrooms cut small, a piece of butter as big as a hen's egg rolled in flour, grate in a little nutmeg, set all together on the fire, but keep shaking the pan all the while till the fish is enough. Then dish it up and garnish with lemon. To fricassee soles brown. Cleanse and cut your soles, boil the water as in the foregoing receipt, flour your fish, and fry them in fresh butter of a fine light brown. Take the flesh of a small sole, beat it in a mortar with a piece of bread as big as a hen's egg soaked in cream, the yolks of 2 hard eggs, and a little melted butter, a little bit of thyme, a little parsley, an anchovy, season it with nutmeg, mix all together with the yolk of a raw egg and with a little flour. Roll it up into little balls and fry them, but not too much. Then lay your fish and balls before the fire. Pour out all the fat of the pan, pour in the liquor which is boiled with the spice and herbs. Stir it round in the pan, then put in 1/2 pint of red wine, a few truffles and morels, a few mushrooms, a spoonful of ketchup, and the juice of 1/2 small lemon. Stir in all together and let it boil. Then stir in a piece of butter rolled in flour. Stir it round. When your sauce is of a fine thickness, put in your fish and balls, and when it is hot, dish it up, put in the balls and pour your sauce over it. Garnish with lemon. In the same manner, dress a small turbot or any flat fish. To boil soles. Take a pair of soles, make them clean, lay them in vinegar, salt and water 2 hours, then dry them in a cloth, put them into a stew pan, put to them a pint of white wine, a bundle of sweet herbs, an onion stuck with 6 cloves, some whole pepper, and a little salt. Cover them and let them boil. When they are enough, take them up, lay them in your dish, strain the liquor and thicken it up with butter and flour. Pour the sauce over and garnish with scraped horseradish and lemon. In this manner, dress a little turbot. It is a genteel dish for supper. You may add prawns or shrimps or mussels to the sauce. Another way to boil soles. Take 3 quarts of spring water and a handful of salt. Let it boil. Then put in your soles, boil them gently for 10 minutes. Then dish them up in a clean napkin with anchovy sauce or shrimp sauce in boats. To make a collar of fish in ragout, to look like a breast of veal collared. Take a large eel, skin it, wash it clean, and parboil it. Pick off the flesh and beat it in a mortar. Season it with beaten mace, nutmeg, pepper, salt, a few sweet herbs, parsley, and a little lemon peel chopped small. Beat all well together with an equal quantity of crumbs of bread. Mix it well together, then take a turbot, soles, skate or thornback, or any flat fish that will roll cleverly. Lay the flat fish on the dresser, take away all the bones and fins, and cover your fish with the farce. Then roll it up as tight as you can, and open the skin of your eel, and bind the collar with it nicely, so that it may be flat, top and bottom, to stand well in the dish. Then butter an earthen dish, and set it in upright. Flour it all over, and stick a piece of butter on the top and round the edges, so that it may run down on the fish, and let it be well baked, but take great care it is not broke. Let there be 1/4 pint of water in the dish. In the meantime, take the water the eel was boiled in, and all the bones of the fish. Set them on to boil, season them with mace, cloves, black and white pepper, sweet herbs, and onion. Cover it close and let it boil till there is about 1/4 pint, then strain it, add to it a few truffles and morels, a few mushrooms, 2 spoonfuls of ketchup, a gill of red wine, a piece of butter as big as a large walnut rolled in flour. Stir all together, season with salt to your palate. Save some of the farce you make of the eel, and mix with the yolk of an egg, and roll them up in little balls with flour, and fry them of a light brown. When your fish is enough, lay it in your dish, skim all the fat off the pan, and pour the gravy to your sauce. Let it all boil together till it is thick. Then pour it over the roll, and put in your balls. Garnish with lemon. This does best in a tin oven before the fire, because then you can baste it as you please. This is a fine bottom dish. To butter crabs or lobsters. Take 2 crabs or lobsters, being boiled and cold. Take all the meat out of the shells and bodies. Mince it small, and put it all together into a saucepan. Add to it a glass of white wine, 2 spoonfuls of vinegar, a nutmeg grated, then let it boil up till it is thorough hot. Then have ready 1/2 pound of fresh butter, melted with an anchovy, and the yolks of 2 eggs beat up and mixed with the butter. Then mix crabs and butter all together, shaking the saucepan constantly round till it is quite hot. Then have ready the great shell, either of a crab or lobster. Lay it in the middle of your dish, pour some into the shell, and the rest in little saucers round the shell, sticking 3-corner toast between the saucers and round the shell. This is a fine side dish at a second course. To butter lobsters another way. Parboil your lobsters, then break the shells, pick out all the meat, cut it small, take the meat out of the body, mix it fine with a spoon in a little white wine. For example, a small lobster, 1 spoonful of wine. Put it into a saucepan with the meat of the lobster, 4 spoonfuls of white wine, a blade of mace, a little beaten pepper and salt. Let it stew all together a few minutes, then stir in a piece of butter, shake your saucepan round till the butter is melted. Put in a spoonful of vinegar, and strew in as many crumbs of bread as will make it thick enough. When it is hot, pour it into your plate, and garnish with the chine of a lobster cut in 4, peppered, salted, and broiled. This makes a pretty plate or a fine dish, with 2 or 3 lobsters. You may add 1 teaspoonful of fine sugar to your sauce. To roast lobsters. Boil your lobsters, then lay them before the fire and baste them with butter till they have a fine froth. Dish them up with plain melted butter in a cup. This is as good a way to the full as roasting them, and not half the trouble. To make a fine dish of lobsters. Take 3 lobsters, boil the largest as above, and froth it before the fire. Take the other 2 boiled and butter them as in the foregoing receipt. Take the 2 body shells, heat them hot, and fill them with the buttered meat. Lay the large lobster in the middle, and the 2 shells on each side, and the 2 great claws of the middle lobster at each end, and the 4 pieces of chines of the 2 lobsters broiled and laid on each end. This, if nicely done, makes a pretty dish. To dress a crab. Having taken out the meat and cleansed it from the skin, put it into a stew pan with half a pint of white wine, a little nutmeg, pepper and salt over a slow fire. Throw in a few crumbs of bread, beat up 1 yolk of an egg with 1 spoonful of vinegar, throw it in, then shake the saucepan round a minute, and serve it up on a plate. To stew prawns, shrimps or crawfish. Pick out the tails, lay them by, about 2 quarts. Take the bodies, give them a bruise, and put them into a pint of white wine with a blade of mace. Let them stew a quarter of an hour, stir them together and strain them. Then wash out the saucepan, put to it the strained liquor and tails. Grate a small nutmeg in, add a little salt and a quarter of a pound of butter rolled in flour. Shake it all together, cut a pretty thin toast round a quartern loaf, toast it brown on both sides, cut it into 6 pieces, lay it close together in the bottom of your dish, and pour your fish and sauce over it. Send it to table hot. If it be crawfish or prawns, garnish your dish with some of the biggest claws laid thick round. Water will do in the room of wine, only add a spoonful of vinegar. To make scallops of oysters. Put your oysters into scallop shells for that purpose. Set them on your gridiron over a good clear fire. Let them stew till you think your oysters are enough. Then have ready some crumbs of bread rubbed in a clean napkin. Fill your shells and set them before a good fire, and baste them well with butter. Let them be of a fine brown, keeping them turning to be brown all over alike. But a tin oven does them best before the fire. They eat much the best done this way, though most people stew the oysters first in a saucepan with a blade of mace thickened with a piece of butter, and fill the shells and then cover them with crumbs and brown them with a hot iron, but the bread has not the fine taste of the former. To stew mussels. Wash them very clean from the sand in 2 or 3 waters. Put them into a stew pan, cover them close, and let them stew till all the shells are opened. Then take them out one by one, pick them out of the shells, and look under the tongue to see if there be a crab. If there is, you must throw away the mussel. Some will only pick out the crab and eat the mussel. When you have picked them all clean, put them into a saucepan. To a quart of mussels, put half a pint of the liquor strained through a sieve. Put in a blade or 2 of mace, a piece of butter as big as a large walnut rolled in flour. Let them stew. Toast some bread brown and lay them round the dish, cut 3-corner ways. Pour in the mussels and send them to table hot. Another way to stew mussels. Clean and stew your mussels as in the foregoing receipt. Only to a quart of mussels put in a pint of liquor and a quarter of a pound of butter rolled in a very little flour. When they are enough, have some crumbs of bread ready and cover the bottom of your dish thick. Grate half a nutmeg over them and pour the mussels and sauce all over the crumbs and send them to table. A third way to dress mussels. Stew them as above, and lay them in your dish. Strew your crumbs of bread thick all over them, then set them before a good fire, turning the dish round and round that they may be brown all alike. Keep basting them with butter, that the crumbs may be crisp, and it will make a pretty side dish. You may do cockles the same way. To stew scallops. Boil them very well in salt and water. Take them out and stew them in a little of the liquor, a little white wine, a little vinegar, 2 or 3 blades of mace, 2 or 3 cloves, a piece of butter rolled in flour, and the juice of a Seville orange. Stew them well and dish them up. To ragout oysters. Take a quart of the largest oysters you can get, open them, save the liquor and strain it through a fine sieve. Wash your oysters in warm water. Make a batter thus. Take 2 yolks of eggs, beat them well, grate in half a nutmeg, cut a little lemon peel small, a good deal of parsley, a spoonful of the juice of spinach, 2 spoonfuls of cream or milk, beat it up with flour to a thick batter. Have ready some butter in a stew pan, dip your oysters one by one into the batter, and have ready crumbs of bread, then roll them in it, and fry them quick and brown, some with the crumbs of bread and some without. Take them out of the pan and set them before the fire. Then have ready a quart of chestnuts, shelled and skinned. Fry them in the butter. When they are enough, take them up, pour the fat out of the pan, shake a little flour all over the pan, and rub a piece of butter as big as a hen's egg all over the pan with your spoon, till it is melted and thick. Then put in the oyster liquor, 3 or 4 blades of mace. Stir it round, put in a few pistachio nuts shelled, let them boil, then put in the chestnuts and half a pint of white wine. Have ready the yolks of 2 eggs beat up with 4 spoonfuls of cream. Stir all well together. When it is thick and fine, lay the oysters in the dish and pour the ragout over them. Garnish with chestnuts and lemon. You may ragout mussels the same way. You may leave out the pistachio nuts if you do not like them, but they give the sauce a fine flavour. To ragout endive. Take some fine white endive, 3 heads, lay them in salt and water 2 or 3 hours. Take 100 of asparagus, cut off the green heads, chop the rest small as far as is tender. Lay it in salt and water. Take a bunch of celery, wash it and scrape it clean. Cut it in pieces about 3 inches long. Put it into a saucepan with a pint of water, 3 or 4 blades of mace, some whole pepper tied in a rag. Let it stew till it is quite tender. Then put in the asparagus, shake the saucepan, let it simmer till the grass is enough. Take the endive out of the water, drain it, leave 1 large head whole, the other, leaf by leaf, put it into a stew pan, put to it a pint of white wine. Cover the pan close, let it boil till the endive is just enough. Then put in 1/4 pound of butter rolled in flour. Cover it close, shaking the pan. When the endive is enough, take it up, lay the whole head in the middle, and with a spoon take out the celery and grass and lay round, the other part of the endive over that. Then pour the liquor out of the saucepan into the stew pan, stir it together, season it with salt, and have ready the yolks of 2 eggs beat up with 1/4 pint of cream and half a nutmeg grated in. Mix this with the sauce, keep it stirring all one way till it is thick, then pour it over your ragout and send it to table hot. To ragout French beans. Take a few beans, boil them tender, then take your stew pan, put in a piece of butter. When it is melted, shake in some flour and peel a large onion, slice it, and fry it brown in that butter. Then put in the beans, shake in a little pepper and a little salt, grate a little nutmeg in, have ready the yolk of an egg and some cream. Stir them all together for a minute or two, and dish them up. To make good brown gravy. Take half a pint of small beer or ale that is not bitter, and half a pint of water, an onion cut small, a little bit of lemon peel cut small, 3 cloves, a blade of mace, some whole pepper, a spoonful of mushroom pickle, a spoonful of walnut pickle, a spoonful of ketchup, and an anchovy. First put a piece of butter into a saucepan as big as a hen's egg. When it is melted, shake in a little flour and let it be a little brown. Then by degrees stir in the above ingredients and let it boil a quarter of an hour. Then strain it, and it is fit for fish or roots. To fricassee skirrets. Wash the roots very well and boil them till they are tender. Then the skin of the roots must be taken off, cut in slices, and have ready a little cream, a piece of butter rolled in flour, the yolk of an egg beat, a little nutmeg grated, 2 or 3 spoonfuls of white wine, a very little salt, and stir all together. Your roots being in the dish, pour the sauce over them. It is a pretty side dish. So likewise you may dress root of salsify and scorzonera. Chardoons fried and buttered. You must cut them about 6 inches long and string them, then boil them till tender. Take them out, have some butter melted in your stew pan, flour them and fry them brown. Send them in a dish with melted butter in a cup. Or you may tie them up in bundles and boil them like asparagus. Put a toast under them and pour a little melted butter over them, or cut them into dice and boil them like peas. Toss them up in butter and send them up hot. Chardoons à la fromage. After they are stringed, cut them 1 inch long, stew them in a little red wine till they are tender. Season with pepper and salt, and thicken it with a piece of butter rolled in flour. Then pour them into your dish, squeeze the juice of orange over it, then scrape Parmesan or Cheshire cheese all over them. Then brown it with a cheese iron and serve it up quick and hot. To make Scotch rabbit. Toast a piece of bread very nicely on both sides, butter it, cut a slice of cheese about as big as the bread, toast it on both sides, and lay it on the bread. To make a Welsh rabbit. Toast the bread on both sides, then toast the cheese on one side, lay it on the toast, and with a hot iron brown the other side. You may rub it over with mustard. To make an English rabbit. Toast a slice of bread brown on both sides, then lay it in a plate before the fire. Pour a glass of red wine over it, and let it soak the wine up. Then cut some cheese very thin and lay it very thick over the bread, and put it in a tin oven before the fire, and it will be toasted and browned presently. Serve it away hot. Or do it thus. Toast the bread and soak it in the wine. Set it before the fire. Cut your cheese in very thin slices. Rub butter over the bottom of a plate. Lay the cheese on. Pour in 2 or 3 spoonfuls of white wine. Cover it with another plate. Set it over a chafing dish of hot coals for 2 or 3 minutes. Then stir it till it is done and well mixed. You may stir in a little mustard. When it is enough, lay it on the bread, just brown it with a hot shovel. Serve it away hot. Sorrel with eggs. First your sorrel must be quite boiled and well strained. Then poach 3 eggs soft and 3 hard. Butter your sorrel well. Fry some 3-cornered toasts brown. Lay the sorrel in the dish, lay the soft eggs on it, and the hard between. Stick the toast in and about it. Garnish with a quartered orange. A fricassee of artichoke bottoms. Take them either dried or pickled. If dried, you must lay them in warm water for 3 or 4 hours, shifting the water 2 or 3 times. Then have ready a little cream and a piece of fresh butter, stirred together one way over the fire till it is melted. Then put in the artichokes, and when they are hot, dish them up. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Art of Cookery made plain and easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 5. For Lent or a Fast Dinner. From To Fry Artichokes. First blanch them in water, then flour them, fry them in fresh butter, lay them in your dish and pour melted butter over them. Or you may put a little red wine into the butter and season with nutmeg, pepper and salt. A white fricassee of mushrooms. Take a quart of fresh mushrooms, make them very clean. Cut the largest ones in 2. Put them in a stew pan with 4 spoonfuls of water, a blade of mace, a piece of lemon peel. Cover your pan close and stew them gently for half an hour. Beat up the yolks of 2 eggs with half a pint of cream and a little nutmeg grated in it. Take out the mace and lemon peel. Put in the eggs and cream, keep it stirring one way all the time till it is thick. Season with salt to your palate. Squeeze a little lemon juice in, butter the crust of a French roll and toast it brown. Put it in your dish and the mushrooms over. Note well, be careful not to squeeze the lemon juice in till they are finished and ready to put in your dish. Then squeeze it in and stir them about for a minute, then put them in your dish. To make buttered loaves. Beat up the yolks of 12 eggs, with half the whites and a quarter of a pint of yeast. Strain them into a dish. Season with salt and beaten ginger, then make it into a high paste with flour. Lay it in a warm cloth for a quarter of an hour. Then make it up into little loaves, and bake them or boil them with butter, and put in a glass of white wine. Sweeten well with sugar, lay the loaves in the dish, pour the sauce over them, and throw sugar over the dish. Broccoli and eggs. Boil your broccoli tender, saving a large bunch for the middle and 6 or 8 little thick sprigs to stick round. Take a toast half an inch thick, toast it brown, as big as you would have it for your dish or butter plate. Butter some eggs thus. Take 6 eggs, more or less, as you have occasion, beat them well, put them into a saucepan with a good piece of butter, a little salt. Keep beating them with a spoon till they are thick enough, then pour them on the toast. Set the biggest bunch of broccoli in the middle and the other pieces round and about, and garnish the dish with little sprigs of broccoli. This is a pretty side dish or a corner plate. Asparagus and eggs. Toast a bit of bread as big as you have occasion for. Butter it and lay it in your dish. Butter some eggs as above, and lay over it. In the meantime, boil some grass tender, cut it small, and lay it over the eggs. This makes a pretty side dish for a second course or a corner plate. Broccoli in salad. Broccoli is a pretty dish, by way of salad in the middle of a table. Boil it like asparagus. In the beginning of the book you have an account how to clean it. Lay it in your dish, beat up with oil and vinegar and a little salt. Garnish with nasturtium buds. Or boil it, and have plain butter in a cup. Or farce French rolls with it, and buttered eggs together for a change. Or farce your rolls with mussels, done the same way as oysters, only no wine. To make potato cakes. Take potatoes, boil them, peel them, beat them in a mortar, mix them with the yolks of eggs, a little sack, sugar, a little beaten mace, a little nutmeg, a little cream or melted butter, work it up into a paste. Then make it into cakes, or just what shapes you please with moulds, fry them brown in fresh butter, lay them in plates or dishes, melt butter with sack and sugar, and pour over them. A pudding made thus. Mix it as before, make it up in the shape of a pudding, and bake it. Pour butter, sack, and sugar over it. To make potatoes like a collar of veal or mutton. Make the ingredients as before. Make it up in the shape of a collar of veal, and with some of it make round balls. Bake it with the balls, set the collar in the middle, lay the balls round. Let your sauce be half a pint of red wine, sugar enough to sweeten it, the yolks of 2 eggs, beat up a little nutmeg, stir all these together for fear of curdling. When it is thick enough, pour it over the collar. This is a pretty dish for a first or second course. To broil potatoes. First boil them, peel them, cut them in two, broil them till they are brown on both sides. Then lay them in the plate or dish and pour melted butter over them. To fry potatoes. Cut them into thin slices as big as a crown piece, fry them brown, lay them in the plate or dish, pour melted butter and sack and sugar over them. These are a pretty corner plate. Mashed potatoes. Boil your potatoes, peel them and put them into a saucepan, mash them well. To 2 pounds of potatoes, put a pint of milk, a little salt. Stir them well together, take care they do not stick to the bottom. Then take 1/4 pound of butter, stir it in and serve it up. To grill shrimps. Season them with salt and pepper, shred parsley, butter, in scalloped shells well. Add some grated bread and let them stew for half an hour. Brown them with a hot iron and serve them up. Buttered shrimps. Stew 2 quarts of shrimps in a pint of white wine, with nutmeg. Beat up 8 eggs, with a little white wine and half a pound of butter, shaking the saucepan one way all the time over the fire till they are thick enough. Lay toasted sippets round a dish and pour them over it. So serve them up. To dress spinach. Pick and wash your spinach well. Put it into a saucepan with a little salt. Cover it close and let it stew till it is just tender. Then throw it into a sieve, drain all the liquor out, and chop it small, as much as the quantity of a French roll. Add half a pint of cream to it, season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, put in 1/4 pound of butter, and set it a-stewing over the fire 1/4 hour, stirring it often. Cut a French roll into long pieces, about as thick as your finger, fry them, poach 6 eggs, lay them round on the spinach, stick the pieces of roll in and about the eggs. Serve it up either for supper or a side dish at a second course. Stewed spinach and eggs. Pick and wash your spinach very clean. Put it into a saucepan with a little salt. Cover it close, shake the pan often. When it is just tender, and whilst it is green, throw it into a sieve to drain. Lay it into your dish. In the meantime, have a stew pan of water boiling. Break as many eggs into cups as you would poach. When the water boils, put in the eggs, have an egg slice ready to take them out with, lay them on the spinach, and garnish the dish with orange cut into quarters, with melted butter in a cup. To boil spinach when you have not room on the fire to do it by itself. Have a tin box, or any other thing that shuts very close. Put in your spinach, Cover it so close as no water can get in, and put it into water or a pot of liquor, or anything you are boiling. It will take about an hour if the pot or copper boils. In the same manner you may boil peas without water. Asparagus forced in French rolls. Take 3 French rolls, take out all the crumb, by first cutting a piece of the top crust off, but be careful that the crust fits again in the same place. Fry the rolls brown in fresh butter. Then take a pint of cream, the yolk of 6 eggs beat fine, a little salt and nutmeg, stir them well together over a slow fire till it begins to be thick. Have ready 100 of small grass boiled. Then save tops enough to stick the rolls with. The rest cut small and put into the cream. Fill the loaves with them. Before you fry the rolls, make holes thick in the top crust, and stick the grass in. Then lay on the piece of crust and stick the grass in, that it may look as if it were growing. It makes a pretty side dish at a second course. To make oyster loaves. Fry the French rolls as above. Take half a pint of oysters, stew them in their own liquor, then take out the oysters with a fork, strain the liquor to them, put them into a saucepan again with a glass of white wine, a little beaten mace, a little grated nutmeg, 1/4 pound of butter rolled in flour. Shake them well together, then put them into the rolls. And these make a pretty side dish for a first course. You may rub in the crumbs of 2 rolls and toss up with the oysters. To stew parsnips. Boil them tender, scrape them from the dust, cut them into slices, put them into a saucepan with cream enough. For sauce, a piece of butter rolled in flour, a little salt, and shake the saucepan often. When the cream boils, pour them into a plate for a corner dish or a side dish at supper. To mash parsnips. Boil them tender, scrape them clean, then scrape all the soft into a saucepan. Put as much milk or cream as will stew them. Keep them stirring, and when quite thick, stir in a good piece of butter and send them to table. To stew cucumbers. Pare 12 cucumbers, and slice them as thick as a half crown. Lay them in a coarse cloth to drain, and when they are dry, flour them and fry them brown in fresh butter. Then take them out with an egg slice, lay them in a plate before the fire, and have ready 1 cucumber whole, cut a long piece out of the side, and scoop out all the pulp. Have ready fried onions peeled and sliced, and fried brown with the sliced cucumber. Fill the whole cucumber with the fried onion. Season with pepper and salt. Put on the piece you cut out and tie it round with a pack thread. Fry it brown, first flouring it, then take it out of the pan and keep it hot. Keep the pan on the fire, and with one hand put in a little flour, while with the other you stir it. When it is thick, put in 2 or 3 spoonfuls of water and half a pint of white or red wine, 2 spoonfuls of ketchup, stir it together, put in 3 blades of mace, 4 cloves, half a nutmeg, a little pepper and salt, all beat fine together. Stir it into the saucepan, then throw in your cucumbers, give them a toss or two, then lay the whole cucumbers in the middle, the rest round, pour the sauce all over, untie the cucumbers before you lay it into the dish. Garnish the dish with fried onions and send it to table hot. This is a pretty side dish at a first course. To ragout French beans. Take 1/4 peck of French beans, string them, do not split them, cut them in 3 across, lay them in salt and water, then take them out and dry them in a coarse cloth. Fry them brown, then pour out all the fat. Put in 1/4 pint of hot water, stir it into the pan by degrees, let it boil. Then take 1/4 pound of fresh butter rolled in a very little flour, 2 spoonfuls of ketchup, 1 spoonful of mushroom pickle, and 4 of white wine, an onion stuck with 6 cloves, 2 or 3 blades of mace beat, half a nutmeg grated, a little pepper and salt. Stir it all together for a few minutes, then throw in the beans. Shake the pan for a minute or two, take out the onion, and pour them into your dish. This is a pretty side dish, and you may garnish with what you fancy, either pickled French beans, mushrooms, samphire, or anything else. A ragout of beans with a farce. Ragout them as above. Take 2 large carrots, scrape and boil them tender, then mash them in a pan, season with pepper and salt, mix them with a little piece of butter and the yolks of 2 raw eggs. Make it into what shape you please, and baking it 1/4 hour in a quick oven will do, but a tin oven is best. Lay it in the middle of the dish, and the ragout round. Serve it up hot for a first course. Or this way, beans ragouted with cabbage. Take a nice little cabbage, about as big as a pint basin. When the outside leaves, top and stalks are cut off, half boil it, cut a hole in the middle pretty big, take what you cut out and chop it very fine, with a few of the beans boiled, a carrot boiled and mashed, and a turnip boiled. Mash all together, put them into a saucepan, season them with pepper, salt and nutmeg, a good piece of butter, stew them a few minutes over the fire, stirring the pan often. In the meantime, put the cabbage into a saucepan, but take great care it does not fall to pieces. Put to it 4 spoonfuls of water, 2 of wine, and 1 of ketchup. Have a spoonful of mushroom pickle, a piece of butter rolled in a little flour, a very little pepper. Cover it close and let it stew softly till it is tender. Then take it up carefully and lay it in the middle of the dish. Pour your mashed roots in the middle to fill it up high, and your ragout round it. You may add the liquor the cabbage was stewed in, and send it to table hot. This will do for a top, bottom, middle, or side dish. When beans are not to be had, you may cut carrots and turnips into little slices and fry them. The carrots in little round slices, the turnips in pieces about 2 inches long and as thick as one's finger, and toss them up in the ragout. Beans ragouted with parsnips. Take 2 large parsnips, scrape them clean, and boil them in water. When tender, take them up, scrape all the soft into a saucepan, add to them 4 spoonfuls of cream, a piece of butter as big as a hen's egg, chop them in a saucepan well, and when they are quite thick, heap them up in the middle of the dish, and the ragout round. Beans ragouted with potatoes. Boil 2 pounds of potatoes soft, then peel them, put them into a saucepan, put to them half a pint of milk, stir them about, and a little salt. Then stir in 1/4 pound of butter. Keep stirring all the time till it is so thick that you cannot stir the spoon in it hardly for stiffness. Then put it into a halfpenny Welsh dish, first buttering the dish. Heap them as high as they will lie, flour them, pour a little melted butter over it, and then a few crumbs of bread. Set it into a tin oven before the fire, and when brown, lay it in the middle of the dish. Take great care you do not mash it. Pour your ragout round it, and send it to table hot. To ragout celery. Wash and make a bunch of celery very clean. Cut it in pieces about 2 inches long. Put it into a stew pan with just as much water as will cover it. Tie 2 or 3 blades of mace, 2 or 3 cloves, about 20 corns of whole pepper in a muslin rag loose. Put it into the stew pan, a little onion, a little bundle of sweet herbs. Cover it close and let it stew softly till tender. Then take out the spice, onion and sweet herbs. Put in 1/2 ounce of truffles and morels, 2 spoonfuls of ketchup, a gill of red wine, a piece of butter as big as an egg rolled in flour, 6 farthing French rolls. Season with salt to your palate, stir it all together, cover it close, and let it stew till the sauce is thick and good. Take care that the roll do not break. Shake your pan often. When it is enough, dish it up and garnish with lemon. The yolks of 6 hard eggs or more, put in with the rolls, will make it a fine dish. This for a first course. If you would have it white, put in white wine instead of red, and some cream for a second course. To ragout mushrooms. Peel and scrape the flaps. Put a quart into a saucepan, a very little salt, set them on a quick fire, let them boil up, then take them off, put to them a gill of red wine, 1/4 pound of butter rolled in a little flour, a little nutmeg, a little beaten mace, set it on the fire, stir it now and then. When it is thick and fine, have ready the yolks of 6 eggs hot and boiled in a bladder hard. Lay it in the middle of your dish and pour the ragout over it. Garnish with broiled mushrooms. A pretty dish of eggs. Boil 6 eggs hard, peel them and cut them into thin slices. Put 1/4 pound of butter into the stew pan, then put in your eggs and fry them quick. 1/4 of an hour will do them. You must be very careful not to break them. Throw over them pepper, salt and nutmeg. Lay them in your dish before the fire. Pour out all the fat, shake in a little flour, and have ready 2 shallots cut small. Throw them into the pan, pour in 1/4 pint of white wine, a little juice of lemon, and a little piece of butter rolled in flour. Stir all together till it is thick. If you have not sauce enough, put in a little more wine, toast some thin slices of bread cut 3 corner ways, and lay round your dish, pour the sauce all over, and send it to table hot. You may put sweet oil on the toast, if it be agreeable. Eggs à la tripe. Boil your eggs hard, take off the shells, and cut them long ways in 4 quarters. Put a little butter into a stew pan, let it melt, shake in a little flour, stir it with a spoon, then put in your eggs, throw a little grated nutmeg all over, a little salt, a good deal of shred parsley. Shake your pan round, pour in a little cream, toss the pan round carefully that you do not break the eggs. When your sauce is thick and fine, take up your eggs, pour the sauce all over them, and garnish with lemon. A fricassee of eggs. Boil 8 eggs hard, take off the shells, cut them into quarters, have ready 1/2 pint of cream and 1/4 pound of fresh butter. Stir it together over the fire till it is thick and smooth, lay the eggs in the dish, and pour the sauce all over. Garnish with the hard yolks of 3 eggs cut in 2, and lay round the edge of the dish. A ragout of eggs. Boil 12 eggs hard, take off the shells, and with a little knife very carefully cut the white across long ways, so that the white may be in 2 halves and the yolks whole. Be careful neither to break the whites nor yolks. Take 1/4 pint of pickled mushrooms chopped very fine, 1/2 ounce of truffles and morels boiled in 3 or 4 spoonfuls of water. Save the water and chop the truffles and morels very small. Boil a little parsley, chop it fine, mix them together with the truffle water you saved. Grate a little nutmeg in, a little beaten mace, put it into a saucepan with 3 spoonfuls of water, a gill of red wine, 1 spoonful of ketchup, a piece of butter as big as a large walnut rolled in flour, stir all together and let it boil. In the meantime, get ready your eggs. Lay the yolks and whites in order in your dish, the hollow parts of the whites uppermost, that they may be filled. Take some crumbs of bread and fry them brown and crisp, as you do for larks, with which fill up the whites of the eggs as high as they will lie, then pour in your sauce all over, and garnish with fried crumbs of bread. This is a very genteel, pretty dish, if it be well done. To broil eggs. Cut a toast round a quartern loaf, brown it, lay it on your dish, butter it, and very carefully break 6 or 8 eggs on the toast, and take a red-hot shovel and hold over them. When they are done, squeeze a Seville orange over them, grate a little nutmeg over it, and serve it up for a side plate. Or you may poach your eggs and lay them on a toast, or toast your bread crisp and pour a little boiling water over it. Season with a little salt, and then lay your poached eggs on it. To dress eggs with bread. Take a penny loaf, soak it in a quart of hot milk 2 hours, or till the bread is soft, then strain it through a coarse sieve. Put to it 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water or rose water. Sweeten it, grate in a little nutmeg, take a little dish, butter the bottom of it, break in as many eggs as will cover the bottom of the dish, pour in the bread and milk, set it in a tin oven before the fire, and half an hour will bake it. It will do on a chafing dish of coals. Cover it close before the fire, or bake it in a slow oven. To farce eggs. Get 2 cabbage lettuces, scald them, with a few mushrooms, parsley, sorrel, and chervil. Then chop them very small, with the yolks of hard eggs, seasoned with salt and nutmeg. Then stew them in butter, and when they are enough, put in a little cream, then pour them into the bottom of a dish. Take the whites, and chop them very fine with parsley, nutmeg, and salt. Lay this round the brim of the dish, and run a red-hot fire shovel over it to brown it. Eggs with lettuce. Scald some cabbage lettuce in fair water, squeeze them well, then slice them, and toss them up in a saucepan with a piece of butter. Season them with pepper, salt, and a little nutmeg. Let them stew half an hour, chop them well together. When they are enough, lay them in your dish, fry some eggs nicely in butter, and lay on them. Garnish with Seville orange. To fry eggs as round as balls. Having a deep frying pan and 3 pints of clarified butter, heat it as hot as for fritters, and stir it with a stick till it runs round like a whirlpool. Then break an egg into the middle, and turn it round with your stick till it be as hard as a poached egg. The whirling round of the butter will make it as round as a ball. Then take it up with a slice and put it in a dish before the fire. They will keep hot half an hour and yet be soft, so you may do as many as you please. You may serve these with what you please, nothing better than stewed spinach, and garnish with orange. To make an egg as big as 20. Part the yolks from the whites, strain them both separate through a sieve. Tie the yolks up in a bladder in the form of a ball. Boil them hard, then put this ball into another bladder and the whites round it. Tie it up oval fashion and boil it. These are used for grand salads. This is very pretty for a ragout. Boil 5 or 6 yolks together and lay in the middle of the ragout of eggs, and so you may make them of any size you please. To make a grand dish of eggs. You must break as many eggs as the yolks will fill a pint basin, the whites by themselves. Tie the yolks by themselves in a bladder round, boil them hard. Then have a wooden bowl that will hold a quart, made like 2 butter dishes, but in the shape of an egg, with a hole through one at the top. You are to observe, when you boil the yolks, to run a pack thread through and leave 1/4 yard hanging out. When the yolk is boiled hard, put it into the bowl dish, but be careful to hang it so as to be in the middle. The string being drawn through the hole, then clap the 2 bowls together and tie them tight, and with a funnel pour in the whites through the hole. Then stop the hole close and boil it hard. It will take an hour. When it is boiled enough, carefully open it and cut the string close. In the meantime, take 20 eggs, beat them well, the yolks by themselves and the whites by themselves. Divide the whites into 2 and boil them in bladders the shape of an egg. When they are boiled hard, cut one in 2 long ways and one crossways, and with a fine sharp knife cut out some of the white in the middle. Lay the great egg in the middle, the 2 long halves on each side with the hollow part uppermost, and the 2 round flat between. Take an ounce of truffles and morels, cut them very small, boil them in half a pint of water till they are tender. Then take a pint of fresh mushrooms, clean picked, washed and chopped small, and put into the truffles and morels. Let them boil, add a little salt, a little beaten nutmeg, a little beaten mace, a gill of pickled mushrooms chopped fine. Boil 16 of the yolks hard in a bladder, then chop them and mix them with the other ingredients. Thicken it with a lump of butter rolled in flour, shaking your saucepan round till hot and thick, then fill the round with this. Turn them down again and fill the 2 long ones. What remains, save to put into the saucepan. Take a pint of cream, 1/4 pound of butter, the other 4 yolks beat fine, a gill of white wine, a gill of pickled mushrooms, a little beaten mace, and a little nutmeg. Put all into the saucepan to the other ingredients, and stir all well together one way till it is thick and fine. Pour it over all, and garnish with notched lemon. This is a grand dish at a second course, or you may mix it up with red wine and butter, and it will do for a first course. To make a pretty dish of whites of eggs. Take the whites of 12 eggs, beat them up with 4 spoonfuls of rosewater, a little grated lemon peel, a little nutmeg, and sweeten with sugar. Mix them well, boil them in 4 bladders, tie them in the shape of an egg, and boil them hard. They will take half an hour. Lay them in your dish. When cold, mix half a pint of thick cream, a gill of sack, and half the juice of a Seville orange. Mix all together, sweeten with fine sugar, and pour over the eggs. Serve it up for a side dish at supper, or when you please. To dress beans in ragout. You must boil your beans so that the skins will slip off. Take about a quart, season them with pepper, salt, and nutmeg, then flour them. Have ready some butter in a stew pan. Throw in your beans, fry them of a fine brown, then drain them from the fat, and lay them in your dish. Have ready 1/4 pound of butter melted, and half a pint of blanched beans boiled, and beat in a mortar with a very little pepper, salt, and nutmeg. Then by degrees mix them in the butter, and pour over the other beans. Garnish with a boiled and fried bean, and so on till you fill the rim of your dish. They are very good without frying, and only plain melted butter over them. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Art of Cookery made plain and easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 6. For Lent or a Fast Dinner. From An Amulet of Beans. Blanch your beans and fry them in sweet butter with a little parsley. pour out the butter and pour in some cream. Let it simmer, shaking your pan. Season with pepper, salt and nutmeg. Thicken with 3 or 4 yolks of eggs. Have ready a pint of cream, thickened with the yolks of 4 eggs. Season with a little salt. Pour it in your dish and lay your beans on the amulet, and serve it up hot. The same way you may dress mushrooms, truffles, green peas, asparagus, and artichoke bottoms, spinach, sorrel, etc., all being first cut into small pieces or shred fine. To make a bean tansy. Take 2 quarts of beans, blanch and beat them very fine in a mortar. Season with pepper, salt and mace. Then put in the yolks of 6 eggs and 1/4 pound of butter, a pint of cream, half a pint of sack, and sweeten to your palate. Soak 4 Naples biscuits in half a pint of milk. Mix them with the other ingredients, half a pint of the juice of spinach, with 2 or 3 sprigs of tansy beat with it. Butter a pan and bake it, then turn it on a dish and stick citron and orange peel candied, cut small and stuck about. Garnish with Seville orange. To make a water tansy. Take 12 eggs, beat them very well, half a manchet grated and sifted through a colander, or half a penny roll, half a pint of fair water. Colour it with the juice of spinach and 1 small sprig of tansy beat together. Season it with sugar to your palate, a little salt, a small nutmeg grated, 2 or 3 spoonfuls of rose water. Put it into a skillet, stir it all one way, and let it thicken like a hasty pudding. Then bake it. Or you may butter a stew pan and put it into. Butter a dish and lay over it. When one side is enough, turn it with the dish and slip the other side into the pan. When that is done, set it into a masserine, throw sugar all over, and garnish with orange. Peas Francois. Take a quart of shelled peas, cut a large Spanish onion or 2 middling ones small, and 2 cabbage or Silesia lettuces cut small, put them into a saucepan with half a pint of water. Season them with a little salt, a little beaten pepper, and a little beaten mace and nutmeg. Cover them close and let them stew 1/4 hour. Then put in 1/4 pound of fresh butter rolled in a little flour, a spoonful of ketchup, a little piece of burnt butter as big as a nutmeg. Cover them close and let it simmer softly an hour, often shaking the pan. When it is enough, serve it up for a side dish. For an alteration, you may stew the ingredients as above. Then take a small cabbage lettuce and half boil it. Then drain it, cut the stalks flat at the bottom so that it will stand firm in the dish, and with a knife very carefully cut out the middle, leaving the outside leaves whole. Put what you cut out into a saucepan, chop it, and put a piece of butter, a little pepper, salt and nutmeg, the yolk of a hard egg chopped, a few crumbs of bread, mix all together, and when it is hot, fill your cabbage. Put some butter into a stew pan, tie your cabbage, and fry it till you think it is enough. Then take it up, untie it, and first pour the ingredients of peas into your dish. Set the forced cabbage in the middle, and have ready 4 artichoke bottoms fried and cut in 2, and laid round the dish. This will do for a top dish. Green peas with cream. Take a quart of fine green peas, put them into a stew pan with a piece of butter as big as an egg, rolled in a little flour. Season them with a little salt and nutmeg, a bit of sugar as big as a nutmeg, a little bundle of sweet herbs, some parsley chopped fine, 1/4 pint of boiling water. Cover them close and let them stew very softly half an hour. Then pour in 1/4 pint of good cream. Give it one boil and serve it up for a side plate. A farce meagre cabbage. Take a white hard cabbage, as big as the bottom of a plate, let it boil 5 minutes in water, then drain it, cut the stalk flat to stand in the dish, then carefully open the leaves and take out the inside, leaving the outside leaves whole. Chop what you take out very fine. Take the flesh of 2 or 3 flounders or plaice, clean from the bone. Chop it with the cabbage, the yolks and whites of 4 hard eggs, a handful of pickled parsley, beat all together in a mortar, with 1/4 pound of melted butter. Mix it up with the yolk of an egg and a few crumbs of bread. Fill the cabbage and tie it together. Put it into a deep stew pan or saucepan. Put to it 1/2 pint of water, 1/4 pound of butter rolled in a little flour, the yolks of 4 hard eggs, an onion stuck with 6 cloves, whole pepper and mace tied in a muslin rag, 1/2 ounce of truffles and morels, a spoonful of ketchup, a few pickled mushrooms. Cover it close and let it simmer an hour. If you find it is not enough, you must do it longer. When it is done, lay it in your dish, untie it, and pour the sauce over it. To farce cucumbers. Take 6 large cucumbers, cut a piece off the top and scoop out all the pulp. Take a large white cabbage boiled tender, take only the heart, chop it fine, cut a large onion fine, shred some parsley and pickled mushrooms small, 2 hard eggs chopped very fine, season it with pepper, salt and nutmeg. Stuff your cucumbers full and put on the pieces. Tie them with a pack thread and fry them in butter of a light brown. Have the following sauce ready. Take 1/4 pint of red wine, 1/4 pint of boiling water, a small onion chopped fine, a little pepper and salt, a piece of butter as big as a walnut rolled in flour. When the cucumbers are enough, lay them in your dish, pour the fat out of the pan, and pour in this sauce. Let it boil, and have ready the yolks of 2 eggs beat fine, mixed with 2 or 3 spoonfuls of the sauce. Then turn them into the pan, let them boil, keeping it stirring all the time. Untie the strings and pour the sauce over. Serve it up for a side dish. Garnish with the tops. To stew cucumbers. Take 6 large cucumbers, slice them. Take 6 large onions, peel and cut them in thin slices. Fry them both brown, then drain them and pour out the fat. Put them into the pan again with 3 spoonfuls of hot water, 1/4 pound of butter rolled in flour, and a teaspoonful of mustard. Season with pepper and salt, and let them stew 1/4 hour softly, shaking the pan often. When they are enough, dish them up. Fried celery. Take 6 or 8 heads of celery, cut off the green tops and take off the outside stalks, wash them clean and pare the roots clean. Then have ready 1/2 pint of white wine, the yolks of 3 eggs beat fine, and a little salt and nutmeg. Mix all well together with flour into a batter. Dip every head into the batter and fry them in butter. When enough, lay them in your dish and pour melted butter over them. Celery with cream. Wash and clean 6 or 8 heads of celery, cut them about 3 inches long, boil them tender, pour away all the water, and take the yolks of 4 eggs beat fine, 1/2 pint of cream, a little salt and nutmeg, pour it over, keeping the pan shaking all the while. When it begins to be thick, dish it up. Cauliflowers fried. Take 2 fine cauliflowers, boil them in milk and water, then leave one whole and pull the other to pieces. Take 1/2 pound of butter with 2 spoonfuls of water, a little dust of flour, and melt the butter in a stew pan. Then put in the whole cauliflower cut in 2, and the other pulled to pieces, and fry it till it is of a very light brown. Season it with pepper and salt. When it is enough, lay the 2 halves in the middle and pour the rest all over. To make an oatmeal pudding. Take a pint of fine oatmeal, boil it in 3 pints of new milk, stirring it till it is as thick as a hasty pudding. Take it off and stir in half a pound of fresh butter, a little beaten mace and nutmeg, and a gill of sack. Then beat up 8 eggs, half the whites, stir all well together, lay puff paste all over the dish, pour in the pudding and bake it half an hour. Or you may boil it with a few currants. To make a potato pudding. Take a quart of potatoes, boil them soft, peel them, and mash them with the back of a spoon, and rub them through a sieve, to have them fine and smooth. Take half a pound of fresh butter melted, half a pound of fine sugar, beat them well together till they are very smooth. Beat 6 eggs, whites and all, stir them in, and a glass of sack or brandy. You may add half a pound of currants, boil it half an hour, melt butter with a glass of white wine. Sweeten with sugar and pour over it. You may bake it in a dish with puff paste all round, the dish at the bottom. To make a second potato pudding. Boil 2 pounds of potatoes and beat them in a mortar fine. Beat in half a pound of melted butter, boil it half an hour, pour melted butter over it with a glass of white wine or the juice of a Seville orange, and throw sugar all over the pudding and dish. To make a third sort of potato pudding. Take 2 pounds of white potatoes, boil them soft, peel and beat them in a mortar, or strain them through a sieve till they are quite fine. Then mix in half a pound of fresh butter melted, then beat up the yolks of 8 eggs and 3 whites. Stir them in, add half a pound of white sugar finely pounded, half a pint of sack, stir it well together, grate in half a large nutmeg, and stir in half a pint of cream. Make a puff paste and lay all over your dish and round the edges. Pour in the pudding and bake it of a fine light brown. For change, put in half a pound of currants, or you may strew over the top half an ounce of citron and orange peel cut thin before you put it into the oven. To make an orange pudding. Take the yolks of 16 eggs, beat them well with half a pound of melted butter. Grate in the rind of 2 fine Seville oranges. Beat in half a pound of fine sugar, 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water, 2 of rose water, a gill of sack, half a pint of cream, 2 Naples biscuits, or the crumb of a halfpenny roll soaked in the cream, and mix all well together. Make a thin puff paste and lay all over the dish and round the rim. Pour in the pudding and bake it. It will take about as long baking as a custard. To make a second sort of orange pudding. You must take 16 yolks of eggs, beat them fine, mix them with half a pound of fresh butter melted and half a pound of white sugar, half a pint of cream, a little rose water, and a little nutmeg. Cut the peel of a fine large Seville orange so thin as none of the white appears. Beat it fine in a mortar till it is like a paste, and by degrees mix in the above ingredients all together. Then lay a puff paste all over the dish, pour in the ingredients and bake it. To make a third orange pudding. Take 2 large Seville oranges and grate off the rind as far as they are yellow. Then put your oranges in fair water and let them boil till they are tender. Shift the water 3 or 4 times to take out the bitterness. When they are tender, cut them open and take away the seeds and strings, and beat the other part in a mortar, with half a pound of sugar till it is a paste. Then put to it the yolks of 6 eggs, 3 or 4 spoonfuls of thick cream, half a Naples biscuit grated. Mix these together and melt a pound of fresh butter very thick, and stir it well in. When it is cold, put a little thin puff paste about the bottom and rim of your dish. Pour in the ingredients, and bake it about 3/4 of an hour. To make a fourth orange pudding. Take the outside rind of 3 Seville oranges, boil them in several waters till they are tender, then pound them in a mortar, with 3/4 of a pound of sugar. Then blanch half a pound of sweet almonds, beat them very fine with rose water to keep them from oiling. Then beat 16 eggs, but 6 whites, a pound of fresh butter, and beat all these together till it is light and hollow. Then lay a thin puff paste all over a dish, and put in the ingredients. Bake it with your tarts. To make a lemon pudding. Take 3 lemons and cut the rind off very thin. Boil them in 3 separate waters till very tender, then pound them very fine in a mortar. Have ready 1/4 of a pound of Naples biscuit, boiled up in a quart of milk or cream. Mix them and the lemon rind with it. Beat up 12 yolks and 6 whites of eggs very fine. Melt 1/4 of a pound of fresh butter, half a pound of fine sugar, a little orange flower water. Mix all well together, put it over the stove, and keep it stirring till it is thick. Squeeze the juice of half a lemon in. Put puff paste round the rim of your dish, put the pudding stuff in, cut some candied sweetmeats and put over. Bake it 3/4 of an hour, and send it up hot. Another way to make a lemon pudding. Take 3 lemons and grate the rinds off. Beat up 12 yolks and 6 whites of eggs. Put in half a pint of cream, half a pound of fine sugar, a little orange flower water, 1/4 of a pound of butter melted. Mix all well together, squeeze in the juice of 2 lemons. Put it over the stove and keep stirring it till it is thick. Put a puff paste round the rim of the dish, put in your pudding stuff with some candied sweetmeats cut small over it, and bake it 3/4 of an hour. To make an almond pudding. Blanch half a pound of sweet almonds, and 4 bitter ones, in warm water. Take them and pound them in a marble mortar, with 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water, and 2 of rose water, a gill of sack. Mix in 4 grated Naples biscuits, 3/4 of a pound of melted butter. Beat 8 eggs and mix them with a quart of cream boiled. Grate in half a nutmeg and 1/4 of a pound of sugar. Mix all well together, make a thin puff paste, and lay all over the dish. Pour in the ingredients and bake it. To boil an almond pudding. Beat a pound of sweet almonds as small as possible, with 3 spoonfuls of rose water and a gill of sack or white wine, and mix in half a pound of fresh butter melted, with 5 yolks of eggs and 2 whites, a quart of cream, 1/4 of a pound of sugar, half a nutmeg grated, 1 spoonful of flour, and 3 spoonfuls of crumbs of white bread. Mix all well together and boil it. It will take half an hour boiling. To make a sago pudding. Let half a pound of sago be washed well in 3 or 4 hot waters. Then put to it a quart of new milk and let it boil together till it is thick. Stir it carefully, for it is apt to burn. Put in a stick of cinnamon when you set it on the fire. When it is boiled, take it out. Before you pour it out, stir in half a pound of fresh butter, then pour it into a pan and beat up 9 eggs with 5 of the whites and 4 spoonfuls of sack. Stir all together and sweeten to your taste. Put in 1/4 of a pound of currants, clean washed and rubbed, and just plumped in 2 spoonfuls of sack and 2 of rose water. Mix all well together, stir it well over a slow fire till it is thick. Lay a puff paste over a dish. Pour in the ingredients and bake it. To make a millet pudding. You must get half a pound of millet feed, and after it is washed and picked clean, put to it half a pound of sugar, a whole nutmeg grated, and 3 quarts of milk. When you have mixed all well together, break in half a pound of fresh butter and butter your dish. Pour it in and bake it. To make a carrot pudding. You must take a raw carrot, scrape it very clean, and grate it. Take half a pound of the grated carrot and a pound of grated bread, beat up 8 eggs, leave out half the whites, and mix the eggs with half a pint of cream. Then stir in the bread and carrot, half a pound of fresh butter melted, half a pint of sack, and 3 spoonfuls of orange flower water, and nutmeg grated. Sweeten to your palate. Mix all well together, and it is not thin enough, stir in a little new milk or cream. Let it be of a moderate thickness. Lay a puff paste all over the dish, and pour in the ingredients. Bake it, and it will take an hour's baking. Or you may boil it, but then you must melt butter and put in white wine and sugar. A second carrot pudding. Get 2 penny loaves, pare off the crust, soak them in a quart of boiling milk, let it stand till it is cold, then grate in 2 or 3 large carrots, then put in 8 eggs well beat, and 3/4 of a pound of fresh butter melted. Grate in a little nutmeg and sweeten to your taste. Cover your dish with puff paste, pour in the ingredients, and bake it an hour. To make a cowslip pudding. Having got the flowers of a peck of cowslips, cut them and pound them small, with half a pound of Naples biscuits grated, and 3 pints of cream. Boil them a little, then take them off the fire and beat up 16 eggs with a little cream and rose water. Sweeten to your palate. Mix it all well together, butter a dish and pour it in. Bake it, and when it is enough, throw fine sugar over and serve it up. Or you may make half the quantity. Note: new milk will do in all these puddings when you have no cream. To make a quince, apricot, or white pear plum pudding. Scald your quinces very tender, pare them very thin, scrape off the soft. Mix it with sugar very sweet. Put in a little ginger and a little cinnamon. To a pint of cream you must put 3 or 4 yolks of eggs, and stir it into your quinces till they are of a good thickness. It must be pretty thick. So you may do apricots or white pear plums. Butter your dish, pour it in, and bake it. To make a pearl barley pudding. Get a pound of pearl barley, wash it clean, put to it 3 quarts of new milk, and half a pound of double refined sugar, a nutmeg grated. Then put it into a deep pan, and bake it with brown bread. Take it out of the oven, beat up 6 eggs. Mix all well together, butter a dish, pour it in, bake it again an hour, and it will be excellent. To make a French barley pudding. Put to a quart of cream 6 eggs well beaten, half the whites, sweeten to your palate, a little orange flower water or rose water, and a pound of melted butter. Then put in 6 handfuls of French barley that has been boiled tender in milk, butter a dish and put it in. It will take as long baking as a venison pasty. To make an apple pudding. Take 12 large pippins, pare them and take out the cores. Put them into a saucepan with 4 or 5 spoonfuls of water. Boil them till they are soft and thick. Then beat them well. Stir in a pound of loaf sugar, the juice of 3 lemons, the peel of 2 lemons, cut thin and beat fine in a mortar, the yolks of 8 eggs beat. Mix all well together, bake it in a slack oven. When it is near done, throw over a little fine sugar. You may bake it in a puff paste as you do the other puddings. To make an Italian pudding. Take a pint of cream and slice in some French rolls, as much as you think will make it thick enough. Beat 10 eggs fine, grate a nutmeg, butter the bottom of the dish, slice 12 pippins into it, throw some orange peel and sugar over, and half a pint of red wine. Then pour your cream, bread, and eggs over it. First lay a puff paste at the bottom of the dish and round the edges, and bake it half an hour. To make a rice pudding. Take 1/4 pound of rice, put it into a saucepan with a quart of new milk, a stick of cinnamon, stir it often to keep it from sticking to the saucepan. When it has boiled thick, pour it into a pan, stir in 1/4 pound of fresh butter and sugar to your palate. Grate in half a nutmeg, add 3 or 4 spoonfuls of rose water and stir all well together. When it is cold, beat up 8 eggs with half the whites, beat it all well together, butter a dish, pour it in, and bake it. You may lay a puff paste first all over the dish. For change, put in a few currants and sweetmeats if you choose it. A second rice pudding. Get half a pound of rice, put to it 3 quarts of milk, stir in half a pound of sugar, grate a small nutmeg in, and break in half a pound of fresh butter. Butter a dish and pour it in and bake it. You may add 1/4 pound of currants for change. If you boil the rice and milk, and then stir in the sugar, you may bake it before the fire or in a tin oven. You may add eggs, but it will be good without. A third rice pudding. Take 6 ounces of the flour of rice, put it into a quart of milk, and let it boil till it is pretty thick, stirring it all the while. Then pour it into a pan, stir in half a pound of fresh butter and 1/4 pound of sugar. When it is cold, grate in a nutmeg, beat 6 eggs with a spoonful or 2 of sack, beat and stir all well together, lay a thin puff paste on the bottom of your dish, pour it in and bake it. To boil a custard pudding. Take a pint of cream, out of which take 2 or 3 spoonfuls and mix with a spoonful of fine flour. Set the rest to boil. When it is boiled, take it off and stir in the cold cream and flour very well. When it is cool, beat up 5 yolks and 2 whites of eggs, and stir in a little salt and some nutmeg and 2 or 3 spoonfuls of sack. Sweeten to your palate. Butter a wooden bowl and pour it in. Tie a cloth over it and boil it half an hour. When it is enough, untie the cloth, turn the pudding out into your dish, and pour melted butter over it. To make a flour pudding. Take a quart of milk, beat up 8 eggs, but 4 of the whites, mix them with 1/4 pint of milk, and stir into that 4 large spoonfuls of flour. Beat it well together, boil 6 bitter almonds in 2 spoonfuls of water, pour the water into the eggs, blanch the almonds, and beat them fine in a mortar. Then mix them in with half a large nutmeg and a teaspoonful of salt. Then mix in the rest of the milk, flour your cloth well, and boil it an hour. Pour melted butter over it, and sugar if you like it, thrown all over. Observe always in boiling puddings that the water boils before you put them into the pot, and have ready, when they are boiled, a pan of clean cold water. Just give your pudding one dip in, then untie the cloth, and it will turn out without sticking to the cloth. To make a batter pudding. Take a quart of milk, beat up 6 eggs, half the whites, mix as above, 6 spoonfuls of flour, a teaspoonful of salt, and 1 of beaten ginger. Then mix all together, boil it an hour and 1/4, and pour melted butter over it. You may put in 8 eggs if you have plenty for a change, and half a pound of prunes or currants. To make a batter pudding without eggs. Take a quart of milk, mix 6 spoonfuls of flour with a little of the milk first, a teaspoonful of salt, 2 teaspoonfuls of beaten ginger, and 2 of the tincture of saffron. Then mix all together and boil it an hour. You may add fruit as you think proper. To make a grateful pudding. Take a pound of fine flour and a pound of white bread grated. Take 8 eggs, but half the whites, beat them up and mix with them a pint of new milk, then stir in the bread and flour, a pound of raisins stoned, a pound of currants, half a pound of sugar, a little beaten ginger. Mix all well together and either bake or boil it. It will take 3/4 of an hour baking. Put cream in instead of milk if you have it. It will be an addition to the pudding. To make a bread pudding. Cut off all the crust of a penny white loaf and slice it thin into a quart of milk. Set it over a chafing dish of coals till the bread has soaked up all the milk. Then put in a piece of sweet butter, stir it round, let it stand till cold. Or you may boil your milk and pour over your bread and cover it up close, does full as well. Then take the yolks of 6 eggs, the whites of 3, and beat them up with a little rose water and nutmeg, a little salt and sugar, if you choose it. Mix all well together and boil it 1 hour. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 7. For Lent or a Fast Dinner. From To Make a Fine Bread Pudding. Take all the crumb of a stale penny loaf, cut it thin, a quart of cream, set it over a slow fire till it is scalding hot, then let it stand till it is cold. Beat up the bread and cream well together, grate in some nutmeg, take 12 bitter almonds, boil them in 2 spoonfuls of water, pour the water to the cream and stir it in with a little salt. Sweeten to your palate, blanch the almonds and beat them in a mortar with 2 spoonfuls of rose or orange flower water till they are a fine paste. Then mix them by degrees with the cream till they are well mixed in the cream. Then take the yolks of 8 eggs, the whites of 4, beat them well and mix them with your cream. Then mix all well together. A wooden dish is best to boil it in, but if you boil it in a cloth, be sure to dip it in the hot water and flour it well, tie it loose and boil it an hour. Be sure the water boils when you put it in and keeps boiling all the time. When it is enough, turn it into your dish, melt butter and put in 2 or 3 spoonfuls of white wine or sack, give it a boil and pour it over your pudding. Then strew a good deal of fine sugar all over the pudding and dish, and send it to table hot. New milk will do when you cannot get cream. You may for change put in a few currants. To make an ordinary bread pudding. Take 2 halfpenny rolls, slice them thin, crust and all. Pour over them a pint of new milk boiling hot. Cover them close, let it stand some hours to soak. Then beat it well with a little melted butter, and beat up the yolks and whites of 2 eggs. Beat all together well with a little salt. Boil it half an hour. When it is done, turn it into your dish, pour melted butter and sugar over it. Some love a little vinegar in the butter. If your rolls are stale and grated, they will do better. Add a little ginger. You may bake it with a few currants. To make a baked bread pudding. Take the crumb of a penny loaf, as much flour, the yolks of 4 eggs and 2 whites, a teaspoonful of ginger, half a pound of raisins stoned, half a pound of currants clean washed and picked, a little salt. Mix first the bread and flour, ginger, salt and sugar to your palate, then the eggs, and as much milk as will make it like a good batter. Then the fruit, butter the dish, pour it in, and bake it. To make a boiled loaf. Take a penny loaf, pour over it half a pint of milk boiling hot, cover it loose, let it stand till it has soaked up the milk. Then tie it up in a cloth and boil it half an hour. When it is done, lay it in your dish, pour melted butter over it, and throw sugar all over. A spoonful of wine or rose water does as well in the butter, or juice of Seville orange. A French manchet does best, but there are little loaves made on purpose for the use. A French roll or oat cake does very well boiled thus. To make a chestnut pudding. Put 1.5 dozen of chestnuts into a skillet or saucepan of water. Boil them 1/4 hour, then blanch and peel them, and beat them in a marble mortar with a little orange flour or rose water and sack, till they are a fine thin paste. Then beat up 12 eggs with half the whites, and mix them well. Grate half a nutmeg, a little salt, mix them with 3 pints of cream and half a pound of melted butter. Sweeten to your palate, and mix all together. Put it over the fire and keep stirring it till it is thick. Lay a puff paste all over the dish. Pour in the mixture and bake it. When you cannot get cream, take 3 pints of milk, beat up the yolks of 4 eggs, and stir into the milk. Set it over the fire, stirring it all the time till it is scalding hot. Then mix it in the room of the cream. To make a fine plain baked pudding. You must take a quart of milk and put 3 bay leaves into it. When it has boiled a little, with fine flour, make it into a hasty pudding with a little salt, pretty thick. Take it off the fire and stir in half a pound of butter, 1/4 pound of sugar, beat up 12 eggs and half the whites. Stir all well together, lay a puff paste all over the dish, and pour in your stuff. Half an hour will bake it. To make pretty little cheese curd puddings. You must take a gallon of milk and turn it with rennet, then drain all the curd from the whey, put the curd into a mortar, and beat it with half a pound of fresh butter till the butter and curd are well mixed. Then beat 6 eggs, half the whites, and strain them to the curd, 2 Naples biscuits, or half a penny roll grated. Mix all these together and sweeten to your palate. Butter your patty pans and fill them with the ingredients. Bake them, but do not let your oven be too hot. When they are done, turn them out into a dish, cut citron and candied orange peel into little narrow bits about 1 inch long, and blanched almonds cut in long slips. Stick them here and there on the tops of the puddings, just as you fancy. Pour melted butter with a little sack in it into the dish, and throw fine sugar all over the puddings and dish. They make a pretty side dish. To make an apricot pudding. Coddle 6 large apricots very tender, break them very small, sweeten them to your taste. When they are cold, add 6 eggs, only 2 whites well beat. Mix them well together with a pint of good cream, lay a puff paste all over your dish, and pour in your ingredients. Bake it half an hour, do not let the oven be too hot. When it is enough, throw a little fine sugar all over it, and send it to table hot. To make the Ipswich almond pudding. Steep somewhat above 3 ounces of the crumb of white bread sliced, in 1.5 pints of cream, or grate the bread. Then beat half a pint of blanched almonds very fine till they are like a paste, with a little orange flower water. beat up the yolks of 8 eggs and the whites of 4. Mix all well together, put in 1/4 pound of white sugar, and stir in a little melted butter, about 1/4 pound. Put it over the fire and keep stirring it till it is thick. Lay a sheet of puff paste at the bottom of your dish and pour in the ingredients. Half an hour will bake it. Transparent pudding. Take 8 eggs and beat them well. Put them in a pan with half a pound of fresh butter, half a pound of fine powdered sugar, and half a nutmeg grated. Set it on the fire and keep stirring it till it is of the thickness of buttered eggs. Then put it away to cool. Put a thin puff paste round the edge of your dish. Pour in the ingredients, bake it half an hour in a moderate oven, and send it up hot. Puddings for little dishes. You must take a pint of cream and boil it, and slit a halfpenny loaf, and pour the cream hot over it, and cover it close till it is cold. Then beat it fine and grate in half a large nutmeg, 1/4 pound of sugar, the yolks of 4 eggs, but 2 whites well beat. Beat it all well together. With the half of this, fill 4 little wooden dishes. Colour one yellow with saffron, one red with cochineal, green with the juice of spinach, and blue with the syrup of violets. The rest mix with an ounce of sweet almonds blanched and beat fine, and fill a dish. Your dishes must be small, and tie your covers over very close with packthread. When your pot boils, put them in. An hour will boil them. When enough, turn them out in a dish, the white one in the middle, and the 4 coloured ones round. When they are enough, melt some fresh butter with a glass of sack, and pour over, and throw sugar all over the dish. The white pudding dish must be of a larger size than the rest, and be sure to butter your dishes well before you put them in, and do not fill them too full. To make a sweetmeat pudding. Put a thin puff paste all over your dish, then have candied orange, lemon peel, and citron of each an ounce. Slice them thin and lay them all over the bottom of your dish. Then beat 8 yolks of eggs and 2 whites, near half a pound of sugar and half a pound of melted butter. Beat all well together. When the oven is ready, pour it on your sweetmeats, an hour or less will bake it. The oven must not be too hot. To make a fine plain pudding. Get a quart of milk, put into it 6 laurel leaves, boil it, then take out your leaves, and stir in as much flour as will make it a hasty pudding pretty thick. Take it off, and then stir in half a pound of butter, then 1/4 pound of sugar, a small nutmeg grated, and 12 yolks and 6 whites of eggs well beaten. Mix all well together. Butter a dish and put in your stuff. A little more than half an hour will bake it. To make a ratafia pudding. Get a quart of cream, boil it with 4 or 5 laurel leaves, then take them out and break in half a pound of Naples biscuits, half a pound of butter, some sack, nutmeg, and a little salt. Take it off the fire, cover it up. When it is almost cold, put in 2 ounces of blanched almonds beat fine, and the yolks of 5 eggs. Mix all well together and bake it in a moderate oven half an hour. Scrape sugar on it as it goes into the oven. To make a bread and butter pudding. Get a penny loaf and cut it into thin slices of bread and butter as you do for tea. Butter your dish as you cut them. Lay slices all over the dish, then strew a few currants clean washed and picked, then a row of bread and butter, then a few currants, and so on till all your bread and butter is in. Then take a pint of milk, beat up 4 eggs, a little salt, half a nutmeg grated. Mix all together with sugar to your taste. Pour this over the bread and bake it half an hour. A puff paste under does best. You may put in 2 spoonfuls of rose water. To make a boiled rice pudding. Having got 1/4 pound of the flour of rice, put it over the fire with a pint of milk, and keep it stirring constantly, that it may not clod nor burn. When it is of a good thickness, take it off and pour it into an earthen pan. Stir in 1/2 pound of butter very smooth, and 1/2 pint of cream or new milk, sweeten to your palate, grate in 1/2 nutmeg and the outward rind of a lemon. Beat up the yolks of 6 eggs and 2 whites. Beat all well together. Boil it either in small china basins or wooden bowls. When boiled, turn them into a dish, pour melted butter over them with a little sack, and throw sugar all over. To make a cheap rice pudding. Get 1/4 pound of rice and 1/2 pound of raisins stoned, and tie them in a cloth. Give the rice a great deal of room to swell. Boil it 2 hours. When it is enough, turn it into your dish, and pour melted butter and sugar over it with a little nutmeg. To make a cheap plain rice pudding. Get 1/4 pound of rice, tie it in a cloth, but give room for swelling. Boil it an hour, then take it up, untie it, and with a spoon stir in 1/4 pound of butter. Grate some nutmeg and sweeten to your taste. Then tie it up close and boil it another hour. Then take it up, turn it into your dish, and pour your melted butter over it. To make a cheap baked rice pudding. You must take 1/4 pound of rice, boil it in a quart of new milk, stir it that it does not burn. When it begins to be thick, take it off, let it stand till it is a little cool, then stir in well 1/4 pound of butter and sugar to your palate. Grate a small nutmeg, butter your dish, pour it in, and bake it. To make a spinach pudding. Take 1/4 peck of spinach, picked and washed clean. Put it into a saucepan with a little salt, cover it close, and when it is boiled just tender, throw it into a sieve to drain. Then chop it with a knife, beat up 6 eggs, mix well with it 1/2 pint of cream, and a stale roll grated fine, a little nutmeg, and 1/4 pound of melted butter. Stir all well together. Put it into the saucepan you boiled the spinach, and keep stirring it all the time till it begins to thicken. Then wet and flour your cloth very well, tie it up, and boil it an hour. When it is enough, turn it into your dish, pour melted butter over it, and the juice of a Seville orange, if you like it. As to sugar, you may add, or let it alone, just to your taste. You may bake it, but then you should put in 1/4 pound of sugar. You may add biscuit in the room of bread, if you like it better. To make a quaking pudding. Take a pint of good cream, 6 eggs, and half the whites, beat them well, and mix with the cream. Grate a little nutmeg in, add a little salt and a little rose water, if it be agreeable. Grate in the crumb of a halfpenny roll, or a spoonful of flour, first mixed with a little of the cream, or a spoonful of the flour of rice, which you please. Butter a cloth well, and flour it, then put in your mixture, tie it not too close, and boil it 1/2 an hour fast. Be sure the water boils before you put it in. To make a cream pudding. Take a quart of cream, boil it with a blade of mace and 1/2 a nutmeg grated. Let it cool. Beat up 8 eggs and 3 whites, strain them well, mix a spoonful of flour with them, 1/4 pound of almonds blanched, and beat very fine. With a spoonful of orange flower or rose water, mix with the eggs, then by degrees mix in the cream. Beat all well together, take a thick cloth, wet it, and flour it well. Pour in your stuff, tie it close, and boil it 1/2 an hour. Let the water boil all the time fast. When it is done, turn it into your dish, pour melted butter over with a little sack, and throw fine sugar all over it. To make a prune pudding. Take a quart of milk, beat 6 eggs, half the whites, with half a pint of the milk, and 4 spoonfuls of flour, a little salt, and 2 spoonfuls of beaten ginger. Then by degrees mix in all the milk and a pound of prunes, tie it in a cloth, boil it an hour, melt butter and pour over it. Damsons eat well, done this way, in the room of prunes. To make a spoonful pudding. Take a spoonful of flour, a spoonful of cream or milk, an egg, a little nutmeg, ginger and salt. Mix all together and boil it in a little wooden dish half an hour. You may add a few currants. To make an apple pudding. Make a good puff paste. Roll it out half an inch thick. Pare your apples and core them, enough to fill the crust, and close it up. Tie it in a cloth and boil it. If a small pudding, 2 hours. If a large one, 3 or 4 hours. When it is enough, turn it into your dish, cut a piece of the crust out of the top, butter and sugar it to your palate. Lay on the crust again and send it to table hot. A pear pudding make the same way. And thus you may make a damson pudding, or any sort of plums, apricots, cherries, or mulberries, and are very fine. To make yeast dumplings. First make a light dough as for bread, with flour, water, salt, and yeast. Cover with a cloth and set it before the fire for half an hour. Then have a saucepan of water on the fire, and when it boils, take the dough and make it into little round balls as big as a large hen's egg. Then flat them with your hand and put them into the boiling water. A few minutes boils them. Take great care they do not fall to the bottom of the pot or saucepan, for then they will be heavy. And be sure to keep the water boiling all the time. When they are enough, take them up, which they will be in 10 minutes or less, lay them in your dish, and have melted butter in a cup. As good a way as any to save trouble is to send to the bakers for half a quartern of dough, which will make a great many, and then you have only the trouble of boiling it. To make Norfolk dumplings. Mix a good thick batter as for pancakes. Take half a pint of milk, 2 eggs, a little salt, and make it into a batter with flour. Have ready a clean saucepan of water boiling, into which drop this batter. Be sure the water boils fast, and 2 or 3 minutes will boil them. Then throw them into a sieve to drain the water away. Then turn them into a dish, and stir a lump of fresh butter into them. Eat them hot, and they are very good. To make hard dumplings. Mix flour and water with a little salt like a paste. Roll them in balls as big as a turkey's egg. Roll them in a little flour and have the water boiling. Throw them in the water, and half an hour will boil them. They are best boiled with a good piece of beef. You may add, for a change, a few currants. Have melted butter in a cup. Another way to make hard dumplings. Rub into your flour first a good piece of butter, then make it like a crust for a pie. Make them up and boil them as above. To make apple dumplings. Make a good puff paste, pare some large apples, cut them in quarters, and take out the cores very nicely. Take a piece of crust and roll it round, enough for 1 apple. If they are big, they will not look pretty, so roll the crust round each apple and make them round like a ball, with a little flour in your hand. Have a pot of water boiling, take a clean cloth, dip it in the water, and shake flour over it. Tie each dumpling by itself and put them in the water boiling, which keep boiling all the time. And if your crust is light and good, and the apples not too large, half an hour will boil them. But if the apples be large, they will take an hour's boiling. When they are enough, take them up and lay them in a dish. Throw fine sugar all over them and send them to table. Have good fresh butter melted in a cup and fine beaten sugar in a saucer. Another way to make apple dumplings. Make a good puff paste crust. Roll it out a little thicker than a crown piece. Pare some large apples and core them with an apple scoop. Fill the whole with beaten cinnamon, coarse or fine sugar, and lemon peel shred fine, and roll every apple in a piece of this paste. Tie them close in a cloth separate. Boil them an hour. Cut a little piece of the top off, pour in some melted butter, and lay on your piece of crust again. Lay them in your dish and throw fine sugar all over. Citron puddings. Take half a pint of cream, mix in it a spoonful of fine flour, 2 ounces of sugar, a little grated nutmeg, and the yolks of 3 eggs beat well. Put it in teacups and stick 2 ounces of citron cut very thin in it. Bake them in a quick oven and turn them out on a dish. To make a cheese curd florendine. Take 2 pounds of cheese curd, break it all to pieces with your hand, a pound of blanched almonds finely pounded, with a little rose water, half a pound of currants clean washed and picked, a little sugar to your palate, some stewed spinach cut small. Mix all well together, lay a puff paste in a dish, put in your ingredients, cover it with a thin crust, rolled and laid across, and bake it in a moderate oven half an hour. As to the top crust, lay it in what shape you please, either rolled or marked with an iron on purpose. A florendine of oranges or apples. Get half a dozen of Seville oranges, save the juice, take out the pulp, lay them in water 24 hours, shift them 3 or 4 times, then boil them in 3 or 4 waters, then drain them from the water. Put them in a pound of sugar and their juice. Boil them to a syrup. Take great care they do not stick to the pan you do them in, and set them by for use. When you use them, lay a puff paste all over the dish. Boil 10 pippins, pared, quartered and cored, in a little water and sugar, and slice 2 of the oranges and mix with the pippins in the dish. Bake it in a slow oven, with crust as above, or just bake the crust and lay in the ingredients. To make an artichoke pie. Boil 12 artichokes, take off all the leaves and choke, take the bottoms clear from the stalk. Make a good puff paste crust, and lay 1/4 pound of good fresh butter all over the bottom of your pie. Then lay a row of artichokes, strew a little pepper, salt and beaten mace over them, then another row, and strew the rest of your spice over them. Put in 1/4 pound more of butter in little bits. Take half an ounce of truffles and morels, boil them in 1/4 pint of water. Pour the water into the pie, cut the truffles and morels very small, throw all over the pie, then have ready 12 eggs boiled hard. Take only the hard yolks, lay them all over the pie, pour in a gill of white wine, cover your pie, and bake it. When the crust is done, the pie is enough. 4 large blades of mace and 12 peppercorns well beat will do, with a teaspoonful of salt. To make a sweet egg pie. Make a good crust, cover your dish with it, then have ready 12 eggs boiled hard. Cut them in slices and lay them in your pie. Throw half a pound of currants, clean washed and picked, all over the eggs. Then beat up 4 eggs well, mix with half a pint of white wine, grate in a small nutmeg, and make it pretty sweet with sugar. You are to mind to lay 1/4 pound of butter between the eggs, then pour in your wine and eggs, and cover your pie. Bake it half an hour, or till the crust is done. To make a potato pie. Boil 3 pounds of potatoes, peel them, make a good crust, and lay in your dish. Lay at the bottom half a pound of butter, then lay in your potatoes, throw over them 3 teaspoonfuls of salt, and a small nutmeg grated all over, 6 eggs boiled hard and chopped fine, throw all over, a teaspoonful of pepper strewed all over, then half a pint of white wine. Cover your pie and bake it half an hour, or till the crust is enough. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 8. For Lent or a Fast Dinner. From To Make an Onion Pie. Wash and pare some potatoes and cut them in slices. Peel some onions, cut them in slices. Pare some apples and slice them. Make a good crust, cover your dish, lay 1/4 pound of butter all over. Take 1/4 ounce of mace beat fine, a nutmeg grated, a teaspoonful of beaten pepper, 3 teaspoonfuls of salt. Mix all together, strew some over the butter, lay a layer of potatoes, a layer of onion, a layer of apples, and a layer of eggs, and so on till you have filled your pie, strewing a little of the seasoning between each layer, and 1/4 pound of butter in bits, and 6 spoonfuls of water. Close your pie and bake it an hour and a half. 1 pound of potatoes, 1 pound of onions, 1 pound of apples, and 12 eggs will do. To make an orangeado pie. Make a good crust, lay it over your dish. Take 2 oranges, boil them with 2 lemons till tender, in 4 or 5 quarts of water. In the last water, which there must be about a pint of, add 1 pound of loaf sugar. Boil it, take them out and slice them into your pie. Then pare 12 pippins, core them, and give them 1 boil in the syrup. Lay them all over the orange and lemon. Pour in the syrup, and pour on them some orangeado syrup. Cover your pie and bake it in a slow oven half an hour. To make a skirret pie. Take your skirrets and boil them tender. Peel them, slice them, fill your pie, and take to half a pint of cream, the yolk of an egg, beat fine with a little nutmeg, a little beaten mace, and a little salt. Beat all together well with 1/4 pound of fresh butter melted. Then pour in as much as your dish will hold. Put on the top crust and bake it half an hour. You may put in some hard yolks of eggs. If you cannot get cream, put in milk, but cream is best. About 2 pounds of the root will do. To make an apple pie. Make a good puff paste crust, lay some round the sides of the dish, pare and quarter your apples and take out the cores. Lay a row of apples thick, throw in half the sugar you design for your pie, mince a little lemon peel fine, throw over, and squeeze a little lemon over them, then a few cloves here and there one, then the rest of your apples and the rest of your sugar. You must sweeten to your palate, and squeeze a little more lemon. Boil the peeling of the apples and the cores in some fair water with a blade of mace till it is very good. Strain it and boil the syrup with a little sugar till there is but very little and good. Pour it into your pie, put on your upper crust and bake it. You may put in a little quince or marmalade if you please. Thus make a pear pie, but do not put in any quince. You may butter them when they come out of the oven, or beat up the yolks of 2 eggs and half a pint of cream with a little nutmeg, sweetened with sugar. Put it over a slow fire and keep stirring it till it just boils up. Take off the lid and pour in the cream. Cut the crust in 3 little corner pieces, stick about the pie, and send it to table cold. Green codling pie. Take some green codlings and put them in a clean pan with spring water. Lay vine or cabbage leaves over them and wrap a cloth over and round the pan to keep in the steam. As soon as you think they are soft, take the skins off, put them in the same water with the leaves over them, hang them a good distance from the fire to green, and as soon as you see them of a fine green, take them out of the water and put them in a deep dish, and sweeten them with sugar, and strew a little lemon peel shred fine over. Put a lid of puff paste over them and bake it. When it is baked, cut the lid off and cut it into 3 corner pieces, and put them round your pie, with one corner uppermost. Let it stand till it is cold, and then make the following cream. Boil a pint of cream or milk, beat up the yolks of 4 eggs, sweeten it with fine sugar, mix all well together, and put it over the fire till it is thick and smooth. But be sure you don't let it boil, for that will curdle it, and put it over your codling. Or you may put clouted cream, if you like it best, and send it to table cold. To make a cherry pie. Make a good crust, lay a little round the sides of your dish, throw sugar at the bottom, and lay in your fruit and sugar at top. A few red currants does well with them. Put on your lid and bake in a slack oven. Make a plum pie the same way, and a gooseberry pie. If you would have it red, let it stand a good while in the oven after the bread is drawn. A custard is very good with the gooseberry pie. To make a salt fish pie. Get a side of salt fish, lay it in water all night. Next morning put it over the fire in a pan of water till it is tender. Drain it and lay it on the dresser. Take off all the skin and pick the meat clean from the bones. Mince it small, then take the crumb of 2 French rolls cut in slices and boil it up with a quart of new milk. Break your bread very fine with a spoon, put to it your minced salt fish, a pound of melted butter, 2 spoonfuls of minced parsley, half a nutmeg grated, a little beaten pepper, and 3 teaspoonfuls of mustard. Mix all well together, make a good crust, and lay all over your dish, and cover it up. Bake it an hour. To make a carp pie. Take a large carp, scale, wash, and gut it clean. Take an eel, boil it just a little tender, pick off all the meat, and mince it fine, with an equal quantity of crumbs of bread, a few sweet herbs, a lemon peel cut fine, a little pepper, salt, and grated nutmeg, an anchovy, half a pint of oysters parboiled and chopped fine, the yolks of 3 hard eggs cut small, roll it up with a quarter of a pound of butter, and fill the belly of the carp. Make a good crust, cover the dish, and lay in your carp. Save the liquor you boil your eel in. Put in the eel bones, boil them with a little mace, whole pepper, an onion, some sweet herbs, and an anchovy. Boil it till there is about half a pint. Strain it, add to it a quarter of a pint of white wine and a lump of butter as big as a hen's egg mixed in a very little flour. Boil it up and pour into your pie. Put on the lid and bake it an hour in a quick oven. If there be any forcemeat left after filling the belly, make balls of it and put into the pie. If you have not liquor enough, boil a few small eels to make enough to fill your dish. To make a sole pie. Make a good crust, cover your dish, boil 2 pounds of eels tender, pick all the flesh clean from the bones. Throw the bones into the liquor you boil the eels in, with a little mace and salt, till it is very good, and about a quarter of a pint, then strain it. In the meantime, cut the flesh of your eel fine, with a little lemon peel shred fine, a little salt, pepper and nutmeg, a few crumbs of bread, chopped parsley and an anchovy. Melt 1/4 pound of butter and mix with it. Then lay it in the dish. Cut the flesh off a pair of large soles, or 3 pairs of very small ones, clean from the bones and fins. Lay it on the forcemeat and pour in the broth of the eels you boiled. Put the lid of the pie on and bake it. You should boil the bones of the soles with the eel bones to make it good. If you boil the sole bones with 1 or 2 little eels without the forcemeat, your pie will be very good. And thus you may do a turbot. To make an eel pie. Make a good crust. Clean, gut and wash your eels very well, then cut them in pieces half as long as your finger. Season them with pepper, salt, and a little beaten mace to your palate, either high or low. Fill your dish with eels, and put as much water as the dish will hold. Put on your cover, and bake them well. To make a flounder pie. Gut some flounders, wash them clean, dry them in a cloth, just boil them, cut off the meat clean from the bones, lay a good crust over the dish, and lay a little fresh butter at the bottom, and on that the fish. Season with pepper and salt to your mind. Boil the bones in the water your fish was boiled in, with a little bit of horseradish, a little parsley, a very little bit of lemon peel, and a crust of bread. Boil it till there is just enough liquor for the pie, then strain it and put it into your pie. Put on the top crust and bake it. To make a herring pie. Scale, gut and wash them very clean. Cut off the heads, fins and tails. Make a good crust, cover your dish, then season your herrings with beaten mace, pepper and salt. Put a little butter in the bottom of your dish, then a row of herrings. Pare some apples and cut them in thin slices all over. Then peel some onions and cut them in slices all over thick. Lay a little butter on the top. Put in a little water, lay on the lid and bake it well. To make a salmon pie. Make a good crust, cleanse a piece of salmon well, season it with salt, mace and nutmeg. Lay a piece of butter at the bottom of the dish and lay your salmon in. Melt butter according to your pie. Take a lobster, boil it, pick out all the flesh, chop it small, bruise the body, mix it well with the butter, which must be very good. Pour it over your salmon, put on the lid and bake it well. To make a lobster pie. Take 2 or 3 lobsters and boil them. Take the meat out of the tails whole. Cut them in 4 pieces long ways. Take out all the spawn and the meat of the claws. Beat it well in a mortar. Season it with pepper, salt, 2 spoonfuls of vinegar and a little anchovy liquor. Melt ½ pound of fresh butter. Stir all together with the crumbs of a halfpenny roll rubbed through a fine colander, and the yolks of 2 eggs. Put a fine puff paste over your dish. Lay in your tails and the rest of the meat over them. Put on your cover and bake it in a slow oven. To make a mussel pie. Make a good crust, lay it all over the dish. Wash your mussels clean in several waters, then put them in a deep stew pan, cover them and let them stew till they are open. Pick them out and see there be no crabs under the tongue. Put them in a saucepan with 2 or 3 blades of mace, strain liquor just enough to cover them, a good piece of butter and a few crumbs of bread. Stew them a few minutes. Fill your pie, put on the lid and bake it half an hour. So you may make an oyster pie. Always let your fish be cold before you put on the lid, or it will spoil the crust. To make Lent mince pies. 6 eggs boiled hard and chopped fine, 12 pippins pared and chopped small, a pound of raisins of the sun, stoned and chopped fine, a pound of currants washed, picked and rubbed clean, a large spoonful of sugar beat fine, an ounce of citron, an ounce of candied orange, both cut fine, a quarter of an ounce of mace and cloves beat fine, and a little nutmeg beat fine. Mix all together with a gill of brandy and a gill of sack. Make your crust good and bake it in a slack oven. When you make your pie, squeeze in the juice of a Seville orange. To collar salmon. Take a side of salmon, cut off a handful of the tail, wash your large piece very well, dry it with a clean cloth, wash it over with the yolks of eggs, and then make forcemeat with what you cut off the tail. But take off the skin, and put to it a handful of parboiled oysters, a tail or two of lobsters, the yolks of 3 or 4 eggs boiled hard, 6 anchovies, a handful of sweet herbs chopped small, a little salt, cloves, mace, nutmeg, pepper beat fine, and grated bread. Work all these together into a body with the yolks of eggs. Lay it all over the fleshy part, and a little more pepper and salt over the salmon. So roll it up into a collar and bind it with broad tape, then boil it in water, salt and vinegar, but let the liquor boil first. Then put in your collars, a bunch of sweet herbs, sliced ginger and nutmeg. Let it boil, but not too fast. It will take near 2 hours boiling. When it is enough, take it up into your sousing pan, and when the pickle is cold, put it to your salmon, and let it stand in it till used, or otherwise you may pot it. Fill it up with clarified butter as you pot fowls. That way will keep longest. To collar eels. Take your eel and scar it well with salt, wipe it clean. Then cut it down the back, take out the bone, cut the head and tail off. Put the yolk of an egg over it, and then take 4 cloves, 2 blades of mace, half a nutmeg beat fine, a little pepper and salt, some chopped parsley, and sweet herbs chopped fine. Mix them all together and sprinkle over it. Roll the eel up very tight and tie it in a cloth. Put on water enough to boil it, and put in an onion, some cloves and mace, 4 bay leaves. Boil it up with the bones, head and tail for half an hour with a little vinegar and salt. Then take out the bones, etc., and put in your eels. Boil them, if large, 2 hours, lesser in proportion. When done, put them away to cool. Then take them out of the liquor and cloth, and cut them in slices, or send them whole with raw parsley under and over. Note well, you must take them out of the cloth, and put them in the liquor, and tie them close down to keep. To pickle or bake herrings. Scale and wash them clean, cut off the heads, take out the roes, or wash them clean, and put them in again as you like. Season them with a little mace and cloves beat, a very little beaten pepper and salt. Lay them in a deep pan, lay 2 or 3 bay leaves between each lay. Put in half vinegar and half water or rape vinegar. Cover it close with a brown paper, and send it to the oven to bake. Let it stand till cold. Thus do sprats. Some use only allspice, but that is not so good. To pickle or bake mackerel to keep all the year. Gut them, cut off their heads, cut them open, dry them well with a clean cloth. Take a pan which they will lie cleverly in. Lay a few bay leaves at the bottom, rub the bone with a little bay salt beat fine. Take a little beaten mace, a few cloves beat fine, black and white pepper beat fine. Mix a little salt, rub them inside and out with the spice. Lay them in a pan, and between every lay of the mackerel put a few bay leaves. Then cover them with vinegar, tie them down close with brown paper, and put them into a slow oven. They will take a good while doing. When they are enough, uncover them, let them stand till cold, then pour away all that vinegar, and put as much good vinegar as will cover them, and an onion stuck with cloves. Send them to the oven again. Let them stand 2 hours in a very slow oven, and they will keep all the year. But you must not put in your hands to take out the mackerel, if you can avoid it, but take a slice to take them out with. The great bones of the mackerel taken out and broiled, this is a pretty little plate to fill up the corner of a table. To souse mackerel. You must wash them clean, gut them, and boil them in salt and water till they are enough. Take them out, lay them in a clean pan, cover them with the liquor, add a little vinegar, and when you send them to table, lay fennel over them. To pot a lobster. Take a live lobster, boil it in salt and water, and peg it that no water gets in. When it is cold, pick out all the flesh and body, take out the gut, beat it fine in a mortar, and season it with beaten mace, grated nutmeg, pepper and salt. Mix all together, melt a little piece of butter as big as a large walnut, and mix it with the lobster as you are beating it. When it is beat to a paste, put it into your potting pot and put it down as close and hard as you can. Then set some fresh butter in a deep broad pan before the fire, and when it is all melted, take off the scum at the top, if any, and pour the clear butter over the meat as thick as a crown piece. The whey and churn milk will settle at the bottom of the pan, but take great care none of that goes in, and always let your butter be very good, or you will spoil all. Or only put the meat whole, with the body mixed among it, laying them as close together as you can, and pour the butter over them. You must be sure to let the lobster be well boiled. A middling one will take half an hour boiling. To pot eels. Take a large eel, skin it, cleanse it, and wash it very clean. Dry it in a cloth, and cut it into pieces as long as your finger. Season them with a little beaten mace and nutmeg, pepper, salt, and a little sal prunella beat fine. Lay them in a pan, then pour as much good butter over them as will cover them, and clarified as above. They must be baked half an hour in a quick oven. If a slow oven, longer, till they are enough, but that you must judge by the largeness of the eels. With a fork take them out and lay them on a coarse cloth to drain. When they are quite cold, season them again with the same seasoning, lay them in the pot close. Then take off the butter they were baked in clear from the gravy of the fish, and set it in a dish before the fire. When it is melted, pour the clear butter over the eels, and let them be covered with the butter. In the same manner you may pot what you please. You may bone your eels if you choose it, but then do not put in any sal prunella. To pot lampreys. Skin them, cleanse them with salt, then wipe them dry. Beat some black pepper, mace and cloves, mix them with salt and season them. Lay them in a pan and cover them with clarified butter. Bake them an hour. Order them as the eels, only let them be seasoned, and one will be enough for a pot. You must season them well. Let your butter be good, and they will keep a long time. To pot chars. After having cleansed them, cut off the fins, tails and heads, then lay them in rows in a long baking pan. Cover them with butter, and order them as above. To pot a pike. You must scale it, cut off the head, split it, and take out the chine bone, then strew all over the inside some bay salt and pepper. Roll it up round and lay it in a pot. Cover it and bake it an hour. Then take it out and lay it on a coarse cloth to drain. When it is cold, put it into your pot and cover it with clarified butter. To pot salmon. Take a piece of fresh salmon, scale it and wipe it clean. Let your piece or pieces be as big as will lie cleverly on your pot. Season it with Jamaica pepper, black pepper, mace and cloves beat fine, mixed with salt, a little sal prunella beat fine, and rub the bone with. Season with a little of the spice. Pour clarified butter over it and bake it well. Then take it out carefully and lay it to drain. When cold, season it well, lay it in your pot close and cover it with clarified butter as above. Thus you may do carp, tench, trout, and several sorts of fish. Another way to pot salmon. Scale and clean your salmon, cut it down the back, dry it well, and cut it as near the shape of your pot as you can. Take 2 nutmegs, an ounce of mace and cloves beaten, half an ounce of white pepper, and an ounce of salt. Then take out all the bones, cut off the jowl below the fins, and cut off the tail. Season the scaly side first. Lay that at the bottom of the pot. Then rub the seasoning on the other side, cover it with a dish, and let it stand all night. It must be put double, and the scaly side top and bottom. Put butter bottom and top, and cover the pot with some stiff coarse paste. 3 hours will bake it if a large fish, if a small one, 2 hours. And when it comes out of the oven, let it stand half an hour. Then uncover it and raise it up at one end, that the gravy may run out. Then put a trencher and a weight on it to press out the gravy. When the butter is cold, take it out clear from the gravy. Add some more to it and put it in a pan before the fire. When it is melted, pour it over the salmon. And when it is cold, paper it up. As to the seasoning of these things, it must be according to your palate, more or less. Note well, always take great care that no gravy or whey of the butter is left in the potting. If there is, it will not keep. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Directions for the Sick. I do not pretend to meddle here in the physical way, but a few directions for the cook or nurse, I presume, will not be improper to make such a diet, etc., as the doctor shall order. To make mutton broth. Take a pound of a loin of mutton, take off the fat, put to it 1 quart of water, let it boil and skim it well, then put in a good piece of upper crust of bread and 1 large blade of mace. Cover it close and let it boil slowly an hour. Do not stir it, but pour the broth clear off. Season it with a little salt, and the mutton will be fit to eat. If you boil turnips, do not boil them in the broth, but by themselves in another saucepan. To boil a scrag of veal. Set on the scrag in a clean saucepan. To each pound of veal put a quart of water, skim it very clean, then put in a good piece of upper crust, a blade of mace to each pound, and a little parsley tied with a thread. Cover it close, then let it boil very softly 2 hours, and both broth and meat will be fit to eat. To make beef or mutton broth for very weak people who take but little nourishment. Take a pound of beef or mutton, or both together. To a pound, put 2 quarts of water. First skin the meat and take off the fat. Then cut it into little pieces and boil it till it comes to 1/4 of a pint. Season it with a very little corn of salt. Skim off all the fat and give a spoonful of this broth at a time. To very weak people, half a spoonful is enough. To some, a teaspoonful at a time, and to others, a teacupful. There is greater nourishment from this than anything else. To make beef drink, which is ordered for weak people. Take a pound of lean beef, then take off all the fat and skin, cut it into pieces, put it into a gallon of water with the undercrust of a penny loaf and a very little salt. Let it boil till it comes to 2 quarts. Then strain it off, and it is a very hearty drink. To make beef tea. Take a pound of lean beef and cut it very fine. Pour a pint of boiling water over it, and put it on the fire to raise the scum. Skim it clean, strain it off, and let it settle. Pour it clear from the settling, and then it is fit for use. To make pork broth. Take 2 pounds of young pork, then take off the skin and fat, boil it in a gallon of water with a turnip and a very little corn of salt. Let it boil till it comes to 2 quarts. Strain it off and let it stand till cold. Take off the fat, then leave the settling at the bottom of the pan, and drink half a pint in the morning fasting, an hour before breakfast, and at noon if the stomach will bear it. To boil a chicken. Let your saucepan be very clean and nice. When the water boils, put in your chicken, which must be very nicely picked and clean, and laid in cold water 1/4 of an hour before it is boiled. Then take it out of the water boiling, and lay it in a pewter dish. Save all the liquor that runs from it in the dish. Cut up your chicken all in joints in the dish. Then bruise the liver very fine. Add a little boiled parsley chopped fine, a very little salt, and a little grated nutmeg. Mix it all well together with 2 spoonfuls of the liquor of the fowl, and pour it into the dish with the rest of the liquor in the dish. If there is not liquor enough, take 2 or 3 spoonfuls of the liquor it was boiled in, clap another dish over it. Then set it over a chafing dish of hot coals 5 or 6 minutes, and carry it to table hot, with the cover on. This is better than butter, and lighter for the stomach, though some choose it only with the liquor, and no parsley nor liver, and that is according to different palates. If it is for a very weak person, take off the skin of the chicken before you set it on the chafing dish. If you roast it, make nothing but bread sauce, and that is lighter than any sauce you can make for a weak stomach. Thus you may dress a rabbit, only bruise but a little piece of the liver. To boil pigeons. Let your pigeons be cleaned, washed, drawn, and skinned. Boil them in milk and water 10 minutes, and pour over them sauce made thus. Take the livers parboiled, and bruise them fine, with as much parsley boiled and chopped fine. Melt some butter, mix a little with the liver and parsley first, then mix all together, and pour over the pigeons. To boil a partridge, or any other wild fowl. When your water boils, put in your partridge, let it boil 10 minutes. Then take it up into a pewter plate, and cut it in 2, laying the insides next the plate, and have ready some bread sauce made thus. Take the crumb of a halfpenny roll, or thereabouts, and boil it in half a pint of water with a blade of mace. Let it boil 2 or 3 minutes. Pour away most of the water. Then beat it up with a little piece of nice butter, a little salt, and pour it over the partridge. Clap a cover over it. Then set it over a chafing dish of coals 4 or 5 minutes, and send it away hot, covered close. Thus you may dress any sort of wild fowl, only boiling it more or less according to the bigness. Ducks, take off the skins before you pour the bread sauce over them, and if you roast them, lay bread sauce under them. It is lighter than gravy for weak stomachs. To boil a plaice or flounder. Let your water boil, throw some salt in. Then put in your fish. Boil it till you think it is enough, and take it out of the water in a slice to drain. Take 2 spoonfuls of the liquor with a little salt, a little grated nutmeg. Then beat up the yolk of an egg very well with the liquor, and stir in the egg. Beat it well together. With a knife, carefully slice away all the little bones round the fish. Pour the sauce over it. Then set it over a chafing dish of coals for a minute, and send it hot away. Or, in the room of this sauce, add melted butter in a cup. To mince veal or chicken for the sick or weak people. Mince a chicken or some veal very fine. Take off the skin. Just boil as much water as will moisten it, and no more, with a very little salt. Grate a very little nutmeg. Then throw a little flour over it, and when the water boils, put in the meat. Keep shaking it about over the fire a minute. Then have ready 2 or 3 very thin sippets, toasted nice and brown, laid in the plate, and pour the mincemeat over it. To pull a chicken for the sick. You must take as much cold chicken as you think proper. Take off the skin, and pull the meat into little bits as thick as a quill. Then take the bones, boil them with a little salt till they are good. Strain it. Then take a spoonful of the liquor, a spoonful of milk, a little bit of butter as big as a large nutmeg rolled in flour, a little chopped parsley, as much as will lie on a sixpence, and a little salt if wanted. This will be enough for half a small chicken. Put all together into the saucepan. Then keep shaking it till it is thick, and pour it into a hot plate. To make chicken broth. You must take an old cock or large fowl, flay it. Then pick off all the fat and break it all to pieces with a rolling pin. Put it into 2 quarts of water with a good crust of bread and a blade of mace. Let it boil softly till it is as good as you would have it. If you do it as it should be done, it will take 5 or 6 hours doing. Pour it off, then put a quart more of boiling water and cover it close. Let it boil softly till it is good, and strain it off. Season with a very little salt. When you boil a chicken, save the liquor, and when the meat is eat, take the bones, then break them, and put to the liquor you boiled the chicken in, with a blade of mace and a crust of bread. Let it boil till it is good, and strain it off. To make chicken water. Take a cock or large fowl, flay it, then bruise it with a hammer, and put it into a gallon of water with a crust of bread. Let it boil half away, and strain it off. To make white caudle. You must take 2 quarts of water, mix in 4 spoonfuls of oatmeal, a blade or 2 of mace, a piece of lemon peel, let it boil and keep stirring it often. Let it boil about a quarter of an hour, and take care it does not boil over. Then strain it through a coarse sieve. When you use it, sweeten it to your palate. Grate in a little nutmeg and what wine is proper. And if it is not for a sick person, squeeze in the juice of a lemon. To make brown caudle. Boil the gruel as above with 6 spoonfuls of oatmeal and strain it. Then add a quart of good ale, not bitter. Boil it, then sweeten it to your palate, and add half a pint of white wine. When you do not put in white wine, let it be half ale. To make water gruel. You must take a pint of water and a large spoonful of oatmeal, then stir it together and let it boil up 3 or 4 times, stirring often. Do not let it boil over. Then strain it through a sieve, salt it to your palate, put in a good piece of fresh butter, brew it with a spoon till the butter is all melted, then it will be fine and smooth and very good. Some love a little pepper in it. To make panada. You must take a quart of water in a nice clean saucepan, a blade of mace, a large piece of crumb of bread. Let it boil 2 minutes. Then take out the bread and bruise it in a basin very fine. Mix as much water as will make it as thick as you would have. The rest pour away and sweeten it to your palate. Put in a piece of butter as big as a walnut. Do not put in any wine. It spoils it. You may grate in a little nutmeg. This is hearty and good diet for sick people. To boil sago. Put a large spoonful of sago into 3/4 of a pint of water. Stir it and boil it softly till it is as thick as you would have it. Then put in wine and sugar with a little nutmeg to your palate. To boil salop. It is a hard stone ground to powder, and generally sold for 1 shilling an ounce. Take a large teaspoonful of the powder and put it into a pint of boiling water. Keep stirring it till it is like a fine jelly. Then put wine and sugar to your palate, and lemon if it will agree. To make isinglass jelly. Take a quart of water, 1 ounce of isinglass, half an ounce of cloves. Boil them to a pint, then strain it upon a pound of loaf sugar, and when cold, sweeten your tea with it. You may make the jelly as above, and leave out the cloves. Sweeten to your palate, and add a little wine. All other jellies you have in another chapter. To make the pectoral drink. Take a gallon of water and half a pound of pearl barley. Boil it with 1/4 pound of figs split, a pennyworth of licorice sliced to pieces, 1/4 pound of raisins of the sun stoned. Boil all together till half is wasted, then strain it off. This is ordered in the measles and several other disorders for a drink. To make buttered water, or what the Germans call egg soup, who are very fond of it for supper. You have it in the chapter for Lent. Take a pint of water, beat up the yolk of an egg with the water, put in a piece of butter as big as a small walnut, 2 or 3 knobs of sugar, and keep stirring it all the time it is on the fire. When it begins to boil, bruise it between the saucepan and a mug till it is smooth, and has a great froth. Then it is fit to drink. This is ordered in a cold, or where egg will agree with the stomach. To make seed water. Take a spoonful of coriander seed, half a spoonful of caraway seed bruised and boiled in a pint of water. Then strain it and bruise it with the yolk of an egg. Mix it with sack and double refined sugar according to your palate. To make bread soup for the sick. Take a quart of water, set it on the fire in a clean saucepan, and as much dry crust of bread cut to pieces as the top of a penny loaf, the drier the better, a bit of butter as big as a walnut. Let it boil, then beat it with a spoon, and keep boiling it till the bread and water is well mixed. Then season it with a very little salt, and it is a pretty thing for a weak stomach. To make artificial asses' milk. Take 2 ounces of pearl barley, 2 large spoonfuls of hartshorn shavings, 1 ounce of eringo root, 1 ounce of china root, 1 ounce of preserved ginger, 18 snails bruised with the shells, to be boiled in 3 quarts of water till it comes to 3 pints. then boil a pint of new milk, and put in 2 ounces of balsam of tolu. Take half a pint in the morning and half a pint at night. Cow's milk, next to ass's milk, done thus. Take a quart of milk, set it in a pan overnight. The next morning take off all the cream, then boil it, and set it in the pan again till night. Then skim it again, boil it, set it in the pan again, and the next morning skim it. Warm it blood warm, and drink it as you do ass's milk. It is very near as good, and with some consumptive people it is better. To make a good drink. Boil a quart of milk and a quart of water, with the top crust of a penny loaf, and 1 blade of mace, a quarter of an hour very softly. Then pour it off, and when you drink it, let it be warm. To make barley water. Put a quarter of a pound of pearl barley into 2 quarts of water. Let it boil, skim it very clean. Boil half away and strain it off. Sweeten to your palate, but not too sweet, and put in 2 spoonfuls of white wine. Drink it lukewarm. To make sage tea. Take a little sage, a little balm, put it into a pan, slice a lemon, peel and all, a few knobs of sugar, 1 glass of white wine, pour on these 2 or 3 quarts of boiling water, cover it, and drink when thirsty. When you think it strong enough of the herbs, take them out, otherwise it will make it bitter. To make it for a child. A little sage, balm, rue, mint and pennyroyal. Pour boiling water on and sweeten to your palate. Syrup of cloves, etc., and black cherry water you have in the chapter of preserves. Liquor for a child that has the thrush. Take half a pint of spring water, a knob of double refined sugar, a very little bit of alum, beat it well together with the yolk of an egg, then beat it in a large spoonful of the juice of sage. Tie a rag to the end of the stick, dip it in this liquor, and often clean the mouth. Give the child overnight 1 drop of laudanum, and the next day proper physic, washing the mouth often with the liquor. To boil comfrey roots. Take a pound of comfrey roots, scrape them clean, cut them into little pieces, and put them into 3 pints of water. Let them boil till there is about a pint, then strain it, and when it is cold, put it into a saucepan. If there is any settling at the bottom, throw it away. Mix it with sugar to your palate, half a pint of mountain wine, and the juice of a lemon. Let it boil, then pour it into a clean earthen pot, and set it by for use. Some boil it in milk, and it is very good where it will agree, and is reckoned a very great strengthener. To make the knuckle broth. Take 12 shank ends of a leg of mutton, break them well, and soak them in cold spring water for an hour. Then take a small brush and scour them clean with warm water and salt. Then put them in 2 quarts of spring water and let them simmer till reduced to 1 quart. When they have been on 1 hour, put in 1 ounce of hartshorn shavings and the bottom of a halfpenny roll. Be careful to take the scum off as it rises. When done, strain it off, and if any fat remains, take it off with a knife when cold. Drink a quarter of a pint warm when you go to bed, and 1 hour before you rise. It is a certain restorative at the beginning of a decline, or when any weakness is the complaint. Note well, if it is made right, it is the colour of calf's foot jelly, and is strong enough to bear a spoon upright. From the College of Physicians, London. A medicine for a disorder in the bowels. Take 1 ounce of beef suet, half a pint of milk, and half a pint of water. Mix together with a tablespoonful of wheat flour. Put it over the fire 10 minutes and keep it stirring all the time, and take a coffee cup full 2 or 3 times a day. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. For Captains of Ships. To make ketchup to keep 20 years. Take a gallon of strong stale beer, 1 pound of anchovies washed from the pickle, a pound of shallots peeled, half an ounce of mace, half an ounce of cloves, a quarter of an ounce of whole pepper, 3 or 4 large races of ginger, 2 quarts of the large mushroom flaps rubbed to pieces. Cover all this close and let it simmer till it is half wasted, then strain it through a flannel bag. Let it stand till it is quite cold, then bottle it. You may carry it to the Indies. A spoonful of this to a pound of fresh butter melted makes a fine fish sauce, or in the room of gravy sauce. The stronger and staler the beer is, the better the ketchup will be. To make fish sauce to keep the whole year. You must take 24 anchovies, chop them, bones and all. Put to them 10 shallots cut small, a handful of scraped horseradish, a quarter of an ounce of mace, a quart of white wine, a pint of water, 1 lemon cut into slices, half a pint of anchovy liquor, a pint of red wine, 12 cloves, 12 peppercorns. Boil them together till it comes to a quart. Strain it off, cover it close and keep it in a cold, dry place. 2 spoonfuls will be sufficient for a pound of butter. It is a pretty sauce, either for boiled fowl, veal, etc. Or in the room of gravy, lowering it with hot water and thickening it with a piece of butter rolled in flour. To pot dripping, to fry fish, meat, fritters, etc. Take 6 pounds of good beef dripping, boil it in soft water, strain it into a pan, let it stand till cold. Then take off the hard fat and scrape off the gravy which sticks to the inside. Thus do 8 times. When it is cold and hard, take it off clean from the water. Put it into a large saucepan with 6 bay leaves, 12 cloves, half a pound of salt, and a quarter of a pound of whole pepper. Let the fat be all melted and just hot. Let it stand till it is hot enough to strain through a sieve into the pot, and stand till it is quite cold, then cover it up. Thus you may do what quantity you please. The best way to keep any sort of dripping is to turn the pot upside down, and then no rats can get at it. If it will keep on shipboard, it will make as fine puff paste crust as any butter can do, or crust for puddings, etc. To pickle mushrooms for the sea. Wash them clean with a piece of flannel in salt and water. Put them into a saucepan and throw a little salt over them. Let them boil up 3 times in their own liquor. Then throw them into a sieve to drain and spread them on a clean cloth. Let them lie till cold. Then put them in wide-mouthed bottles. Put in with them a good deal of whole mace, a little nutmeg sliced, and a few cloves. Boil the sugar vinegar of your own making with a good deal of whole pepper, some races of ginger, and 2 or 3 bay leaves. Let it boil a few minutes, then strain it. When it is cold, pour it on, and fill the bottle with mutton fat fried. Cork them, tie a bladder, then a leather over them, keep it down close, and in as cool a place as possible. As to all other pickles, you have them in the chapter of pickles. To make mushroom powder. Take half a peck of fine large thick mushrooms, wash them clean from grit and dirt with a flannel rag, scrape out the inside, cut out all the worms, put them into a kettle over the fire without any water, 2 large onions stuck with cloves, a large handful of salt, 1/4 ounce of mace, 2 teaspoonfuls of beaten pepper. Let them simmer till the liquor is boiled away. Take great care they do not burn. Then lay them on sieves to dry in the sun, or in tin plates, and set them in a slack oven all night to dry, till they will beat to powder. Press the powder down hard in a pot, and keep it for use. You may put what quantity you please for the sauce. To keep mushrooms without pickle. Take large mushrooms, peel them, scrape out the inside, put them into a saucepan, throw a little salt over them, and let them boil in their own liquor. Then throw them into a sieve to drain. Then lay them on tin plates, and set them in a cool oven. Repeat it often till they are perfectly dry. Put them into a clean stone jar, tie them down tight, and keep them in a dry place. They eat deliciously, and look as well as truffles. To keep artichoke bottoms dry. Boil them just so as you can pull off the leaves and the choke. Cut them from the stalks, lay them on tin plates, set them in a very cool oven, and repeat it till they are quite dry. Then put them in a paper bag, tie them up close, and hang them up in a dry place. Keep them in a dry place, and when you use them, lay them in warm water till they are tender. Shift the water 2 or 3 times. They are fine in almost all sauces cut to little pieces, and put in just before your sauce is enough. To fry artichoke bottoms. Lay them in water as above, then have ready some butter hot in the pan. Flour the bottoms and fry them. Lay them in your dish, and pour melted butter over them. To ragout artichoke bottoms. Take 12 bottoms, soften them in warm water, as in the foregoing receipts. Take half a pint of water, a piece of the strong soup, as big as a small walnut, half a spoonful of the ketchup, 5 or 6 of the dried mushrooms, a teaspoonful of the mushroom powder, set it on the fire. Shake all together and let it boil softly 2 or 3 minutes. Let the last water you put to the bottoms boil. Take them out hot, lay them in your dish, pour the sauce over them, and send them to table hot. To dress fish. As to drying fish, first wash it very clean, then dry it well and flour it. Take some of the beef dripping, make it boil in the stew pan. Then throw in your fish, and fry it of a fine light brown. Lay it on the bottom of a sieve or coarse cloth to drain, and make sauce according to your fancy. To bake fish. Butter the pan, lay in the fish, throw a little salt over it and flour. Put a very little water in the dish, an onion and a bundle of sweet herbs. Stick some little bits of butter or the fine dripping on the fish. Let it be baked of a fine light brown. When enough, lay it on a dish before the fire and skim off all the fat in the pan. Strain the liquor and mix it up either with the fish sauce or strong soup, or the ketchup. To make a gravy soup. Only boil soft water, and put as much of the strong soup to it as will make it to your palate. Let it boil, and if it wants salt, you must season it. The receipts for the soup you have in the chapter for soups. To make peas soup. Get a quart of peas, boil them in 2 gallons of water till they are tender. Then have a ready piece of salt pork or beef, which has been laid in water the night before. Put it into the pot with 2 large onions peeled, a bundle of sweet herbs, celery, if you have it, 1/4 ounce of whole pepper. Let it boil till the meat is enough, then take it up, and if the soup is not enough, let it boil till the soup is good. Then strain it, set it on again to boil, and rub in a good deal of dry mint. Keep the meat hot. When the soup is ready, put in the meat again for a few minutes and let it boil, then serve it away. If you add a piece of the portable soup, it will be very good. The onion soup you have in the Lent chapter. To make pork pudding or beef. Make a good crust with the dripping or mutton suet, if you have it, shred fine. Make a thick crust. Take a piece of salt pork or beef, which has been 24 hours in soft water. Season it with a little pepper, put it into this crust, roll it up close, tie it in a cloth and boil it. If for about 4 or 5 pounds, boil it 5 hours. And when you kill mutton, make a pudding the same way, only cut the steaks thin. Season them with pepper and salt, and boil it 3 hours if large, or 2 hours if small, and so according to the size. Apple pudding make with the same crust, only pare the apples, core them, and fill your pudding. If large, it will take 5 hours boiling. When it is enough, lay it in the dish, cut a hole in the top, and stir in butter and sugar. Lay the piece on again, and send it to table. A prune pudding eats fine, made the same way, only when the crust is ready, fill it with prunes, and sweeten it according to your fancy. Close it up, and boil it 2 hours. To make a rice pudding. Take what rice you think proper, tie it loose in a cloth, and boil it an hour. Then take it up and untie it, grate a good deal of nutmeg in, stir in a good piece of butter, and sweeten to your palate. Tie it up close, boil it an hour more, then take it up and turn it into your dish. Melt butter with a little sugar and a little white wine for sauce. To make a suet pudding. Get a pound of suet shred fine, a pound of flour, a pound of currants picked clean, half a pound of raisins stoned, 2 teaspoonfuls of beaten ginger, and a spoonful of tincture of saffron. Mix all together with salt water very thick, then either boil or bake it. A liver pudding boiled. Get the liver of a sheep when you kill one, and cut it as thin as you can, and chop it. Mix it with as much suet shred fine, half as many crumbs of bread or biscuit grated, season it with some sweet herbs shred fine, a little nutmeg grated, a little beaten pepper, and an anchovy shred fine. Mix all together with a little salt, or the anchovy liquor with a piece of butter. Fill the crust and close it. Boil it 3 hours. To make an oatmeal pudding. Get a pint of oatmeal once cut, a pound of suet shred fine, a pound of currants, and half a pound of raisins stoned. Mix all together well with a little salt, tie it in a cloth, leaving room for the swelling. To bake an oatmeal pudding. Boil a quart of water, season it with a little salt. When the water boils, stir in the oatmeal till it is so thick you cannot easily stir your spoon. Then take it off the fire, stir in 2 spoonfuls of brandy or a gill of mountain, and sweeten it to your palate. Grate in a little nutmeg, and stir in half a pound of currants, clean washed and picked. Then butter a pan, pour it in, and bake it half an hour. A rice pudding baked. Boil a pound of rice just till it is tender, then drain all the water from it as dry as you can, but do not squeeze it. Then stir in a good piece of butter and sweeten to your palate. Grate a small nutmeg in, stir it all well together, butter a pan, and pour it in and bake it. You may add a few currants for change. To make a peas pudding. Boil it till it is quite tender, then take it up, untie it, stir in a good piece of butter, a little salt and a good deal of beaten pepper, then tie it up tight again, boil it an hour longer, and it will eat fine. All other puddings you have in the chapter of puddings. To make a haricot of French beans. Take a pint of the seeds of French beans, which are ready dried for sowing. Wash them clean and put them into a 2-quart saucepan. Fill it with water and let them boil 2 hours. If the water wastes away too much, you must put in more boiling water to keep them boiling. In the meantime, take almost half a pound of nice fresh butter, put it into a clean stew pan, and when it is all melted and done making any noise, have ready a pint basin heaped up with onions peeled and sliced thin, and fry them of a fine brown, stirring them about that they may be all alike. Then pour off the clear water from the beans into a basin, and throw the beans all into the stew pan. Stir all together and throw in a large teaspoonful of beaten pepper, 2 heaped full of salt, and stir it all together for 2 or 3 minutes. You may make this dish of what thickness you think proper, either to eat with a spoon or otherways, with the liquor you poured off the beans. For change, you may make it thin enough for soup. When it is of the proper thickness you like it, take it off the fire and stir in a large spoonful of vinegar and the yolks of 2 eggs beat. The eggs may be left out if disliked. Dish it up and send it to table. To make a fowl pie. First make rich, thick crust. Cover the dish with the paste, then take some very fine bacon or cold boiled ham, slice it and lay a layer all over. Season with a little pepper, then put in the fowl after it is picked and cleaned and singed. Shake a very little pepper and salt into the belly. Put in a little water. Cover it with ham, seasoned with a little beaten pepper. Put on the lid and bake it 2 hours. When it comes out of the oven, take half a pint of water, boil it, and add to it as much of the strong soup as will make the gravy quite rich. Pour it boiling hot into the pie, and lay on the lid again. Send it to table hot. Or lay a piece of beef or pork in soft water 24 hours, slice it in the room of the ham, and it will eat fine. To make a Cheshire pork pie for sea. Take some salt pork that has been boiled, cut it into thin slices, an equal quantity of potatoes pared and sliced thin, make a good crust, cover the dish, lay a layer of meat, seasoned with a little pepper, and a layer of potatoes, then a layer of meat, a layer of potatoes, and so on till your pie is full. Season it with pepper. When it is full, lay some butter on the top, and fill your dish above half full of soft water. Close your pie up and bake it in a gentle oven. To make sea venison. When you kill a sheep, keep stirring the blood all the time till it is cold, or at least as cold as it will be, that it may not congeal. Then cut up the sheep. Take one side, cut the leg like a haunch, cut off the shoulder and loin, the neck and breast in 2, steep them all in the blood as long as the weather will permit you. Then take out the haunch, and hang it out of the sun as long as you can to be sweet, and roast it as you do a haunch of venison. It will eat very fine, especially if the heat will give you leave to keep it long. Take off all the suet before you lay it in the blood. Take the other joints and lay them in a large pan. Pour over them a quart of red wine and a quart of rape vinegar. Lay the fat side of the meat downwards in the pan, on a hollow tray as best, and pour the wine and vinegar over it. Let it lie 12 hours, then take the neck, breast and loin out of the pickle. Let the shoulder lie a week, if the heat will let you. Rub it with bay salt, saltpetre, and coarse sugar, of each 1/4 ounce, 1 handful of common salt, and let it lie a week or 10 days. Bone the neck, breast, and loin. Season them with pepper and salt to your palate, and make a pasty as you do venison. Boil the bones for gravy to fill the pie when it comes out of the oven, and the shoulder boil fresh out of the pickle with a peas pudding. And when you cut up the sheep, take the heart, liver and lights, boil them 1/4 hour, then cut them small and chop them very fine. Season them with 4 large blades of mace, 12 cloves and a large nutmeg, all beat to powder. Chop a pound of suet fine, half a pound of sugar, 2 pounds of currants clean washed, half a pint of red wine. Mix all well together and make a pie. Bake it an hour, it is very rich. To make dumplings when you have white bread. Take the crumb of a twopenny loaf grated fine, as much beef suet shred as fine as possible, a little salt, half a small nutmeg grated, a large spoonful of sugar. Beat 2 eggs with 2 spoonfuls of sack, mix all well together, and roll them up as big as a turkey's egg. Let the water boil and throw them in. Half an hour will boil them. For sauce, melt butter with a little salt. Lay the dumplings in a dish, pour the sauce over them, and strew sugar all over the dish. These are very pretty, either at land or sea. You must observe to rub your hands with flour when you make them up. The portable soup to carry abroad you have in the 6th chapter. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12 of Hogs-Puddings, Sausages, etc. To make almond hogs-puddings. Take 2 pounds of beef suet or marrow, shred very small, 1.5 pounds of almonds, blanched and beat very fine with rosewater, 1 pound of grated bread, 1.25 pounds of fine sugar, a little salt, half an ounce of mace, nutmeg and cinnamon together, 12 yolks of eggs, 4 whites, a pint of sack, 1.5 pints of thick cream, some rose or orange flower water. Boil the cream, tie the saffron in a bag, and dip in the cream to colour it. First beat your eggs very well, then stir in your almonds, then the spice, the salt and suet, and mix all your ingredients together. Fill your guts but half full. Put some bits of citron in the guts as you fill them. Tie them up and boil them 1/4 hour. Another way. Take 1 pound of beef marrow chopped fine, half a pound of sweet almonds blanched and beat fine with a little orange flower or rosewater, half a pound of white bread grated fine, half a pound of currants clean washed and picked, 1/4 pound of fine sugar, 1/4 ounce of mace, nutmeg and cinnamon together, of each an equal quantity, and half a pint of sack. Mix all well together with half a pint of good cream and the yolks of 4 eggs. Fill your guts half full, tie them up and boil them 1/4 hour, and prick them as they boil to keep the guts from breaking. You may leave out the currants for change, but then you must add 1/4 pound more of sugar. A third way. Half a pint of cream, 1/4 pound of sugar, 1/4 pound of currants, the crumb of a halfpenny roll grated fine, 6 large pippins pared and chopped fine, a gill of sack, or 2 spoonfuls of rosewater, 6 bitter almonds blanched and beat fine, the yolks of 2 eggs and 1 white beat fine. Mix all together, fill the guts better than half full, and boil them 1/4 hour. To make hogs-puddings with currants. Take 3 pounds of grated bread to 4 pounds of beef suet finely shred, 2 pounds of currants clean picked and washed, cloves, mace and cinnamon, of each 1/4 ounce finely beaten, a little salt, a pound and a half of sugar, a pint of sack, a quart of cream, a little rose water, 20 eggs well beaten, but half the whites. Mix all these well together, fill the guts half full, boil them a little, and prick them as they boil, to keep them from breaking the guts. Take them up upon clean cloths, then lay them on your dish, or when you use them, boil them a few minutes, or eat them cold. To make black puddings. First, before you kill your hog, get a peck of gruts, boil them half an hour in water, then drain them and put them into a clean tub or large pan. Then kill your hog and save 2 quarts of the blood of the hog, and keep stirring it till the blood is quite cold. Then mix it with your gruts and stir them well together. Season with a large spoonful of salt, a quarter of an ounce of cloves, mace and nutmeg together, an equal quantity of each. Dry it, beat it well, and mix in. Take a little winter savoury, sweet marjoram and thyme, pennyroyal stripped of the stalks and chopped very fine. Just enough to season them, and to give them a flavour, but no more. The next day, take the leaf of the hog and cut into dice, scrape and wash the guts very clean, then tie one end and begin to fill them. Mix in the fat as you fill them. Be sure put in a good deal of fat. Fill the skins 3 parts full. Tie the other end, and make your puddings what length you please. Prick them with a pin, and put them in a kettle of boiling water. Boil them very softly an hour, then take them out, and lay them on clean straw. In Scotland they make a pudding with the blood of a goose. Chop off the head and save the blood. Stir it till it is cold. Then mix it with gruts, spice, salt and sweet herbs according to their fancy, and some beef suet chopped. Take the skin off the neck, then pull out the windpipe and fat. Fill the skin, tie it at both ends, so make a pie of the giblets, and lay the pudding in the middle. Or you may leave the gruts out if you please. Saveloys. Take 6 pound of young pork, free it from bone and skin, and salt it with 1 ounce of saltpetre and a pound of common salt for 2 days. Chop it very fine. Put in 3 teaspoonfuls of pepper, 12 sage leaves chopped fine, and a pound of grated bread. Mix it well and fill the guts, and bake them half an hour in a slack oven, and eat either hot or cold. To make fine sausages. You must take 6 pounds of good pork, free from skin, gristles and fat, cut it very small, and beat it in a mortar till it is very fine. Then shred 6 pounds of beef suet very fine and free from all skin. Shred it as fine as possible. Even take a good deal of sage, wash it very clean, pick off the leaves and shred it very fine. Spread your meat on a clean dresser or table. Then shake the sage all over, about 3 large spoonfuls. Shred the thin rind of a middling lemon very fine and throw over, with as many sweet herbs, when shred fine, as will fill a large spoon. Grate 2 nutmegs over. Throw over 2 teaspoonfuls of pepper, a large spoonful of salt. Then throw over the suet and mix it all well together. Put it down close in a pot. When you use them, roll them up with as much egg as will make them roll smooth. Make them the size of a sausage, and fry them in butter or good dripping. Be sure it be hot before you put them in, and keep rolling them about. When they are thorough hot and of a fine light brown, they are enough. You may chop this meat very fine if you do not like it beat. Veal eats well done thus, or veal and pork together. You may clean some guts and fill them. To make common sausages. Take 3 pounds of nice pork, fat and lean together, without skin or gristles, chop it as fine as possible, Season it with a teaspoonful of beaten pepper and 2 of salt, some sage shred fine, about 3 teaspoonfuls. Mix it well together, have the guts very nicely cleaned and fill them, or put them down in a pot. So roll them of what size you please, and fry them. Beef makes very good sausages. Oxford sausages. Take a pound of lean veal, a pound of young pork, fat and lean, free from skin and gristle, a pound of beef suet chopped all fine together. Put in half a pound of grated bread, half the peel of a lemon shred fine, a nutmeg grated, 6 sage leaves washed and chopped very fine, a teaspoonful of pepper, and 2 of salt, some thyme, savoury, and marjoram shred fine. Mix it all well together and put it close down in a pan when you use it. Roll it out the size of a common sausage and fry them in fresh butter of a fine brown, or broil them over a clear fire and send them to table as hot as possible. To make Bologna sausages. Take a pound of bacon, fat and lean together, a pound of beef, a pound of veal, a pound of pork, a pound of beef suet, cut them small and chop them fine. Take a small handful of sage, pick off the leaves, chop it fine with a few sweet herbs. Season pretty high with pepper and salt. You must have a large gut and fill it, then set on a saucepan of water. When it boils, put it in, and prick the gut for fear of bursting. Boil it softly an hour, then lay it on clean straw to dry. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. To pot and make hams, etc. To pot pigeons or fowls. Cut off their legs, draw them, and wipe them with a cloth, but do not wash them. Season them pretty well with pepper and salt. Put them into a pot with as much butter as you think will cover them. When melted and baked very tender, then drain them very dry from the gravy. Lay them on a cloth, and that will suck up all the gravy. Season them again with salt, mace, cloves and pepper, beaten fine, and put them down close into a pot. Take the butter when cold, clear from the gravy, set it before the fire to melt, and pour over the birds. If you have not enough, clarify some more, and let the butter be near an inch thick above the birds. Thus you may do all sorts of fowl. Only wild fowl should be boned, but that you may do as you please. To pot a cold tongue, beef or venison. Cut it small, beat it well in a marble mortar with melted butter. Season it with mace, cloves and nutmeg, beat very fine, and some pepper and salt, till the meat is mellow and fine. Then put it down close in your pots, and cover it with clarified butter. Thus you may do cold wild fowl, or you may pot any sort of cold fowl whole, seasoning them with what spice you please. To pot venison. Take a piece of venison, fat and lean together, lay it in a dish and stick pieces of butter all over. Tie brown paper over it and bake it. When it comes out of the oven, take it out of the liquor hot, drain it and lay it in a dish. When cold, take off all the skin and beat it in a marble mortar, fat and lean together. Season it with mace, cloves, nutmeg, black pepper, and salt to your mind. When the butter is cold that it was baked in, take a little of it and beat in with it to moisten it. Then put it down close and cover it with clarified butter. You must be sure to beat it till it is like a paste. To pot a hare. Take a hare that has hung 4 or 5 days, case it and cut it in quarters. Put it in a pot, season it with pepper, salt and mace and a pound of butter over it, and bake it 4 hours. When it comes out, pick it from the bones, and pound it in a mortar with the butter that comes off your gravy, and a little beaten cloves and mace, till it is fine and smooth, then put it close down in potting pots, and put clarified butter over it. Tie it over with white paper. To pot tongues. Take a neat's tongue, rub it with a pound of white salt, an ounce of saltpetre, half a pound of coarse sugar, rub it well, turn it every day in this pickle for a fortnight. This pickle will do several tongues, only adding a little more white salt, or we generally do them after our hams. Take the tongues out of the pickle, cut off the root, and boil it well till it will peel. Then take your tongues and season them with salt, pepper, cloves, mace, and nutmeg, all beat fine. Rub it well with your hands whilst it is hot. Then put it in a pot, and melt as much butter as will cover it all over. Bake it an hour in the oven. Then take it out, let it stand to cool, rub a little fresh spice on it, and when it is quite cold, lay it in your pickling pot. When the butter is cold you baked it in, take it off clean from the gravy, set it in an earthen pan before the fire, and when it is melted, pour it over the tongue. You may lay pigeons or chickens on each side. Be sure to let the butter be about an inch above the tongue. A fine way to pot a tongue. Take a dried tongue, boil it till it is tender. Take a large fowl, bone it, a goose, and bone it. Take 1/4 ounce of mace, 1/4 ounce of cloves, a large nutmeg, 1/4 ounce of black pepper. Beat all well together. A spoonful of salt. Rub the inside of the fowl well and the tongue. Put the tongue into the fowl, then season the goose and fill the goose with the fowl and tongue, and the goose will look as if it was whole. Lay it in a pan that will just hold it. Melt fresh butter enough to cover it. Send it to the oven and bake it an hour and a half. Then uncover the pot and take out the meat. Carefully drain it from the butter. Lay it on a coarse cloth till it is cold, and when the butter is cold, take off the hard fat from the gravy and lay it before the fire to melt. Put your meat into the pot again and pour the butter over. If there is not enough, clarify more, and let the butter be an inch above the meat, and this will keep a great while, eats fine, and looks beautiful. When you cut it, it must be cut crossways down through, and looks very pretty. It makes a pretty corner dish at table, or side dish for supper. If you cut a slice down the middle quite through, lay it in a plate, and garnish with green parsley and nasturtium flowers. If you will be at the expense, bone a turkey and put over the goose. Observe, when you pot it, to save a little of the spice to throw over it before the last butter is put on, or the meat will not be seasoned enough. To pot beef like venison. Cut the lean of a buttock of beef into pound pieces. For 8 pounds of beef, take 4 ounces of saltpetre. 4 ounces of petre salt, a pint of white salt, and an ounce of salprionella. Beat the salts all very fine, mix them well together, rub the salts into the beef, then let it lie 4 days, turning it twice a day. Then put it into a pan, cover it with pump water and a little of its own brine. Then bake it in an oven with household bread till it is as tender as a chicken. Then drain it from the gravy and bruise it abroad, and take out all the skin and sinews. Then pound it in a marble mortar, lay it in a broad dish, mix in it an ounce of cloves and mace, 3/4 ounce of pepper and 1 nutmeg, all beat very fine. Mix it all very well with the meat, then clarify a little fresh butter and mix with the meat to make it a little moist. Mix it very well together. Press it down into pots very hard. Set it at the oven's mouth just to settle, and cover it 2 inches thick with clarified butter. When cold, cover it with white paper. To pot Cheshire cheese. Take 3 pounds of Cheshire cheese and put it into a mortar with half a pound of the best fresh butter you can get. Pound them together, and in the beating add a gill of rich Canary wine and half an ounce of mace finely beat, then sifted like a fine powder. When all is extremely well mixed, press it hard down into a gallipot, cover it with clarified butter and keep it cool. A slice of this exceeds all the cream cheese that can be made. To collar a breast of veal. Take a breast of veal and bone it. Beat it with a rolling pin, rub it over with the yolk of an egg, beat a little mace, cloves, nutmeg and pepper very fine, with a little salt, a handful of parsley and some sweet herbs, and lemon peel shred fine, a few crumbs of bread. Mix all together and strew over. Roll it up very tight. Bind it with a fillet, and wrap it in a cloth, then boil it 2 hours and a half in water made pretty salt, then hang it up by one end till cold. Make a pickle. To a pint of salt and water, put half a pint of vinegar, and lay it in a pan, and let the pickle cover it, and when you use it, cut it in slices and garnish with parsley and pickles. To make marble veal. Take a neat's tongue and boil it till tender. Peel it and cut it in slices, and beat it in a mortar with a pound of butter, with a little beaten mace and pepper, till it is like a paste. Have some veal stewed and beat in the same manner. Put some veal in a potting pot, then some tongue in lumps over the veal, then some veal over that, tongue over that, and then veal again. Press it down hard. Pour some clarified butter over it, keep it in a cold, dry place, and when you use it, cut it in slices and garnish with parsley. To collar beef. Take a piece of thin flank of beef and bone it. Cut the skin off, then salt it with 2 ounces of saltpetre, 2 ounces of sal prunella, 2 ounces of bay salt, half a pound of coarse sugar, and 2 pounds of white salt. Beat the hard salts fine and mix all together. Turn it every day and rub it with the brine well for 8 days. Then take it out of the pickle, wash it and wipe it dry. Then take 1/4 ounce of cloves and 1/4 ounce of mace, 12 corns of allspice and a nutmeg beat very fine, with a spoonful of beaten pepper, a large quantity of chopped parsley, with some sweet herbs chopped fine. Sprinkle it on the beef and roll it up very tight. Put a coarse cloth round and tie it very tight with beggar's tape. Boil it in a large copper of water. If a large collar, 6 hours, a small one, 5 hours. Take it out and put it in a press till cold. If you have never a press, put it between 2 boards and a large weight upon it till it is cold. Then take it out of the cloth and cut it into slices. Garnish with raw parsley. To collar salmon. Take a side of salmon, cut off about a handful of the tail. Wash your large piece very well and dry it with a cloth. Then wash it over with the yolks of eggs. Then make some forcemeat with that you cut off the tail, but take care of the skin, and put to it a handful of parboiled oysters, a tail or 2 of lobster, the yolks of 3 or 4 eggs boiled hard, 6 anchovies, a good handful of sweet herbs chopped small, a little salt, cloves, mace, nutmeg, pepper, all beat fine, and grated bread. Work all these together into a body with the yolks of eggs. Lay it all over the fleshy part, and a little more pepper and salt over the salmon. So roll it up into a collar and bind it with broad tape. Then boil it in water, salt and vinegar, but let the liquor boil first, then put in your collar, a bunch of sweet herbs, sliced ginger and nutmeg. Let it boil, but not too fast. It will take near 2 hours boiling, and when it is enough, take it up. Put it into your sousing pan, and when the pickle is cold, put it to your salmon, and let it stand in it till used. Or you may pot it. After it is boiled, pour clarified butter over it. It will keep longest so, but either way is good. If you pot it, be sure the butter be the nicest you can get. To make Dutch beef. Take the lean of a buttock of beef raw, rub it well with brown sugar all over, and let it lie in a pan or tray 2 or 3 hours, turning it 2 or 3 times. Then salt it well with common salt and saltpetre, and let it lie a fortnight, turning it every day. Then roll it very straight in a coarse cloth, put it in a cheese press a day and a night, and hang it to dry in a chimney. When you boil it, you must put it in a cloth. When it is cold, it will cut in slivers as Dutch beef. To make sham brawn. Take the belly piece and head of a young pork, rub it well with saltpetre, let it lie 3 or 4 days, wash it clean. Boil the head and take off all the meat, and cut it in pieces. Have 4 neat's feet boiled tender, take out the bones and cut it in thin slices, and mix it with the head, and lay it in the belly piece, and roll it up tight, and bind it round with sheet tin, and boil it 4 hours. Take it up and set it on one end, put a trencher on it within the tin, and a large weight upon that, and let it stand all night. In the morning take it out, and bind it with a fillet. Put it in spring water and salt, and it will be fit for use. When you use it, cut it in slices like brawn. Garnish with parsley. Observe to change the pickle every 4 or 5 days, and it will keep a long time. To souse a turkey in imitation of sturgeon. You must take a fine large turkey, dress it very clean, dry and bone it, then tie it up as you do sturgeon. Put into the pot you boil it in 1 quart of white wine, 1 quart of water, 1 quart of good vinegar, and a very large handful of salt. Let it boil, skim it well, and then put in the turkey. When it is enough, take it out and tie it tighter. Let the liquor boil a little longer, and if you think the pickle wants more vinegar or salt, add it when it is cold, and pour it upon the turkey. It will keep some months, covering it close from the air and keeping it in a dry, cool place. Eat it with oil, vinegar and sugar, just as you like it. Some admire it more than sturgeon. It looks pretty, covered with fennel, for a side dish. To pickle pork. Bone your pork, cut it into pieces of a size fit to lie in the tub or pan you design it to lie in. Rub your pieces well with saltpetre, then take 2 parts of common salt and 2 of bay salt, and rub every piece well. Lay a layer of common salt in the bottom of your vessel. Cover every piece over with common salt. Lay them one upon another as close as you can, filling the hollow places on the sides with salt. As your salt melts on the top, strew on more. Lay a coarse cloth over the vessel, a board over that, and a weight on the board to keep it down. Keep it close covered. It will, thus ordered, keep the whole year. Put 1 pound of saltpetre and 2 pounds of bay salt to a hog. A pickle for pork which is to be eat soon. You must take 2 gallons of pump water, 1 pound of bay salt, 1 pound of coarse sugar, 6 ounces of saltpetre. Boil it all together and skim it when cold. Cut the pork in what pieces you please. Lay it down close and pour the liquor over it. Lay a weight on it to keep it close, and cover it close from the air, and it will be fit to use in a week. If you find the pickle begins to spoil, boil it again and skim it. When it is cold, pour it on your pork again. To make veal hams. Cut the leg of veal like a ham, then take a pint of bay salt, 2 ounces of saltpetre, and a pound of common salt. Mix them together with an ounce of juniper berries beat. Rub the ham well and lay it on a hollow tray with the skinny side downwards. Baste it every day with the pickle for a fortnight, and then hang it in wood smoke for a fortnight. You may boil it, or parboil it and roast it. In this pickle you may do 2 or 3 tongues, or a piece of pork. To make beef hams. You must take the leg of a fat but small beef, the fat Scotch or Welsh cattle is best, and cut it ham fashion. Take an ounce of bay salt, an ounce of saltpetre, a pound of common salt, and a pound of coarse sugar. This quantity for about 14 or 15 pounds weight, and so accordingly if you pickle the whole quarter. Rub it with the above ingredients. Turn it every day, and baste it well with the pickle for a month. Take it out and roll it in bran or sawdust, then hang it in wood smoke, where there is but little fire and a constant smoke, for a month. Then take it down and hang it in a dry place, not hot, and keep it for use. You may cut a piece off as you have occasion, and either boil it or cut it in rashers and broil it with poached eggs, or boil a piece and it eats fine cold, and will sliver like Dutch beef. After this beef is done, you may do a thick brisket of beef in the same pickle. Let it lie a month, rubbing it every day with the pickle, then boil it till it is tender. Hang it in a dry place, and it eats finely cold, cut in slices on a plate. It is a pretty thing for a side dish or for supper. A shoulder of mutton laid in this pickle for a week, hung in wood smoke 2 or 3 days, and then boiled with cabbage, is very good. To make mutton hams. You must take a hind quarter of mutton, cut it like a ham, take an ounce of saltpetre, a pound of coarse sugar, a pound of common salt. Mix them and rub your ham, lay it in a hollow tray with the skin downwards. Baste it every day for a fortnight, then roll it in sawdust and hang it in the wood smoke a fortnight. Then boil it and hang it in a dry place, and cut it out in rashers, and broil it as you want. To make pork hams. You must take a fat hind quarter of pork, and cut off a fine ham. Take 2 ounces of saltpetre, a pound of coarse sugar, a pound of common salt, and 2 ounces of sal prunella. Mix all together and rub it well. Let it lie a month in this pickle, turning and basting it every day. Then hang it in wood smoke as you do beef in a dry place, so as no heat comes to it. And if you keep them long, hang them a month or 2 in a damp place, and it will make them cut fine and short. Never lay these hams in water till you boil them, and then boil them in a copper if you have one, or the biggest pot you have. Put them in the cold water and let them be 4 or 5 hours before they boil. Skim the pot well and often till it boils. If it is a very large one, 3 hours will boil it. If a small one, 2 hours will do, provided it be a great while before the water boils. Take it up half an hour before dinner, pull off the skin, and throw raspings finely sifted all over. Hold a red-hot fire shovel over it, and when dinner is ready, take a few raspings in a sieve and sift all over the dish. Then lay in your ham and with your finger make fine figures round the edge of the dish. Be sure to boil your ham in as much water as you can, and to keep it skimming all the time till it boils. It must be at least 4 hours before it boils. This pickle does finely for tongues. Afterwards, to lie in it a fortnight, and then hang in the wood smoke a fortnight, or to boil them out of the pickle. Yorkshire is famous for hams, and the reason is this. Their salt is much finer than ours in London. It is a large clear salt, and gives the meat a fine flavour. I used to have it from Maldon in Essex, and that salt will make any ham as fine as you can desire. It is by much of the best salt for salting of meat. A deep hollow wooden tray is better than a pan, because the pickle swells about it. When you broil any of these hams in slices or bacon, have some boiling water ready, and let the slices lie a minute or two in the water, then broil them. It takes out the salt and makes them eat finer. To make bacon. Take a side of pork, then take off all the inside fat. Lay it on a long board or dresser, that the blood may run away. Rub it well with good salt on both sides. Let it lie thus a day. Then take a pint of bay salt, 1/4 pound of saltpetre, beat them fine, 2 pounds of coarse sugar, and 1/4 peck of common salt. Lay your pork in something that will hold the pickle, and rub it well with the above ingredients. Lay the skinny side downwards, and baste it every day with the pickle for a fortnight. Then hang it in wood smoke as you do the beef, and afterwards hang it in a dry place, but not hot. You are to observe that all hams and bacon should hang clear from everything, and not against a wall. Observe to wipe off all the old salt before you put it into this pickle, and never keep bacon or hams in a hot kitchen, or in a room where the sun comes. It makes them all rusty. To save potted birds that begin to be bad. I have seen potted birds which have come a great way, often smell so bad that nobody could bear the smell for the rankness of the butter, and by managing them in the following manner, have made them as good as ever was eat. Set a large saucepan of clean water on the fire. When it boils, take off the butter at the top, and take the fowls out one by one. Throw them into that saucepan of water half a minute. Whip it out and dry it in a clean cloth inside and out. So do all till they are quite done. Scald the pot clean. When the birds are quite cold, season them with mace, pepper and salt to your mind. Put them down close in a pot and pour clarified butter over them. To pickle mackerel, called caveach. Cut your mackerel into round pieces, and divide one into 5 or 6 pieces. To 6 large mackerel, you may take 1 ounce of beaten pepper, 3 large nutmegs, a little mace, and a handful of salt. Mix your salt and beaten spice together, then make 2 or 3 holes in each piece, and thrust the seasoning into the holes with your finger. Rub the piece all over with the seasoning. Fry them brown in oil, and let them stand till they are cold. Then put them into vinegar, and cover them with oil. They will keep well covered a great while, and are delicious. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14 of Pickling. To pickle walnuts green. Take the largest and clearest you can get. Pare them as thin as you can. Have a tub of spring water stand by you, and throw them in as you do them. Put into the water a pound of bay salt, Let them lie in the water 24 hours, take them out. Then put them into a stone jar, and between every layer of walnuts lay a layer of vine leaves at the bottom and top, and fill it up with cold vinegar. Let them stand all night, then pour that vinegar from them into a copper with a pound of bay salt. Set it on the fire, let it boil, then pour it hot on your nuts. Tie them over with a woolen cloth and let them stand a week. Then pour that pickle away. Rub your nuts clean with a piece of flannel. Then put them again in your jar with vine leaves as above, and boil fresh vinegar. Put into your pot to every gallon of vinegar a nutmeg sliced. Cut 4 large races of ginger, 1/4 of an ounce of mace, the same of cloves, 1/4 of an ounce of whole black pepper, the like of or dingle pepper. Then pour your vinegar boiling hot on your walnuts, and cover them with a woolen cloth. Let it stand 3 or 4 days. So do 2 or 3 times. When cold, put in half a pint of mustard seed, a large stick of horseradish sliced, tie them down close with a bladder, and then with a leather. They will be fit to eat in a fortnight. Take a large onion, stick the cloves in, and lay in the middle of the pot. If you do them for keeping, do not boil your vinegar, but then they will not be fit to eat under 6 months, and the next year you may boil the pickle this way. They will keep 2 or 3 years good and firm. To pickle walnuts white. Take the largest nuts you can get, just before the shell begins to turn. Pare them very thin till the white appears, and throw them into spring water with a handful of salt as you do them. Let them stand in that water 6 hours. Lay on them a thin board to keep them under the water. Then set a stew pan on a charcoal fire with clean spring water. Take your nuts out of the other water and put them into the stew pan. Let them simmer 4 or 5 minutes, but do not boil. Then have ready by you a pan of spring water with a handful of white salt in it. Stir it with your hand till the salt is melted. Then take your nuts out of the stew pan with a wooden ladle and put them into the cold water and salt. Let them stand 1/4 of an hour. Lay the board on them as before. If they are not kept under the liquor, they will turn black. Then lay them on a cloth and cover them with another to dry. Then carefully wipe them with a soft cloth. Put them into your jar or glass with some blades of mace and nutmeg sliced thin. Mix your spice between your nuts and pour distilled vinegar over them. First, let your glass be full of nuts, pour mutton fat over them and tie a bladder and then a leather. To pickle walnuts black. You must take large full-grown nuts at their full growth before they are hard. Lay them in salt and water. Let them lie 2 days, then shift them into fresh water. Let them lie 2 days longer, then shift them again and let them lie 3 days. Then take them out of the water and put them into your pickling jar. When the jar is half full, put in a large onion stuck with cloves. To 100 of walnuts, put in half a pint of mustard seed, 1/4 of an ounce of mace, half an ounce of black pepper, half an ounce of allspice, 6 bay leaves, and a stick of horseradish. Then fill your jar and pour boiling vinegar over them. Cover them with a plate, and when they are cold, tie them down with a bladder and leather, and they will be fit to eat in 2 or 3 months. The next year, if any remains, boil up your vinegar again and skim it. When cold, pour it over your walnuts. This is by much the best pickle for use. Therefore, you may add more vinegar to it, what quantity you please. If you pickle a great many walnuts and eat them fast, make your pickle for 100 or 2. The rest keep in a strong brine of salt and water, Boil till it will bear an egg, and as your pot empties, fill them up with those in the salt and water. Take care they are covered with pickle. In the same manner you may do a smaller quantity. But if you can get rape vinegar, use that instead of salt and water. Do them thus. Put your nuts into the jar you intend to pickle them in. Throw in a good handful of salt and fill the pot with rape vinegar. Cover it close and let them stand a fortnight. Then pour them out of the pot, wipe it clean, and just rub the nuts with a coarse cloth, and then put them in the jar with the pickle as above. If you have the best sugar vinegar of your own making, you need not boil it in the first year, but pour it on cold. And the next year, if any remains, boil it up again, skim it, put fresh spice to it, and it will do again. To pickle gherkins. Take 500 gherkins and have ready a large earthen pan of spring water and salt. To every gallon of water, 2 pounds of salt. Mix it well together and throw in your gherkins. Wash them out in 2 hours and put them to drain. Let them be drained very dry and put them in a jar. In the meantime, get a bell metal pot with a gallon of the best white wine vinegar, half an ounce of cloves and mace, 1 ounce of allspice, 1 ounce of mustard seed, a stick of horseradish cut in slices, 6 bay leaves, a little dill, 2 or 3 races of ginger cut in pieces, a nutmeg cut in pieces, and a handful of salt. Boil it up in the pot all together, and put it over the gherkins. Cover them close down, and let them stand 24 hours. Then put them in your pot, and simmer them over the stove till they are green. Be careful not to let them boil. If you do, you will spoil them. Then put them in your jar and cover them close down till cold. Then tie them over with a bladder and a leather over that. Put them in a cold, dry place. Mind always to keep your pickles tied down close, and take them out with a wooden spoon, or a spoon kept on purpose. To pickle large cucumbers in slices. Take the large cucumbers before they are too ripe. Slice them the thickness of crown pieces in a pewter dish. To every dozen of cucumbers, slice 2 large onions thin, and so on till you have filled the dish, with a handful of salt between every row. Then cover them with another pewter dish, and let them stand 24 hours. Then put them into a colander, and let them drain very well. Put them in a jar, cover them over with white wine vinegar, and let them stand 4 hours. Pour the vinegar from them into a copper saucepan, and boil it with a little salt. Put to the cucumbers a little mace, a little whole pepper, a large race of ginger sliced, and then pour the boiling vinegar on. Cover them close, and when they are cold, tie them down. They will be fit to eat in 2 or 3 days. To pickle asparagus. Take the largest asparagus you can get. Cut off the white ends, and wash the green ends in spring water. Then put them in another clean water, and let them lie 2 or 3 hours in it. Then have a large broad stew pan full of spring water, with a good large handful of salt. Set it on the fire, and when it boils, put in the grass, not tied up, but loose, and not too many at a time, for fear you break the heads. Just scald them, and no more. Take them out with a broad skimmer, and lay them on a cloth to cool. Then for your pickle, take a gallon or more, according to your quantity of asparagus, of white wine vinegar, and 1 ounce of bay salt. Boil it, and put your asparagus in your jar. To a gallon of pickle, 2 nutmegs, 1/4 ounce of mace, the same of whole white pepper, and pour the pickle hot over them. Cover them with a linen cloth, 3 or 4 times double. Let them stand a week, and boil the pickle. Let them stand a week longer. boil the pickle again, and pour it on hot as before. When they are cold, cover them close with a bladder and leather. To pickle peaches. Take your peaches when they are at their full growth, just before they turn to be ripe. Be sure they are not bruised. Then take spring water, as much as you think will cover them. Make it salt enough to bear an egg, with bay and common salt an equal quantity of each. Then put in your peaches and lay a thin board over them to keep them under the water. Let them stand 3 days, and then take them out and wipe them very carefully with a fine soft cloth, and lay them in your glass or jar. Then take as much white wine vinegar as will fill your glass or jar. To every gallon put 1 pint of the best well-made mustard, 2 or 3 heads of garlic, a good deal of ginger sliced, half an ounce of cloves, mace and nutmeg. Mix your pickle well together and pour over your peaches. Tie them close with a bladder and leather. They will be fit to eat in 2 months. You may, with a fine penknife, cut them across, take out the stone, fill them with made mustard and garlic, and horseradish and ginger. Tie them together. You may pickle nectarines and apricots the same way. To pickle radish pods. Make a strong pickle with cold spring water and bay salt, strong enough to bear an egg. Then put your pods in, and lay a thin board on them to keep them under water. Let them stand 10 days, then drain them in a sieve and lay them on a cloth to dry. Then take white wine vinegar, as much as you think will cover them, boil it, and put your pods in a jar with ginger, mace, cloves and Jamaica pepper. Pour your vinegar boiling hot on. Cover them with a coarse cloth, 3 or 4 times double, that the steam may come through a little, and let them stand 2 days. Repeat this 2 or 3 times. When it is cold, put in a pint of mustard seed and some horseradish. Cover it close. To pickle French beans. Pickle your beans as you do the gherkins. To pickle cauliflowers. Take the largest and closest you can get. Pull them in sprigs. Put them in an earthen dish and sprinkle salt over them. Let them stand 24 hours to draw out all the water. Then put them in a jar and pour salt and water boiling over them. Cover them close and let them stand till the next day. Then take them out and lay them on a coarse cloth to drain. Put them into glass jars and put in a nutmeg sliced, 2 or 3 blades of mace in each jar. Cover them with distilled vinegar and tie them down with a bladder, and over that a leather. They will be fit for use in a month. To pickle beetroot. Set a pot of spring water on the fire. When it boils, put in your beets and let them boil till they are tender. Take them out and with a knife take off all the outside. Cut them in pieces according to your fancy. Put them in a jar and cover them with cold vinegar, and tie them down close. When you use the beet, take it out of the pickle, and cut it into what shapes you like. Put it in a little dish with some of the pickle over it. You may use it for salads or garnish. To pickle white plums. Take the large white plums, and if they have stalks, let them remain on, and do them as you do your peaches. To pickle onions. Take your onions when they are dry enough to lay up for winter. The smaller they are, the better they look. Put them into a pot and cover them with spring water with a handful of white salt. Let them boil up. Then strain them off and take 3 coats off. Put them on a cloth and let 2 people take hold of it, 1 at each end, and rub them backward and forward till they are very dry. Then put them in your bottles with some blades of mace and cloves, a nutmeg cut in pieces. Have some double distilled white wine vinegar. Boil it up with a little salt. Let it be cold and put it over the onions, cork them close and tie a bladder and leather over it. To pickle lemons. Take 12 lemons, scrape them with a piece of broken glass, then cut them cross in two, 4 parts downright, but not quite through, but that they will hang together. Put in as much salt as they will hold. Rub them well and strew them over with salt. Let them lie in an earthen dish 3 days, and turn them every day. Slit an ounce of ginger very thin and salted for 3 days, 12 cloves of garlic, parboiled and salted 3 days, a small handful of mustard seeds, bruised and seared through a hair sieve, and some red India pepper. Take your lemons out of the salt, squeeze them very gently, put them into a jar with the spice and ingredients, and cover them with the best white wine vinegar. Stop them up very close, and in a month's time they will be fit to eat. To pickle mushrooms white. Take small buttons, cut the stalk, and rub off the skin with flannel dipped in salt, and throw them into milk and water. Drain them out and put them into a stew pan with a handful of salt over them. Cover them close, and put them over a gentle stove for 5 minutes to draw out all the water. Then put them on a coarse cloth to drain till cold. To make pickle for mushrooms. Take a gallon of the best vinegar, put it into a cold still. To every gallon of vinegar, put half a pound of bay salt, 1/4 pound of mace, 1/4 ounce of cloves, a nutmeg cut into quarters. Keep the top of the still covered with a wet cloth. As the cloth dries, put on a wet one. Do not let the fire be too large, lest you burn the bottom of the still. Draw it as long as you taste the acid, and no longer. When you fill your bottles, put in your mushrooms, here and there put in a few blades of mace and a slice of nutmeg. Then fill the bottle with pickle, and melt some mutton fat, strain it, and pour over it. It will keep them better than oil. You must put your nutmeg over the fire in a little vinegar, and give it a boil. While it is hot, you may slice it as you please. When it is cold, it will not cut, for it will crack to pieces. Note: in the 19th chapter, at the end of the receipt for making vinegar, you will see the best way of pickling mushrooms, only they will not be so white. To pickle codlings. Gather your codlings when they are the size of a large double walnut. Take a pan and put vine leaves thick at the bottom. Put in your codlings and cover them well with vine leaves and spring water. Put them over a slow fire till you can peel the skin off. Take them carefully up in a hair sieve. Peel them very carefully with a penknife. Put them into the same water again with the vine leaves as before. Cover them close and set them at a distance from the fire till they are of a fine green. Drain them in a colander till cold. Put them in jars with some mace and a clove or two of garlic. Cover them with distilled vinegar. Pour some mutton fat over and tie them with a bladder and leather down very tight. To pickle fennel. Set spring water on the fire with a handful of salt. When it boils, tie your fennel in bunches and put them into the water, just give them a scald, lay them on a cloth to dry. When cold, put it in a glass with a little mace and nutmeg, fill it with cold vinegar, lay a bit of green fennel on the top, and over that a bladder and leather. To pickle grapes. Get grapes at the full growth, but not ripe. Cut them in small bunches fit for garnishing. Put them in a stone jar with vine leaves between every layer of grapes. Then take as much spring water as you think will cover them. Put in a pound of bay salt and as much white salt as will make it bear an egg. Dry your bay salt and pound it. It will melt the sooner. Put it into a bell metal or copper pot, boil it and skim it very well. As it boils, take all the black scum off, but not the white scum. When it has boiled a quarter of an hour, let it stand to cool and settle. When it is almost cold, pour the clear liquor on the grapes, lay vine leaves on the top, tie them down close with a linen cloth, and cover them with a dish. Let them stand 24 hours, then take them out and lay them on a cloth. Cover them over with another, let them be dried between the cloths. Then take 2 quarts of vinegar, 1 quart of spring water, and 1 pound of coarse sugar. Let it boil a little while. Skim it as it boils very clean. Let it stand till it is quite cold. Put fresh vine leaves at the bottom and between every bunch of grapes, and on the top. Then pour the clear off the pickle on the grapes. Fill your jar that the pickle may be above the grapes. Tie a thin bit of board in a piece of flannel. Lay it on the top of the jar to keep the grapes under the pickle. Tie them down with a bladder and then a leather. Take them out with a wooden spoon. Be sure to make pickle enough to cover them. To pickle barberries. Take white wine vinegar. To every quart of vinegar, put in half a pound of 6-penny sugar. Then pick the worst of your barberries, and put into this liquor, and the best into glasses. Then boil your pickle with the worst of your barberries, and skim it very clean. Boil it till it looks of a fine colour. Then let it stand to be cold before you strain. Then strain it through a cloth, wringing it to get all the colour you can from the barberries. Let it stand to cool and settle. Then pour it clear into the glasses in a little bit of the pickle. Boil a little fennel. When cold, put a little bit at the top of the pot or glass, and cover it close with a bladder and leather. To every half pound of sugar, put a quarter of a pound of white salt. Red currants is done the same way. Or you may do barberries thus. Pick them clean from leaves and spotted ones. Put them into jars, mix spring water and salt pretty strong and put over them, and when you see the scum rise, change the salt and water, and they will keep a long time. To pickle red cabbage. Slice the cabbage very fine crossways. Put it on an earthen dish and sprinkle a handful of salt over it. Cover it with another dish and let it stand 24 hours. Then put it in a colander to drain and lay it in your jar. Take white wine vinegar enough to cover it, a little cloves, mace and allspice, put them in whole with 1 pennyworth of cochineal bruised fine. Boil it up and put it over, hot or cold, which you like best, and cover it close with a cloth till cold. Then tie it over with leather. To pickle golden pippins. Take the finest pippins you can get, free from spots and bruises, put them into a preserving pan of cold spring water, and set them on a charcoal fire. Keep them turning with a wooden spoon till they will peel. Do not let them boil. When they are enough, peel them and put them into the water again with a quarter of a pint of the best vinegar and a quarter of an ounce of alum. Cover them very close with a pewter dish and set them on the charcoal fire again, a slow fire, not to boil. Let them stand, turning them now and then till they look green. Then take them out and lay them on a cloth to cool. When cold, make your pickle as for the peaches, only instead of made mustard, this must be mustard seed whole. Cover them close and keep them for use. To pickle nasturtium berries and limes. You pick them off the lime trees in the summer. Take nasturtium berries gathered as soon as the blossom is off, or the limes, and put them in cold spring water and salt. Change the water for 3 days successively. Make a pickle of white wine vinegar, mace, nutmeg, slice 6 shallots, 6 blades of garlic, some peppercorns, salt, and horseradish cut in slices. Make your pickle very strong. Drain your berries very dry and put them in bottles. Mix your pickle well up together, but you must not boil it. Put it over the berries or limes and tie them down close. To pickle oysters, cockles, and mussels. Take 200 oysters, the newest and best you can get. Be careful to save the liquor in some pan as you open them. Cut off the black verge, saving the rest. Put them into their own liquor. Then put all the liquor and oysters into a kettle. Boil them about half an hour on a very gentle fire. Do them very slowly, skimming them as the scum rises. Then take them off the fire, take out the oysters, strain the liquor through a fine cloth, then put in the oysters again. Then take out a pint of the liquor whilst it is hot. Put thereto 3/4 ounce of mace and half an ounce of cloves. Just give it one boil, then put it to the oysters and stir up the spices well among them. Then put in about a spoonful of salt, 3/4 pint of the best white wine vinegar, and 1/4 ounce of whole pepper. Then let them stand till they are cold. Then put the oysters, as many as you well can, into the barrel. Put in as much liquor as the barrel will hold, letting them settle a while, and they will soon be fit to eat. Or you may put them in stone jars, cover them close with a bladder and leather, and be sure they are quite cold before you cover them up. Thus do cockles and mussels. Only this, cockles are small, and to this spice you must have at least 2 quarts. There is nothing to pick off them. Mussels you must have 2 quarts. Take great care to pick the crab out under the tongue, and a little sus which grows at the root of the tongue. The 2 latter, cockles and mussels, must be washed in several waters to clean them from the grit. Put them in a stew pan by themselves, cover them close, and when they are open, pick them out of the shells and strain the liquor. To pickle young suckers or young artichokes before the leaves are hard. Take young suckers, pare them very nicely, all the hard ends of the leaves and stalks, just scald them in salt and water, and when they are cold, put them into little glass bottles, with 2 or 3 large blades of mace and a nutmeg sliced thin. Fill them either with distilled vinegar or the sugar vinegar of your own making, with half spring water. To pickle artichoke bottoms. Boil artichokes till you can pull the leaves off, then take off the chokes and cut them from the stalk. Take great care you do not let the knife touch the top. Throw them into salt and water for an hour, then take them out and lay them on a cloth to drain. Then put them into large wide-mouthed glasses. Put a little mace and sliced nutmeg between. Fill them either with distilled vinegar or sugar vinegar and spring water. Cover them with mutton fat fried, and tie them down with a bladder and leather. To pickle samphire. Take the samphire that is green, lay it in a clean pan, throw 2 or 3 handfuls of salt over, then cover it with spring water. Let it lie 24 hours, then put it into a clean brass saucepan, throw in a handful of salt, and cover it with good vinegar. Cover the pan close and set it over a very slow fire. Let it stand till it is just green and crisp, then take it off in a moment, for if it stands to be soft, it is spoiled. Put it in your pickling pot and cover it close. When it is cold, tie it down with a bladder and leather, and keep it for use. Or you may keep it all the year in a very strong brine of salt and water, and throw it into vinegar just before you use it. To pickle mock ginger. Take the largest cauliflowers you can get, cut off all the flour from the stalks and peel them. Throw them into strong spring water and salt for 3 days, then drain them in a sieve pretty dry. Put them in a jar, boil white wine vinegar with cloves, mace, long pepper and allspice, each half an ounce, 40 blades of garlic, a stick of horseradish cut in slices, 1/4 of an ounce of cayenne pepper, and 1/4 of a pound of yellow turmeric, 2 ounces of bay salt. Pour it boiling over the stalks. Cover it down close till next day, then boil it again and repeat it twice more, and when cold, tie it down close. To pickle melon mangoes. Take as many green melons as you want and slit them 2/3 up the middle, and with a spoon take all the seeds out. Put them in strong spring water and salt for 24 hours. Then drain them in a sieve. Mix half a pound of white mustard, 2 ounces of long pepper, the same of allspice, half an ounce of cloves and mace, a good quantity of garlic and horseradish cut in slices, and 1/4 of an ounce of cayenne pepper. Fill the seed holes full of this mixture. Put a small skewer through the end and tie it round with pack thread close to the skewer. Put them in a jar and boil up vinegar with some of the mixture in it, and pour over the melons. Cover them down close and let them stand till next day, then green them the same way as you do gherkins. You may do large cucumbers the same way. Tie them down close when cold and keep them for use. Elder shoots in imitation of bamboo. Take the largest and youngest shoots of elder, which put out in the middle of May. The middle stalks are most tender and biggest. The small ones are not worth doing. Peel off the outward peel or skin, and lay them in a strong brine of salt and water for 1 night, then dry them in a cloth piece by piece. In the meantime, make your pickle of half white wine and half beer vinegar. To each quart of pickle you must put an ounce of white or red pepper, an ounce of ginger sliced, a little mace, and a few corns of Jamaica pepper. When the spice has boiled in the pickle, pour it hot upon the shoots, stop them close immediately, and set the jar 2 hours before the fire, turning it often. It is as good a way of greening pickles as often boiling. Or you may boil the pickle 2 or 3 times, and pour it on boiling hot, just as you please. If you make the pickle of the sugar vinegar, you must let 1/2 be spring water. You have the receipt for this vinegar in the 19th chapter. Rules to be observed in pickling. Always use stone jars for all sorts of pickles that require hot pickle to them. The first charge is the least, for these not only last longer, but keep the pickle better. For vinegar and salt will penetrate through all earthen vessels. Stone and glass are the only things to keep pickles in. Be sure never to put your hands in to take pickles out. It will soon spoil it. The best method is, to every pot tie a wooden spoon full of little holes to take the pickles out with. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15 of Making Cakes, etc. To make a rich cake. Take 4 pounds of flour dried and sifted, 7 pounds of currants washed and rubbed, 6 pounds of the best fresh butter, 2 pounds of Jordan almonds blanched and beaten with orange flower water and sacked till fine. Then take 4 pounds of eggs, put half the whites away, 3 pounds of double refined sugar beaten and sifted, 1/4 of an ounce of mace, the same of cloves and cinnamon, 3 large nutmegs, all beaten fine, a little ginger, half a pint of sack, half a pint of right French brandy, sweetmeats to your liking, They must be orange, lemon, and citron. Work your butter to a cream with your hands before any of your ingredients are in. Then put in your sugar and mix it well together. Let your eggs be well beat and strained through a sieve. Work in your almonds first, then put in your eggs, beat them together till they look white and thick. Then put in your sack, brandy and spices, shake your flour in by degrees, and when your oven is ready, put in your currants and sweetmeats as you put it in your hoop. It will take 4 hours baking in a quick oven. You must keep it beating with your hand all the while you are mixing of it, and when your currants are well washed and cleaned, let them be kept before the fire so that they may go warm into your cake. This quantity will bake best in 2 hoops. To ice a great cake. Take the whites of 24 eggs and a pound of double refined sugar beat and sifted fine. Mix both together in a deep earthen pan, and with a whisk it well for 2 or 3 hours till it looks white and thick. Then, with a thin broad board or bunch of feathers, spread it all over the top and sides of the cake. Set it at a proper distance before a good clear fire, and keep turning it continually for fear of it changing colour. But a cool oven is best, and an hour will harden it. You may perfume the icing with what perfume you please. To make a pound cake. Take a pound of butter, beat it in an earthen pan with your hand one way till it is like a fine thick cream. Then have ready 12 eggs, but half the whites. Beat them well and beat them up with the butter, a pound of flour beat in it, a pound of sugar and a few carraways. Beat it all well together for an hour with your hand or a great wooden spoon. Butter a pan and put it in, and then bake it an hour in a quick oven. For change, you may put in a pound of currants, clean washed and picked. To make a cheap seed cake. You must take half a peck of flour, a pound and a half of butter, put it in a saucepan with a pint of new milk, set it on the fire. Take a pound of sugar, half an ounce of allspice beat fine, and mix them with the flour. When the butter is melted, pour the milk and butter in the middle of the flour and work it up like a paste. Pour in with the milk half a pint of good ale yeast, set it before the fire to rise just before it goes to the oven. Either put in some currants or caraway seeds and bake it in a quick oven. Make it into 2 cakes. They will take an hour and a half baking. To make a butter cake. You must take a dish of butter and beat it like cream with your hands, 2 pounds of fine sugar well beat, 3 pounds of flour well dried, and mix them in with the butter, 24 eggs, leave out half the whites, and then beat all together for an hour. Just as you are going to put it into the oven, put in 1/4 ounce of mace, a nutmeg beat, a little sack or brandy, and seeds or currants, just as you please. To make gingerbread cakes. Take 3 pounds of flour, 1 pound of sugar, 1 pound of butter rubbed in very fine, 2 ounces of ginger beat fine, a large nutmeg grated. Then take a pound of treacle, 1/4 pint of cream, make them warm together, and make up the bread stiff. Roll it out and make it up into thin cakes. Cut them out with a teacup or small glass, or roll them round like nuts and bake them on tin plates in a slack oven. To make a fine seed or saffron cake. You must take 1/4 peck of fine flour, 1.5 pounds of butter, 3 ounces of caraway seeds, 6 eggs beat well, 1/4 ounce of cloves and mace beat together very fine, a pennyworth of cinnamon beat, a pound of sugar, a pennyworth of rose water, a pennyworth of saffron, a pint and a half of yeast and a quart of milk. Mix it all together lightly with your hands, thus. First boil your milk and butter, then skim off the butter, and mix with your flour and a little of the milk. Stir the yeast into the rest and strain it. Mix it with the flour, put in your seed and spice, rosewater, tincture of saffron, sugar and eggs. Beat it all up well with your hands lightly, and bake it in a hoop or pan, but be sure to butter the pan well. It will take an hour and a half in a quick oven. You may leave out the seed if you choose it, and I think it rather better without it. But that you may do as you like. To make a rich seed cake called the nun's cake. You must take 4 pounds of the finest flour and 3 pounds of double refined sugar beaten and sifted. Mix them together and dry them by the fire till you prepare the other materials. Take 4 pounds of butter, beat it with your hand till it is soft like cream. Then beat 35 eggs, leave out 16 whites, strain off your eggs from the treads, and beat them and the butter together till all appears like butter. Put in 4 or 5 spoonfuls of rose or orange flower water, and beat again. Then take your flour and sugar with 6 ounces of caraway seeds and strew them in by degrees, beating it up all the time for 2 hours together. You may put in as much tincture of cinnamon or ambergris as you please. Butter your hoop and let it stand 3 hours in a moderate oven. You must observe always in beating of butter to do it with a cool hand, and beat it always one way in a deep earthen dish. To make pepper cakes. Take half a gill of sack, half a quarter of an ounce of whole white pepper, put it in and boil it together a quarter of an hour. Then take the pepper out and put in as much double refined sugar as will make it like a paste. Then drop it in what shape you please on plates, and let it dry itself. To make Portugal cakes. Mix into a pound of fine flour, a pound of loaf sugar beat and sifted, then rub it into a pound of pure sweet butter till it is thick like grated white bread. Then put to it 2 spoonfuls of rosewater, 2 of sack, 10 eggs, whip them very well with a whisk, then mix into it 8 ounces of currants, mixed all well together. Butter the tin pans, fill them but half full, and bake them. If made without currants, they will keep half a year. Add a pound of almonds blanched, and beat with rosewater as above, and leave out the flour. These are another sort, and better. To make a pretty cake. Take 5 pounds of flour well dried, 1 pound of sugar, half an ounce of mace, as much nutmeg. Beat your spice very fine, mix the sugar and spice in the flour, take 22 eggs, leave out 6 whites, beat them, put a pint of ale yeast and the eggs in the flour, take 2 pounds and a half of fresh butter, a pint and a half of cream, set the cream and butter over the fire till the butter is melted. Let it stand till it is blood warm. Before you put it into the flour, set it an hour by the fire to rise. Then put in 7 pounds of currants, which must be plumped in half a pint of brandy, and 3/4 of a pound of candied peels. It must be an hour and a quarter in the oven. You must put 2 pounds of chopped raisins in the flour, and a quarter of a pint of sack. When you put the currants in, bake it in a hoop. To make gingerbread. Take 3 quarts of fine flour, 2 ounces of beaten ginger, a quarter of an ounce of nutmeg, cloves and mace beat fine, but most of the last. Mix all together, 3/4 of a pound of fine sugar, 2 pounds of treacle, set it over the fire, but do not let it boil. 3/4 of a pound of butter melted in the treacle, and some candied lemon and orange peel cut fine. Mix all these together well. An hour will bake it in a quick oven. To make little fine cakes. 1 pound of butter beaten to cream, 1¼ pound of flour, 1 pound of fine sugar beat fine, 1 pound of currants clean washed and picked, 6 eggs, 2 whites left out. Beat them fine, mix the flour, sugar and eggs by degrees into the batter. Beat it all well with both hands. Either make into little cakes or bake it in one. Another sort of little cakes. 1 pound of flour and 1/2 pound of sugar. Beat 1/2 pound of butter with your hand and mix them well together. Bake it in little cakes. To make drop biscuits. Take 8 eggs and 1 pound of double refined sugar beaten fine, 12 ounces of fine flour well dried. Beat your eggs very well, then put in your sugar and beat it, and then your flour by degrees. Beat it all very well together without creasing. Your oven must be as hot as for halfpenny bread. Then flour some sheets of tin, and drop your biscuits of what bigness you please. Put them in the oven as fast as you can, and when you see them rise, watch them. If they begin to colour, take them out and put in more, and if the first is not enough, put them in again. If they are right done, they will have a white ice on them. You may, if you choose, put in a few caraways. When they are all baked, put them in the oven again to dry. Then keep them in a very dry place. To make common biscuits. Beat up 6 eggs with a spoonful of rose water and a spoonful of sack. Then add 1 pound of fine powdered sugar and 1 pound of flour. Mix them into the eggs by degrees, and an ounce of coriander seeds. Mix all well together, shape them on white thin paper or tin moulds in any form you please. Beat the white of an egg, with a feather rub them over, and dust fine sugar over them. Set them in an oven moderately heated till they rise and come to a good colour. Take them out, and when you have done with the oven, if you have no stove to dry them in, put them in the oven again and let them stand all night to dry. To make French biscuits. Having a pair of clean scales ready, in one scale put 3 new laid eggs, in the other scale put as much dried flour, an equal weight with the eggs. Take out the flour and as much fine powdered sugar. First beat the whites of the eggs up well with a whisk till they are of a fine froth. Then whip in 1/2 ounce of candied lemon peel, cut very thin and fine, and beat well. Then by degrees whip in the flour and sugar, then slip in the yolks, and with a spoon temper it well together. Then shape your biscuits on fine white paper with your spoon, and throw powdered sugar over them. Bake them in a moderate oven, not too hot, giving them a fine colour on the top. When they are baked, with a fine knife cut them off from the paper, and lay them in boxes for use. To make macaroons. Take 1 pound of almonds, let them be scalded, blanched, and thrown into cold water. Then dry them in a cloth and pound them in a mortar. Moisten them with orange flower water or the white of an egg, lest they turn to oil. Afterwards, take an equal quantity of fine powder sugar with 3 or 4 whites of eggs, and a little musk. Beat all well together and shape them on a wafer paper with a spoon round. Bake them in a gentle oven on tin plates. To make Shrewsbury cakes. Take 2 pounds of flour, 1 pound of sugar finely seared, mix them together, take out 1/4 pound to roll them in, take 4 eggs beat, 4 spoonfuls of cream, and 2 spoonfuls of rose water. Beat them well together, and mix them with the flour into a paste. roll them into thin cakes, and bake them in a quick oven. To make Madling Cakes. To a quarter of a peck of flour, well dried at the fire, add 2 pounds of mutton suet, tried and strained clear off. When it is a little cool, mix it well with the flour, some salt, and a very little allspice beat fine. Take half a pint of good yeast, and put in half a pint of water. Stir it well together, strain it, and mix up your flour into a paste of moderate stiffness. You must add as much cold water as will make the paste of a right order. Make it into cakes about the thickness and bigness of an oat cake. Have ready some currants clean washed and picked. Strew some just in the middle of your cakes, between your dough, so that none can be seen till the cake is broke. You may leave the currants out if you do not choose them. To make light wigs. Take 1.5 pounds of flour and half a pint of milk made warm. Mix these together, cover it up, and let it lie by the fire half an hour. Then take half a pound of sugar and half a pound of butter, then work these into a paste, and make it into wigs, with as little flour as possible. Let the oven be pretty quick, and they will rise very much. Mind to mix 1/4 pint of good ale yeast in milk. To make very good wigs. Take 1/4 peck of the finest flour, rub it into 3/4 pound of fresh butter till it is like grated bread, something more than half a pound of sugar, half a nutmeg, half a race of ginger grated, 3 eggs, yolks and whites beat very well, and put to them half a pint of thick ale yeast, 3 or 4 spoonfuls of sack. Make a hole in the flour and pour in your yeast and eggs, as much milk, just warm, as will make it into a light paste. Let it stand before the fire to rise half an hour, then make it into 1.5 dozen of wigs. Wash them over with egg just as they go into the oven. In a quick oven, half an hour will bake them. To make buns. Take 2 pounds of fine flour, a pint of good ale yeast, put a little sack in the yeast, and 3 eggs beaten. Knead all these together with a little warm milk, a little nutmeg, and a little salt, and lay it before the fire till it rises very light. Then knead in 1 pound of fresh butter, 1 pound of rough caraway comfits, and bake them in a quick oven, in what shape you please, on floured paper. To make little plum cakes. Take 2 pounds of flour dried in the oven, or at a great fire, and half a pound of sugar finely powdered, 4 yolks of eggs, 2 whites, half a pound of butter washed with rose water, 6 spoonfuls of cream warmed, 1.5 pounds of currants unwashed, but picked and rubbed very clean in a cloth. Mix all well together, then make them up into cakes. Bake them in an oven almost as hot as for a manchet, and let them stand half an hour till they are coloured on both sides. Then take down the oven lid and let them stand to soak. You must rub the butter into the flour very well, then the egg and cream, and then the currants. End of section 32.